Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik. I'm one of the co-founders of ETH Global, and I want to welcome all of you to Storage Market Summits. This is our last event of the year as ETH Global, and I'm super excited to be hosting this again and telling you about what we have planned for the rest of the day. This is a really jam-packed day. Today, we're going to cover a lot of the details, the mechanics about how the Filecoin ecosystem and the economy works. We'll cover a lot of details about just how Filecoin as an ecosystem is set up from a protocol level and a marketplace level. We'll be covering over a lot of details on the crypto economics of the ecosystem, how it integrates, and how it can possibly merge with a lot of DeFi use cases, and just overall what it means to grow this ecosystem. So we're super excited to be doing this again in partnership with Protocol Labs. After the success of HackerFest, we were looking for more opportunities to work together and collaborate even more and bring this on with the rest of the Ethereum ecosystem. So I want to welcome all of you that are joining us here today. So as you all are probably already on this page and you're noticing this, to run this event, we decided to do something special. And all of you are watching this on live.ethglobal.co. So I want to quickly just spend a few seconds going over how this platform is set up. And this will be our homepage for the rest of the day. As you've already kind of noticed, there is a video that we were seeing all of us on. We are speaking 30 seconds in the future to you, so you'll hear this thing in a few seconds. Then after that, I talk about it. But overall, this is designed to be a more fun environment for all of us, given that we've spent a lot of this year watching and attending events virtually. We wanted to bring a little bit more fun to this experience. So we decided to do something that is more of a shared experience for all of us. And this is the platform we designed as part of doing this summit. And it lets us control the environment for all of us, so we can not only just broadcast messages, but also adapt to the surroundings, which is going to be our talks. So please take the time to play with the platform. You can check out the schedule. You can look at the chat. I would encourage all of you to sign into the chat to be able to ask questions after the talks. And if you're signed into the chat, be sure to click on the profile application so you can play with your avatar. So looking forward to that. And we'll also give you a lot of opportunities to enjoy the radio as part of this summit. And with that, I would like to move on to the rest of the day. So that's just an intro from me, but what I want to do now is welcome somebody special, and that's Juan Benet from the Protocol Labs ecosystem. And he's the founder and CEO of Protocol Labs, and he's going to be excited to tell you about why we're doing this summit and why we're super excited about this. And without further ado, please welcome Juan.
Hey everyone, great to be here with you. Filecoin provides a blockchain-based marketplace where anyone in the world can buy and sell storage. And what's more, anyone can transact in a new kind of storage economy, imbued with the power of cryptoeconomics, smart contracts, and DeFi. In past weeks, there have been many events and discussions about mining, about storage layer, about building applications, and all the kinds of use cases that people are trying with Filecoin. But today is about diving deep into the economic building blocks of this new storage market with some of the foremost engineers, researchers, and builders building this brave new world and connecting it to other platforms. Great, now let's look at the agenda. Today we've divided the day up into 3 blocks. And first we'll have some deep dives into the Filecoin economy. We will have ZX giving us an introduction to the whole system. Then we will have Colin and ZX talk about the Filecoin circulating supply and how to think about it. I'll give a talk about our implementation of EIP 1559, which is live and running the mainnet. Nicola and Michael will talk about quality metrics and reputation in the mining ecosystem. And then from there, we'll transition to another block talking about asset swaps for miners. That'll be James Lazarus from Dharma. Then Corbin Page and Mike Alonso will talk about Codify storage and the DeFi bridge that they built to Ethereum. Lester Lee will talk about the collateral loan markets from Huobi. And Matthew Jobé Duval, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, will talk about borrowing market, the Filecoin borrowing market dynamics. Masa we'll talk about Filecoin investment opportunities from secured finance. And Stephen Lee will talk about miner financing contracts. So you'll get to hear from a whole host of folks looking at different areas in the mining space and the economic building blocks that support miners. After that, we will hear from Michael Zargam about Filecoin networks as data commons. We will hear from Trent McConaughey about Ocean Protocol and the data markets that they're building. And as you know, that'll be the building block, the second layer of building blocks in a kind of more advanced setting for DeFi. So the first DeFi block is about basic building blocks for collaboration. Then the second block is about exploring deeper constructions that are made possible through smart contracts and DeFi. From there, we'll have a block about different ways of growing the ecosystem and investing in the space. Everything from things like startups and different kinds of structures and ways of helping miners and so on. And we'll hear from Brad Burnham talking about future source of value. We'll hear from Ryan Zurrer talking about investing in the ecosystem itself. We will hear from Olaf Carlson-Wee about data DAOs, and from Gabriel Anderson about Filecoin Launchpad, an accelerator that's been helping a number of really promising startups build on Filecoin. Then we'll hear from Emma Kui talking about venture building the Web3 journey. And we'll hear from Charlene Wu talking about the Filecoin incubator that WebE is starting. From there, we will hear about the Fenbushi Ecosystem Fund, and then I'll give some closing remarks. So that whole last section is about talking, hopefully you'll get an insight into all the different ways that the ecosystem is growing and different kinds of initiatives and endeavors that can support all the different kinds of participants in the ecosystem, whether you're a miner or a client or an app builder. Many different groups are here to help you in your journey. Great, so this is gonna be a phenomenal day. I hope you have a great time hearing all of these amazing talks and panels. And it is very important to remember that we will have Q&A, so you'll be able to ask questions, and we will make sure to bring this up to the panelists. So looking forward to the rest of today. Enjoy and see you around.
Thanks, Juan. So that was a great overview on how today's going to look. There's a lot of content that we have for all of you, so be sure to just tune in to all of it if you can. But with that, I want to get us started and quickly jump into our first talk of the day. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome ZX, who is going to be talking about a deep dive into the Filecoin economy. So he's from the Protocol Labs team, and please welcome ZX to the live stream. Hi.
Hi, thank you for the intro. Let me share my screen. Can we all see it?
We're good to go.
All right. Hi everyone. My name is ZX, and I work on the Filecoin crypto economic research. Today, I'm very excited to be here to share with you more details about the Filecoin economy. And Filecoin economy is live. We are 8 weeks into mainnet, and we have seen immense growth throughout the whole ecosystem. We have lots of miners joining the network, and then we have new applications and incubation program accelerator building in the ecosystem with more like storage services and more financial services and smart contracts that are related to Filecoin. And there are many, many more ecosystem partners and building activities happening across the ecosystem. And today, the goal of today is to share more of the building blocks of the economy so that we have better understanding of how things works. And then we can inspire greater building opportunities and more activities on the Filecoin network. So here's the agenda for today. So to start off, the global data sphere will actually 3x in the next 4 years. With the new technologies like VR, more streaming services, and Internet of Things, humans are generating massive amounts of data every single day. But the problem is also obvious that we are storing less and less a percentage of total data that we generate. And there are multiple reasons to that. And And as an overview of today's data market, most data created is not stored, and data usually stored far away from the users in like data centers. And all this data sits on a spectrum of access. Not all of them will be accessed frequently, and sometimes it gets expensive to keep all this data around. So lots of data that we generate, like the memory of mankind, has to be discarded. And the top 5 storage providers control majority of the market. And for new entrants to compete or to enter this market, they have to compete on reputation, infrastructure, network effects, and many, many more. So without a platform to coordinate resources and allow people to collaborate, it's really difficult for anyone who's capable of providing cloud storage services to come in. And this is where the Filecoin protocol comes in as a way to enable, as a protocol to enable participants to provide valuable storage goods and services to the greater world. And given it's just like Airbnb allow homeowners to compete with hotels, Filecoin as a protocol allow like storage operators to compete with like traditional cloud services and many, many more. And I would like to take a moment to just compare Airbnb hosting with Filecoin mining. So in Airbnb, as a host, we contribute housing resources. And on Filecoin, storage resources is contributed. But there are also some differences. In Airbnb, being a host is a rather labor-intensive effort, whereas as a Filecoin miner is both knowledge and capital intensive. And for Airbnb, as an Airbnb host, you're at best a contractor of the platform. But in Filecoin, because it's a token economy, Filecoin miners are owners of the protocol and the platform. And Airbnb is managed by a company where Filecoin is governed by a decentralized ecosystem, but there are also some commonalities as well. On Airbnb, hosts share their brand identity, and similarly on Filecoin, that's why we have like penalty when the storage is unreliable, because it's directly damaging the brand identity of Filecoin. And similarly, there's also some collateral requirement. It's just like on Airbnb, when you offer resources or like a house, there might be some deposit. And another important thing to call out, just like on Airbnb, hosts are not always only compete on cost. And rather they compete on differentiated services and that they can offer to the clients. Similarly on Filecoin, it's not going to be a direct competition on cost either. There's differentiated services and different building blocks that people can compose to offer a unique experience for the users. And on Airbnb, if there's any dispute, we have to go through legal recourse. But on Filecoin, we use crypto economic mechanisms as a way to align participant incentive, because it's a truly decentralized network. So with that framing in mind, I'm very excited to share that from my point of view, we are really ushering a new era of mining. It's a new era for mining, for cryptocurrency, and for the blockchain. We are here to make blockchain useful. We allow participants to offer flexible options and leverage local optimization to actually deliver that unmet demand. And we also use blockchain to empower businesses to offer like lower cost storage, even differentiated services, such that businesses can do more with this like large supply of storage. And another important thing to call out is participants get to evolve with the network. Because the Filecoin network, Filecoin economy is a living organism, and like it will evolve and change over time, and participants are growing and evolving together with the ecosystem. So next, I will talk about, we've been talking a lot about Filecoin economy. So what exactly that is? So let's take a moment to just go over what is the Filecoin economy. There are many lenses that we can look at Filecoin economy. So first of all, it's a blockchain-enabled economy. So we have the underlying blockchain layer that provides the consensus that allow us to verifiability and the basis of you don't really need someone's permission to provide storage to the network and to the clients. And then we have the business layer where the economy can be developed and enabled by the blockchain layer. Another framing that is useful is in some way it's like an island economy, where on the island we have researchers, developers, miners, token holders, clients coming together to put raw materials into valuable storage-related goods and services. And we export that to the outside world. So we have potential clients, potential participants ready to participate in the Filecoin Island economy, and the Filecoin token is the native currency of this economy. And as mentioned earlier, it's also a platform. We have demand for storage and we have supply for storage, and how can we efficiently allocate resources and managing risk to match the supply and demand. And last but not least, it's also important to highlight it is a token economy. So all producers, consumers are all token holders in the network. So we share the success of the economy. And the overarching goal for all participants in the network is how do we work together more efficiently to produce goods and services in a more productive way. So these are another view of the different participants in the economy. And a big crypto economic design challenge is many times this group may have like conflicting interests or like different horizons, different expectations, and how do we align everyone's goal and incentives such that we are aligned to make the Filecoin network successful. And just a reminder, it's very common for an entity or individual to play multiple roles in this like stakeholder group framing. And we are seeing increasing blending of roles as we have more miners becoming developers, building services and applications on Filecoin to make the experience better. We have miners going out, reaching out, recruiting clients, and bring them into the ecosystem. We also have token holders investing in miners, investing in developers to help make the economy more successful. And more importantly, it's important to highlight miners are also one of the largest group of token holders in the ecosystem. So next, we'll talk about how storage services will be provided on Filecoin and what are the basic building blocks of just how it works, so that we have a better idea of how can we increase the value of the economy. So let's start from the life cycle of a miner. A storage miner are both a provider of the blockchain, which is the underlying layer, and also provider of the service on the blockchain. So to start, we create a miner with the blockchain, and then we acquire token. This is notion of commit capacity, where miner now just getting started, they are committing to the network saying, this is the capacity that we have, this is supply. So we're seeing lots of the activity today. Miner acquire token, put it into storage, and then commit to the network, demonstrating their capacity and the ability to maintain that capacity. And next, once miner reach minimum miner size, they will start earning block reward from the blockchain. And block reward is sort of like a subsidy that the protocol wants to subsidize reliable and useful storage. Reliable and useful. We might come back to this concept later on. And then this is as miner builds up the supply and builds up a reputation for being reliable. Then when demand comes to the market, miners can look at the demand. Miners can look at their supply, make deals with the clients, and then from the client point of view, they can negotiate these deals in any currency that they want. And right before they enter into the deal, they can swap it with the token holder or exchanges into Filecoin and enter into the deal on Filecoin. And then once the deal is reached, miner will upgrade their capacity and start earning deal payments. And when the sector is not stable, miner have to declare fraud, and there will be a penalty from the protocol because any unreliable storage is a direct damage to the shared brand identity of Filecoin, and that needs to be punished. And miners can recover that and keep on earning reward and deal payment. So we mentioned sector and deal. I think it's also important to just highlight these are the basic unit of storage on Filecoin. So what is exactly is a sector? A sector is basically some unit of space and time that miner is promising to the network that they will store. It's a promise to the network, and it's also a promise to the client. In some way, it's like a shipping container with like defined unit of space and time. So miners say, okay, I want to commit some space for some time. Then they put the data and some Filecoin in as collateral, and then they would process it, seal it, and then they will continuously prove that to the chain. And then when the sector expires, miners can get back the initial pledge that they put down into the sector. But when the sector is terminated or it's at fault, there will be penalty coming out from the initial pledge that miners put in. And deals are basically direct two-way contract with between the miners and the clients, and contracts. So So this diagram basically illustrates how like sector as a basic container, basic building block, like some kind of a container, and then miners can put deals inside this container, which is reflected in the content of the sector. And because different sectors may have different constituents within the sector, so not all sectors are not equal. Not all sectors are equal, so therefore there's a concept called sector quality, where the protocol can over incentivize certain kinds of sectors. And because there is no direct way to distinguish what is useful client data and what is any kind of data on Filecoin on the protocol level, therefore we will talk more about Filecoin Plus later, where protocol creatively and pragmatically leverage a layer of social trust. So it's like Filecoin plus social trust to be able to incentivize more useful storage on Filecoin. And it's also worthy of highlighting this basic building blocks allows lots of emergence to appear on the network. So we said committed capacity, right now, most of that is it's randomness generated by a miner, but it doesn't have to be that way. For example, if I'm a miner, I have some utility for storing my own data, while I can also treat it as providing capacity to the network. I can totally seal something useful, even though the chain doesn't know it, but that doesn't mean that it's not useful. And miners can put different composition of deals inside their sector to have different gradient of return. And this allows miners to compose and also client to compose different strategy to interact with the system to allow for more diversity and emergence. And there are also other storage features that are supported by Filecoin, which include redundancy, fast retrieval, encryption, offline data transfer. As data volume gets large, it gets expensive to transfer everything over the wire. But this, some of this is pushed to not at the base protocol level, but you can build that on top of the Filecoin protocol. Next, we mentioned about Filecoin Plus very briefly. I think we want to like go down deeper here to talk about the power the storage clients have on the Filecoin network. So remember in the slide earlier, we said not all sectors are equal. So sectors storing Filecoin Plus deals will earn 10x of the power and hence 10x the share of the reward. This put the power in the hands of clients, where clients now have very high negotiating power to request different features from miners on Filecoin. And as an illustration of how this process works, without the Filecoin Plus, miners may not have a very strong incentive to take real deals from clients. But with this Filecoin Plus mechanism, clients can apply to a network of notaries to request for a data cap, like a one-time credit card. And notaries can basically approve this request following some community-driven governance principle, which we'll touch on in a moment. And then clients can deploy the data cap to store data with miners, and miners who store the data will earn a 10x in the revenue. Of course, there will be other checks and balances in the details, but this put power in token production in the hands of the client, so that, as mentioned earlier, block rewards is meant to incentivize reliable and useful storage. This is how the protocol envisioned the incentive to flow into storage demand on Filecoin. And this is the and it's also worth calling out, I think, for Filecoin Plus really is at the forefront of decentralized governance. So we first set up the principles through the FIP, which these are the principles of Filecoin Plus. And then there's a separate principles are meant to be high level principles that the community can easily agree upon. And then there's a repository where the community can iterate on the specific processes of how the mechanism and operation can reflect these principles. And that will happen at a much faster rate. And then after that, there will be a diverse market. As we mentioned earlier, different behavior can emerge on this market, and different product differentiation and services can happen because of Filecoin Plus. And just a quick overview of the repository where most of the governance happens. So we start to see like token holders applying to be notaries, researchers becoming notaries and by the way, being a notary has no explicit financial incentive. People are becoming notary to help make the network more useful and successful. And then we also see miners building applications, miner bringing in clients from from all walks of life to make Filecoin more useful and increase the storage demand on Filecoin. So it truly is a win-win collaborative ecosystem. And lastly, we have been talking a lot about storage on Filecoin, but it's also important to call out retrieval and content delivery. So right now, all the basic building blocks exist on Filecoin, right? Data can be addressed by the content hashes. You can find the miners with the data. The clients and miner can negotiate the retrieval and establish a payment channel for that to work. And we're starting to see people building applications on Filecoin and enabling retrieval, and while becoming a Filecoin Plus clients to get extra subsidy for providing these additional services. And in the future, as time goes on, we will expect to see a global content delivery network where you have like nodes in different parts of the world, and then that connects to like hobbyists with like computer in our homes to serve the content to user, bring data much closer to where it's needed. And last we talk about emerging business opportunities on Filecoin. To just recap, right now we're seeing a thriving ecosystem, but many more are still coming into the Filecoin network and coming into the Filecoin economy. And it's important to remind ourselves where we are, just in terms of like the general stages of the economy. We are around right here. Well, now where we are mostly in a capacity building phase, optimizing product, having secure proof. We have some basic retrieval building blocks going. And we talk about minting in the next talk, where most of the subsidy comes from this notion of simple minting. And we have some level of quality service enforced by the protocol. We don't expect to see much demand, but this is expected to grow over time as the chain becomes more scalable, the cost goes down, we have more efficient proof, retrieval, and then we enter into next phase where we have strong brand and reputation, a full suite of product and diverse markets on Filecoin. And it's only a matter of time for that to happen. So there are some emerging business opportunities that we already start to envision and observe. And I think we hear more from different speakers throughout the rest of today. I think one important one is financial services, right? Like providing loans and reducing volatility risk for both miners and clients. And payment bridges, I think we mentioned earlier, when before a client enter into a deal, they can sort of negotiate the deals in any currency that they like, but right before they enter into the contract with the miners, there could be a payment bridge that convert that into Filecoin, insurance, and then very important, discovery platform reputation system. Because at the end of the day, it's a platform economy. Supply and demand needs to meet, and then they need some way of meeting that supply and demand. There's going to be a talk on this later today. Different database overlays to improve the UX and specific use cases enabled by cloud businesses. And as we mentioned earlier, like the basic building blocks of sectors and deals enable the emergence to occur on the Filecoin network. That's why from the protocol standpoint, it doesn't matter as much whether this use case is Web 2 or we're going to talk about Web 3 use cases because they're all supported by the protocol. It's in the hands of the ecosystem to be creative and build on the Filecoin network. So there's also Web 3 business opportunities, DeFi, cross-chain interop, maybe like a smart contract and manage, finance, doing hedging. For a miner, there could be data curation with the content address web. We might hear some of that from later talks today. There could be self-hosting public data, getting very close to the idea of a data commons. And as mentioned earlier, smart contract can own, deploy, and trade storage. And lots of these building blocks, which is the beauty of Web3, where we have all these building blocks and that can be composed and where our creativity can really shine. So given all that, I hope I gave a good overview of what are the basic building blocks in Filecoin and how things work. And the Filecoin network is really alive, and the future of Filecoin is now in the hands of all its participants. Thank you, and this is just the beginning. I'm very excited for the rest of today and the future of Filecoin.
Thank you so much, ZX. Next up, we have Colin from the Protocol Labs team, who's going to be talking about what's happening with the Filecoin circulating supply economy. So Colin's going to join in and complement the talk you just gave, and please welcome Colin on stage.
Great. Thanks, Kartik. I'll share my screen here. Okay. So This talk is meant to be a deep dive on Filecoin circulating supply. And so we're going to go deep into the mechanisms that build to the overall circulating supply of the network and also produce a few example scenarios. Now, circulating supply is difficult in Filecoin because it's not on a fixed schedule like some other networks. It depends on many, many variables. And so the goal is at the end of this talk, we give many community members that are interested more tools to be able to model out circulating supply for themselves using their own assumptions. So before we get into it, a disclaimer here, the models that we'll present here are based on many assumptions and should not be relied upon as the source of truth. There are many factors that can and will affect the actual numbers. And so these estimates should not be relied upon as gospel and are more for illustrative purposes. So you should build your own models based on the code and the Filecoin spec. And so as you embark on the journey of understanding the cryptoeconomic models for Filecoin, be sure to read Engineering Filecoin's Economy. This is a hefty white paper of all the mechanisms. The Filecoin spec, of course, and then the Lotus implementation that has the actual mechanisms written into the code itself. In this talk, we'll go through a quick introduction and context that ZX will walk us through. I'll walk through some critical key economic mechanisms that are embedded in the code and align stakeholders for the long term. We'll talk about some circulating supply scenarios so you can visualize how that might look like, and then we'll talk about a few key takeaways. So ZX, I'll pass it off to you.
Great, thanks, Colin. So as a reminder, this is one visual representation of the Filecoin economy. This is the specific island economy representation where we have different stakeholder groups coming together to pool raw materials to produce valuable goods and services on Filecoin and export that to the outside world. And next slide, please. And we have different participants and stakeholder group in the Filecoin ecosystem, and everyone is working together to make Filecoin a success. And there are different stages of the economy. Right now, we are roughly in stage 1, 8 weeks into the Filecoin mainnet, building capacity, having product optimization, with basic retrieval, and most of the minting today is coming from the mechanism called simple minting, which we'll go into detail in a moment. And as time goes on, when more utility is created on the network, the minting will pick up, and then where we see a different trajectory as time goes on, as the network evolves. And just a quick sneak peek of like what we'll be showing for the rest later in this presentation. This is one simple model that we made for projecting Filecoin circulating supply. There are many assumptions that went into this model. I just want to break it down in terms of like there are different parts in the circulating supply. Where are the tokens coming in from? So we have minting and vesting, which you see the 2 lines. And then tokens will also leave the circulation through the locking mechanisms, which we'll go into in greater details. And then there's also network transaction fee, because the Filecoin network is a utility network, and the Filecoin token is meant to be used. So as participants interact with the network, there will always involve using the Filecoin token. So our goal today is to shed light on the Filecoin circulating supply. And truth to be told, well, projecting circulating supply is difficult, and it really depends on the trajectory of the system. It depends on, and it's sort of different depending on the economic system. For example, like US M2 money supply, which could be an equivalent of circulating supply. Well, it's somewhat unpredictable. Who would expect what would happen in 2020 back in 2016? And similarly, there's some notion of a Bitcoin supply curve. Bitcoin has like a max cap, and it's growing pretty rapidly from its beginning. And then we have Ethereum. Well, Ethereum is growing in a slightly different model, where right now there's no hard cap on the Ethereum supply, but it's growing at its own rate. Then there's another kind of like framework to think about circulating supply. It's sort of similar to a traditional stock concept of shares outstanding. Well, it really depends on the trajectory of, in that setting, would be that economic system, which is Tesla, and how the economic system evolve and grow over time, right? It's very hard to project that back in 2016 as well. And it's especially hard in Filecoin because the Filecoin token is meant to be used. So it needs to be used. And the Filecoin minting is tied to the network utility, which is reflected in the stages of the economy chart. And the network utility is also in the hands of the community. And the last point here is also important to touch on. While we have mechanisms to align everyone's incentive to bring people to work for the network goal, this complex system tends to be interconnected, and changing one assumption might have counterintuitive and unintended impact on some other parts. So all this make the reasoning about circulating supply a bit more challenging. And it's also important to distinguish the concept of a max supply and a circulating supply. Well, because sometimes people may use this, thinking in max supply is simple, but society is complex, economy is complex, lots of things is complex. Making a simple argument on a very complex problem sometimes is naive and foolish. But I think max supply, at the end of the day, is just a cap, right? Like there's no, Filecoin has a max supply of 2 billion Filecoin, but if the real circulating supply may never reach that. And comparing to some of the other example, US dollar, no max supply. Bitcoin, there's a max supply. Ethereum, right now, there's no max supply. Maybe there'll be a max supply. Most of the shares for most like large cap stock, there's no max supply. And then from the transition, and the next question is, when would the max supply be reached? Even this max supply can be reached in the first place, right? Like in the case, and max supply is really is asymptotic concept, right? It's in the limit. In Bitcoin, asymptotically, there's a max supply, but you'll be reached many years from today, even though like we are more than 10 years into the Bitcoin network. And the distinction between the max supply and the circulating supply is, so how does the supply in general enter circulation, and how does, if there's any other mechanism where we take tokens out of the circulation? So now we try to, like today's talk, we try to break it all down for our audience and to shed more light on how to interpret and understand Filecoin circulating supply. So as you mentioned, there's token inflow. So there are two main inflow into the Filecoin circulation. One is storage mining, mining in general, but right now is storage mining. And the key principle, which we'll talk about, Colin will walk us through more later, is that it's tied to utility of the network. And then we also have Genesis vesting from stockholders. And next, there are token outflows. So because it's a decentralized network, to align incentive to provide reliable and useful storage and protecting consensus of the blockchain, tokens will be locked when participants participate in the network. And because it's a utility token, and interacting with the network requires consumption of the token in the form of network transaction fee, and that will also remove token from the circulation. And now I will pass on the time to Colin, who will talk more about the key economic mechanisms.
Great, thanks, CX. So I'm going to walk through just a few of the critical key economic mechanisms within the protocol. As CX mentioned, some of these mechanisms will add to circulating supply as inflows, and some of them will subtract from circulating supply as outflows, things like network transaction fees and locking and things like that. So I'll walk through a few of the primary ones, but of course, please view the Filecoin spec and the code itself for a more complete view. So we'll start with token minting. Token minting is really here to align the miner minting curve with the utility of the network. Now, when you take a step back and think about the max supply of Filecoin, 70% of the total token allocation, or about 1.4 billion tokens, is tied towards mining and the mining minting curve. But that's a little misleading. When you really double click on that, there are three components of that 1.4 billion. The first is baseline minting, which is 770 million of those tokens, so the vast majority of it. And this is purely incentive-based. You only earn these tokens and they only enter circulating supply if the networks achieve certain baseline targets on total capacity growth every year. The baseline target currently starts at 2.5 ebibytes, and that would have been at network launch, but it must grow at 100% a year in order to reach that max baseline minting. So 5 ebibytes at the end of year 1, 10 at the end of year 2, and so on. So none of the baseline minting is really guaranteed. It has to be earned by the miners within the network as they reach certain targets. With simple minting, that's the 330 million tokens in the middle, this is more or less guaranteed and released on a 6-year half-life based on time. A 6-year half-life means that 97% of these tokens will be released in approximately 30 years time. So that's kind of a rough time gauge of how those tokens will be released. And then the last component is 300 million tokens that are called the mining reserve. And this is to be determined. None of this currently enters circulating supply, but it will be up to the community to decide how these tokens would be released and which sets of stakeholders should be incentivized in the future. So perhaps this could incent retrieval mining in the future if there's a good mechanism to do that. But for now, we'll exclude that from our calculations because it's kind of held in a multi-sig waiting for the community to submit a proposal. So if you try and model out what the minting curve might look like, on the bottom here, you'd be modeling total network storage capacity on a logarithmic basis. So as the total network baseline and capacity increases, then more of the baseline will be increased. On the top graph, the bottom line is the simple minting curve. So that's the one that's guaranteed. And the top curve is the baseline, which is really dependent on the targets that we talked about. And so only 330 million of the minting curve is guaranteed. 770 million of the baseline minting is performance-based, and 300 million is not really displayed on these screens because it's not in circulating supply. So if you think about a few scenarios, in 6 years, the network would actually need to reach 160 ebibytes of capacity. That's 160 times where we are today in order to reach the maximum minting curve of 550 million Filecoin, baseline plus simple. In 20 years, the network would actually have to reach a yottabyte of capacity in order to reach the maximum minting curve of 1 billion Filecoin, approximately in 20 years. Now, to put that in context, a yottabyte is 1,000 times larger than the total cloud storage industry today. So that's a big number. And we're ambitiously striving towards that. And so when you think about modeling the minting curve, the reality is likely somewhere in between simple minting and baseline, in between the two curves on the top chart over here. So that's how to think about minting, and we'll explain some other scenarios in a minute. The next mechanism I'll talk about is token vesting, and this is really about aligning various stakeholders with the long-term behavior of the network. So we'll start with the SAFT investors. So when the SAFT investors invested back in 2017, they each chose a different time period to vest their SAFT tokens over. They could choose 6 months or 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, depending on what they were looking to align. Now, I'm really proud to say that the vast majority of SAFT tokens vest over 3 years. That's 58% of the total pie vests over 3 years, which really indicates the long-term alignment that a lot of these SAFT investors have with the Filecoin network itself. Now, if you were to model this out on a monthly vesting basis, the first 6 months of the network, so including the last 2 months since network launch and the next 4 months till about April 15th, the network is really vesting, or the SAFT holders are vesting at peak levels. They vest about 10 million tokens per month in the first 6 months, which includes the last 2 months and the next 4 months. And that's because we're settling up those 6-month SAFT holder tokens. Now on April 15th, when those 6-month SAFTs are settled, that monthly vesting drops from about 10.1 million to 4.6 million. And at 12 months, when the 1-year SAFTs are settled, that drops again from 4.6 million to 2.7 million around October 15th. And so when you're thinking about how to model some of the various stakeholders, this might help you figure out some inputs into that as well. Now, the mining rewards also vest over some period of time as well to encourage miners to think about the long-term health of the network. So for example, 75% of the block rewards earned by any miner vest linearly over 180 days or about 6 months. And 25% of those tokens are available immediately to basically improve miner cash flow and profitability, and so they can reinvest that into the system. Of course, all of the earned rewards are subject to slashing throughout the lifetime of the sector, and so unreliable storage reduces the utility of the network, and hence block rewards earned by these sectors will be slashed. And then other vesting groups, including the Filecoin Foundation, the Protocol Labs, 300 million Filecoin, all of those vest over the long term or linearly over 6 years. And typically when various groups incentivize ecosystem partners through grants, those token grants also vest over 6 years. So ecosystem partners are long-term aligned as well. So that was a quick overview over some of the vesting mechanisms. We'll talk about collateral and slashing next, which is aligning participants with reliable storage on the network. So these two concepts I'll explain individually. Collateral is the concept that miners must lock Filecoin tokens for consensus security, storage reliability, and contract guarantees. And this kind of broadly falls into two buckets: pledge collateral and deal collateral. And so the slashing concept follows that collateral concept, which basically means that the collateral and all the Filecoin earned through rewards through miners are subject to slashing throughout the lifetime of the sector. This basically penalizes bad behavior, and so unreliable storage reduces the utility of the network. Hence, those block rewards earned by those sectors will be slashed and burned. So when you think about pledge collateral, it's important to note that there will always be Filecoin tokens locked in the network in pledge collateral as long as there is storage on Filecoin, which is a fundamental premise. And those you can model those out into two ways. There's storage pledge, which is equal to the expected block reward that a miner can expect to earn in the next 20 days of each sector. And the second one is called consensus pledge, which is a fraction of the total circulating supply. And we're targeting about 30% of total circulating supply that's locked in consensus pledge when the network is meeting the baseline minting requirements. And so today there's about 22 million in Filecoin locked between pledge and locked rewards. That is kind of a negative to circulating supply, as you would expect. Additionally, there's deal collateral. And so this is really just the deal collateral and payments that are the result of a collective effort by all participants in making good storage goods and services on Filecoin more attractive. If a miner wants to make sure that they are seen as more trustworthy, they will lock more deal collateral, and hence those deals will have more security behind them. Great. The next concept is around Filecoin Plus, and this is aligning participants with useful storage. Now, Filecoin Plus is an interesting program. It basically allows a network of notaries to notarize data. And when miners store that data that's part of the Filecoin Plus program, they have the opportunity to earn 10 times the block reward compared to a miner that's not storing Filecoin Plus data. Now, consequently, they will also have to lock 10 times the amount of collateral and ensure that those deals are guaranteed and subject to slashing. So this encourages a few incentives. One, it encourages miners to store real data and some of the most valuable data on Earth. Those notaries can add some of the most valuable data to the Filecoin Plus network and hence incentivize those miners to earn 10x the block reward versus storing regular data. Two, it actually encourages miners to add more data to Filecoin Plus. So the data on Filecoin Plus will be scarce, and so not every miner will be able to have access to that. So it provides a strong mechanism to encourage all participants and miners to invest in finding those data sets that are most valuable to the network and to humanity, and putting them on Filecoin Plus so more miners can get access to them. And three, it encourages reliability. Miners have to lock 10 times the amount of collateral when storing Filecoin Plus deals, and hence they can incur up to 10x the penalty if the storage is unreliable. So again, it doubles down on the reliability of the Filecoin network. And ZX covered some of the principles of Filecoin Plus, but in the interest of time, I'll move on quickly here. Lastly, I do want to talk about network transaction fees. And this is really around aligning the token supply with the network usage. And so a few things to think about here. As long as there is any action or utility on the network, Filecoin tokens will be consumed to compensate for the computation and storage resources to put those messages on chain. Now, the rate of token consumption is also in the hands of the community because participants have to compete for on-chain resources. And so the network transaction fees fluctuate in a market mechanism depending on the use of the network. Now, it's only been 2 months, but the Filecoin daily token consumption has really varied from something that is very low on a daily basis to some days, and these are rare, as high as 180,000 Filecoin consumed per day, which might be a sign of a thriving economy. And Juan will give a speech in a couple minutes on how to think about that for the future. Great. So now that we've outlined a few of these economic mechanisms, I'm going to ask ZX to walk us through a few circulating supply scenarios that aggregate some assumptions and spit out some models. And of course, we'll repeat the disclaimer that you should definitely build your own models based on the code in the Filecoin spec.
Great. Thanks, Colin. So to start, let's walk with like what kind of input that that will enter into this rather simple circulating supply model. So first of all, it's like the years of projection, and then the annual network capacity growth rate. The first scenario is mostly anchoring towards the current growth rate, which is more than 700% growth a year, and then and the growth rate will impact two things, right? One is the minting, as Colin mentioned earlier. That's how fast can we approach baseline as an approximation to the network utility. And also, as people grow faster, they will also require collateral and and network transaction fee. And then there is the percentage of capacity in the Filecoin Plus deals, which will influence pledge and also potentially the amount that might be slashed. And Filecoin and this collateral really meant to provide reliable storage guarantee on the Filecoin network. The goal of the network is to make sure data is stored safely. Like once in earlier talk, once miner have a sector, that is a sacred promise to the network and to the client. And we must incentivize data to be stored safely and strongly disincentivize any losing of any loss of client's data. And as we mentioned earlier in the previous talk, Filecoin network does not detect a specific way of interacting with the system. It's an economy, it's an ecosystem. So there could be regular deals on the network as well. So we have enough for a percentage capacity in regular deals. And this is a very important thing for the overall health of the ecosystem. And then we do an average daily network fee, which is roughly across this projection, how much Filecoin will be paid in network fee a day. So right now, the average is about 150K per day on the mainnet. But in the last few weeks, but I think this number is highly varied. And but given this, anchoring towards the current growth of what we know today, and then there is a projection of the circulating supply. And we just want to highlight this is rather modest storage demand on the Filecoin network. So this is the breakdown of one interesting thing to call out here, as we mentioned earlier, the minting is tied to network utility, and the utility of the network might follow an S-shaped curve in different stages. And we are sort of observing that in this black line as an S-shape of like how the minting is sort of slowed down in the beginning as we build capacity and build utility on the network, and then you'll pick up later on and grow close to this asymptotic limit. And then we have the burn, and then the locked Filecoin, and the net of inflow and outflow, which is this blue area, which would be the circulating supply in this one specific scenario of projection. And as I mentioned earlier, projecting Filecoin circulating supply is hard. So there's some other scenario that I just want to like go through pretty quickly as examples of how some of the different assumptions may change the circulating supply. So another scenario here would be high Filecoin Plus demand, high network fee. People really want to use the network for storage, strong demand for using the network, strong demand for storage demand. So 70% of capacity will be in Filecoin Plus deals over time, and higher network fee as this demand for using network is really strong. And there's another, and then that would lead us to another scenario for the circulating supply in 6 years. Then we can take a look at this as the network goes on, and the circulating supply will change depending on the collective behavior of the community. Next, let's say what if it's a slower network growth and things don't work out as planned or as we want it to be, modest deal activity, modest demand for using a network, low network transaction fee, and that would be another scenario of the Filecoin circulating supply. Right, and I think all this to say, like, circulating supply is really in the hands of the community, and there are many factors that can impact this. And I think now Colin will walk us through some of the key takeaways from our presentation.
Perfect. And we're running short on time, so I'll go through these quickly. But I did want to leave the group with a few key takeaways, and I'll go through them individually, and there are 4 of them. One is that while we talked a lot about supply in this talk, the most important goal for the community is to make the network as useful as possible. There's a tremendous amount of activity today. There are over 100 teams building on Filecoin, over 250 teams entering the ecosystem through accelerators and hackathons and mentorship programs. There's emerging retrieval use cases and DeFi use cases. There are ecosystem funds forming to back startups within the ecosystem. But the main thing to increase the value of the network itself is to focus on increasing use cases, tooling, infrastructure, financial efficiency, scalability, et cetera. And so while the majority of this talk talked about circulating supply, let's not lose fact of the primary driver of the utility of Filecoin, which is making the network as useful as possible. Two, Filecoin is really a utility token with real value, and it's not meant for a vehicle for speculation. A lot of Filecoin's mechanisms really reward long-term behavior. We talked about those, in detail today. Long-term vesting to align with the long-term health of the network. Minting curves that are variable depending on the network performance. If you're a participant that is really just looking to participate in Filecoin on a short-term basis, I wouldn't recommend it. Really, all the mechanisms embedded within the code of Filecoin are meant to reward long-term behavior. Three, there are a number of different ways to participate in the Filecoin economy. You can build applications, you can build developer tooling, infrastructure, you can store data, you can participate in Filecoin Plus, you can engage in storage mining or retrieval mining. You can invest in emerging projects and startups through ecosystem funds or through other capital forces. There are many DeFi use cases, many miner loans, et cetera. And so it's not a one size fits all. You don't have to segment yourself into one category. You can play across different types of ways to participate in the Filecoin economy and benefit from a number of different perspectives. And fourth, while we talked a lot about circulating supply in this talk, it's really important to note that circulating supply is in the hands of the community. The community decides the minting rate. The community decides how easy and cost effective it is to onboard demand onto the network. The community decides the pace of network transaction fees or the success of Filecoin Plus or the most efficient way to allocate capital within the ecosystem. And so please, take ownership of the network, think of all these mechanisms and how you as a community member, as a miner, as an app developer, as a token holder can influence the various things that we talked about in this talk. So thank you, and remember the future of Filecoin is now in your hands.
Colin, ZX, thank you so much for that really deep dive into the whole economy and how it's architected. I feel like I don't think there's any other video or summary out there that goes into the specifics that you have gone through today. So this is amazing. We're getting a lot of questions from the chat. So if you have any more questions as the audience, please feel free to type them in the chat and we'll ask them after the next talk when we do a collective Q&A session. And with that, I would like to welcome our last talk for this segment, and that's one talking about EIP 1559 and how it's been implemented in the Filecoin network. So this is a particularly exciting talk, and I'll let him take it away from here, and we'll come back for the Q&A.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a super tough act to follow. I don't know that I can do this justice, but we'll try. Great. So actually, one sec. So we are using EIP 1559 in Filecoin. Many of you will be familiar with it if you're in the Ethereum community, but if you're not, I'm going to give a short introduction. I'm going to move pretty fast through this because we only have about 15 minutes, and there's a lot to cover. I'm going to give a very brief intro to the gas pricing model of Filecoin, which is based on Ethereum's. I'll give a brief introduction to EIP 1559. Then I'll talk about how we adopted it and why we adopted this gas pricing structure in Filecoin. Then we'll get to look at some data of how it's been performing in the network. EIP 1559 is driving the gas pricing of Filecoin today. It's live on the mainnet. And then we'll talk about some of the pros and cons of the user experience of using EIP 1559. And then we'll talk about kind of the effects on supply and community and so on. After that, I'll talk a bit about some outstanding problems and questions specific to Filecoin. I think maybe some of these might be relevant for Ethereum as well and for other adopters of this gas scheme, but most of them will be specific to Filecoin. From there, I'll talk a bit about some of our future work, especially some contributing some of our thoughts back upstream to the Ethereum community. Great. So lightning fast introduction to the gas model of Ethereum. So suppose that there's a blockchain. Here is drawn from going from the right is the past to the left. each block carries a whole set of transactions. You can think of them sorted here by transaction fee. So say the green ones have a higher transaction fee, the red ones have a lower transaction fee, and the miner decided to order them that way. In practice, it looks very different per block, but this is just a simplified toy model for us. So when the blocks come in, the transactions are effectively ordered and fed into the EVM, which then executes each transaction and changes the state tree. Those transactions, as they execute, spend computational resources. That computation is measured in gas, and so gas is a resource that the Ethereum blockchain spends in order to run the computations in the blockchain. So summarizing, there are blocks that carry transactions, which are function calls executed in a virtual machine, changing state in the state tree. And each transaction costs gas paid to miners. And so the original sort of model was that there was a transaction fee associated with a transaction, and this is inspired by Bitcoin, where there's a gas fee times the amount of gas used, right? So each function call will use a whole bunch of gas. It's hard to predict how much that will be, and then that'll be multiplied by kind of a fee denominated in gas units, and then we'll get a price in ETH. So users would have to select a gas fee and would be subjected to a first price auction. So this means that all of the transactions that are in the pool of available transactions for miners to mine into a block would then be sorted by miners and be picked in terms of which are the highest fees. This led to all kinds of tricky UX problems. So for example, they made it so that if there was any kind of strong network congestion, then it would incentivize maybe a few parties to jack up the transaction fees, fill the blocks for a long time, and then kind of back up all kinds of other really critical operations in the network. And so it's difficult to under steady operations schedule running processes in a solid way. It also made it difficult to deal with the fact that with this kind of first price auction model, this is not a very efficient way to allocate resources and allocate capital. This is not going to be the cheapest way to spend resources. This is going to end up overpricing the transaction fees. It also failed to account for the fact that a lot of this operation is run by all the miners in the network and a lot of other participants that are not miners. So all kinds of other systems and tools have to execute this VM code. And so every transaction that goes into the network spends lots and lots of network resources, including wallets and whatnot. And that gas fee that was paid to a single miner ends up hurting the rest of the network. So yeah, this is kind of like a picture view of the first price auction model. Transactions go into a pool. They're sort of sorted by transaction fee, then they get put into blocks, and off you go. So these are some of so now EIP 1559 came to radically change this model. The quick view is, so not going to go in full detail here, but the big sort of critical change is there's now a base fee idea, and the base fee is a fee that's associated with a network state at a particular moment in time. And that base fee will either go up or down based on congestion. So it allows the blocks themselves to flex in terms of the total amount of gas. So if there's a particular network congestion and there's a lot of transactions that have funds above the base fee, more transaction fee caps above the base fee, more will be led into the block will expand, and that will trigger the increase of the base fee. So for the next block over, that'll increase the price threshold of transactions that get in. Eventually, the blocks will start shrinking in size and be less than say 100% utilization, and then the base fee will come down. So this turns it into a market, into a much more efficient market. So EIP 1559 is not in the mainnet yet. It's been implemented by a number of folks, but it's not live in the network. It may potentially come into ETH1. People may wait until ETH2. There's lots of R&D. I highly encourage you to read the papers. There's lots of really great resources around. And the summary that I showed was from this great paper that came out recently by Tim Roughgarden. That is a whole report on the entire, an in-depth analysis of the EIP 1559 construction. And here's like a set of key takeaways from the report. Won't go into them. Great. So that was a longer intro than I expected to give, but let's race through the rest of the stuff. So happy to report that the Filecoin team implemented EIP 1559 into the Filecoin code. It's live in the network. It's running and managing all our transactions. We switched to this primarily because we were using the old model, and we had a whole bunch of hard problems with it because Filecoin especially is tuned for certain kinds of transactions that need to get into the chain quite quickly and on regular cadence. And so that made EIP 1559 very attractive. Right now, you can see this chart in the bottom. We'll look at this in more detail later, but this is a graph of the utilization in red. So you can see the size of the gas size of the blocks increasing and decreasing, and you can see the base fee in blue. So why adopt 1559 in Filecoin? So first of all, it's much better. It's a drastically better model for setting and accounting gas. It has way easier UX, so better estimation and fee setting, both for programs that are running in the network and for users who are trying to use the network. So window post, Filecoin has a specific type of message that needs to get into the chain within a very short time limit. So the first price auction congestion is way too bad for this. So if there's anything kind of exciting happening in the network and any kind of congestion hits, then all of those window posts are going to get dropped, unless miners are paying very close attention and kind of hiking up prices along the way and so on. So, and in addition, we also wanted to make sure to pay the network for transactions. There's all kinds of operations that are dependent on these transactions, so we needed to pay the network. We had been researching different kinds of models, and then we found EIP 1559, so we were like, great, let's standardize. So we had to make some adaptations for Filecoin. So number one is that we use tip sets, which means that transactions go onto the chain before they're executed, and they're executed on the next block. Won't go into detail here, but it means that we now need an additional mechanism, which is that we need to estimate the gas usage. And so users put in an estimate gas usage, and miners base their decisions about putting transactions in a block based on that estimate. And then when that estimate actually gets executed, we can diff the estimate to the actual amount of gas that got used. And then if there's a margin above, if the overestimation, if the estimation is over by a significant margin, then there's an associated punishment for doing that, because that kind of adds inefficiency to the network. So let's get into the eval part. So for performance-wise, this is a snapshot view into a bunch of the transactions that are going through the Filecoin network. So you can see most of it is proof commits and pre-commits. So this is storage onboarding, and then a tiny fraction of the rest of the messages are all the other kinds of things like window posts and message sends and all that kind of stuff. So this is a view by count. This is a view by gas usage. So window post is a small amount of messages relatively, but actually quite high usage because you have to verify a bunch of snarks and so on. And also deals require a bunch of gas usage as well. So, and these will start creeping in. So window posts and published deals will take more and more fractions of the block over time as the network scales. So we have a pretty serious problem here, which is that the storage onboarding is pricing out a lot of the really critical window posts and published deals operations. Now, the good news is that EIP 1559 allows the window post messages to have a high gas cap, and then be able to get in without having to pay exorbitant prices all the time, and instead only do so when the base fee goes up. And so this is a much better model. So really kudos to the whole Ethereum team for building a really good system that works very well for us. Here's a snapshot of that graph that I showed before. Here's a period of 24 hours. You can see that the red line, the use capacity, is actually 100.73%. So this means that the base fee is working very well to keep the gas usage actually at exactly around 100%. So even though in some cases the block sizes jump up to 130% in our case, it comes back down nicely. Ethereum recommends going up to 200% potentially with the base fee hiking up, and we're also in that regime. But because of tip sets, this ends up being it's somewhat we have the intuition that there's lower elasticity in this regard in Filecoin, but remains to be proved. You should see though that the base fee variations are really high. So these jumps are really big. We'll see them in another graph in a moment. So that change rate, if you see the base fee jumping up and down in a bunch of spikes, that's not very good for the network, and we'll talk more about why. So maybe this is intrinsic to EIP 1559, and that's just how it's going to be. But ideally, if we could smooth this out, I think it would perform better. Some interesting results with a bunch of the fee schedules. There were a bunch of, this is a track of, I think, about a month of operation. That red line is overestimation burn. And so over time, all kinds of parties got way better at estimating burn and then adjusting their code to make sure that they're not wasting things. The green is the gas premium, and then you can see the base fee in gray. And this is a logarithmic graph, so you can see the base fee is moving large amounts. Here's a view into the burn. So this is the base fee burn. So this is what the participants are paying to the network, and we can see the kind of overestimation burn as well, and then kind of minor tape at the bottom. So this is dominated by the base fee burn. Great. So in terms of supply, this is sort of like the hourly burn rate plotted over the last 2 weeks. This is over the last 2 months, like the total amount of burn Filecoin. This means millions of Filecoins have been paid to the network to pay for the continued running of that transaction forevermore, right? So all kinds of programs and people will have to continue running that transaction, and this Filecoin has paid for that future execution. And so that burn, as we saw in the last talk, this kind of affects the kind of models about circulating supply and so on. I think this is the current. Just the current data up until where we are today. So you can see sort of the circulating supply and the other factors that affect it graphed here. Also interesting to note that if you chart sort of a proportion chart between circulating supply, the locked Filecoin, and the network fee, you get this set of curves where the amount that's locked and the amount that's going to the network fee seems to be catching up to the amount that's minted. So again, this is a bunch of these calculations and charts may be totally wrong. This is totally research, or this is our notes. This could be totally wrong, so don't rely on any of this at all. But this is interesting observations that we might be reaching. So great. So in terms of user experience, let me talk about the good and the bad. Hey, it works very well in a lot of regards. It's really easy to get transactions into the network. We have had very serious congestions for a very long time now, and it is very nice and easy to get spends and kind of really important messages get through the chain without a hitch, and so it works very, very smoothly. So great work. So there's these very nice fast lane for these high value transactions. And this also gives us a much easier UX. So it's very easy for programs and tools to just calculate the fee based on kind of the suggestions from the Filecoin implementation, and then kind of set that. Or if the user wants to indicate some higher rate, that's easy, but you don't have to think very much about like the actual prices or anything like that. And it's way better in terms of optimizing the fee spend. So if we had been using the first price auction model, way more Filecoin would have been paid in fees in kind of a silly way. So I think that overall this has been saved a lot of spending. Now for the user experience, the bad parts. So this is kind of like a view. So this is Phil Fox, one of the block explorers. You can see the 24-hour chart on the variations of the base fee, and this is jumping quite a bit, pretty significant. So when you see jumps of that magnitude, they're having very dramatic impact on people's mining operations and so on, especially for small miners. You can see here a bunch of the responses from the community, and we feel the pain. This is a really bad place to be in. So right now, the onboarding rate and the congestion because of onboarding rate is pricing out a lot of the window posts that are required for continuing to onboard. So this is continuing to prove the storage online. So this is a pretty serious problem that we have to deal with fairly quickly. So this is, and a lot of the community is mobilizing against this, and there's a bunch of solutions that are unrelated to the base fee, but are sort of caused by just the fact that congestion makes these transactions very expensive. But it means that the base fee gets blamed by this, because when the base fee jumps up, the entire community responds to the base fee, and so it becomes very frustrating. In the same way that that congestion in the normal gas model gets really frustrating. And so this is a plot over the last 30 months, and it probably feels like this for a lot of people. And so this is not good, and it's a problem that we got to solve, especially for window post. You can also imagine this correlating very highly with the blood pressure of a lot of people in the network. So great. So now some remaining problems, and I'm eating a little bit into the Q&A time. I'll borrow a little bit more time. We'll hit. So we hit really bad congestion with for window post, and that means that these daily window posts that need to happen become very expensive when the fee spikes. And so that needs very significant improvements. And those improvements can be specific to Filecoin, or it can be improvements that are pretty general in terms of the gas model. So for example, something that could be general for the gas model is that we've been thinking about splitting the gas model into two independent lanes. So one would be a control plane for operations that are critical to the function of the protocol. So, and the other would be the data plane, which are kind of new transactions that parties are adding in. So this would be a way of giving and prioritizing access to a few transaction types that have to be appearing at certain timeframes and so on. So you can think of them as ambulances going through a very crowded freeway, which ambulances get to do that not because they're paying more, but because they're sort of critical to the operation of the system. And so that's creating a different market for this. And then you can sort of set a percentage of a block that should be dedicated to the control plane versus a percentage that should be dedicated to the data plane. And the idea of a control plane and a data plane comes straight from networking. So computer networks deal with this distinction specifically because of network congestion. So this is a tried and true method for dealing with congestion in systems like this, especially because problems in the control plane might cause more congestion or less congestion. So if you make sure that the control plane is served well, then the rest of the protocol should operate correctly. We're also looking at potentially creating message type fee structures where this is not looking at just the raw gas directly, but instead starting to price and create a market for how we think about which messages should be, how those messages should be priced. So for example, it allows the network and the community to create some sort of policy oriented towards, hey, should we be prioritizing kind of like the maintenance of small miners, or should we be prioritizing the onboarding storage rate of in the larger scale? Should we be prioritizing deals? And so these different kind of fee structures could help the network create some levers to orient what the network should be aiming to price out. And there's also a whole bunch of Filecoin specific things that we need to do. This is unrelated to the gas model. So we got to scale proofs, make it do batch verification of snarks. We do /oriented verification. So instead of verifying everything, just actually introduce a snarks and then create a slashing oriented way to spot failures. We also scaling consensus is the other big thing that we need to do. So we need to go to sharding. So it's very clear that given the congestion rate of Filecoin already, we got to move towards sharding very, very quickly. So a lot of us are already starting to work on that. Great. So some other important thoughts here. One is it would be really nice to get to a better change rate and kind of reduce the spikiness of the base fee change. That'll probably smooth out some operation. So some future work, data analysis. We have a lot of data about the network, so we're doing a bunch of this. We invite other researchers interested in this to work with us, especially all the Ethereum community. Come look at our data and inform your decisions for Ethereum. We'd love to explore some improvements to the gas model, especially this control plane and data plane distinction. We might also end up implementing the escalator, which is another gas structure. I want to explain it here. And one final thought here is it would be really great to introduce a lot more queuing theory into the gas model of these systems. There's a lot of, so certainly when it's bounded and constrained by computation, then this model works. When it's not bounded by computation, then this model will actually leave a lot of potential bandwidth up for grabs. And it'd be really nice to establish some QoS guarantees for certain kinds of transactions and certain kinds of message types in the network. So I think it would be really useful to think about how to establish certain kinds of guarantees directly in the fee model. So this is sort of future work. not urgent, but will be helpful for blockchain systems. The last one I'll mention is a lot of schemes that we have come up with rely on encrypt and execute transactions, where any participant could introduce a message into the network anonymously, have that message be added into the chain, then at a future point in time be decrypted and executed. So we're starting to think about how to add this. In fact, some of the solutions that we have to our current problems that I've described now rely on this model. So this is some stuff that we're thinking about. The last thing I'll leave you with, during the testnet, we had a bug that actually caused some crazy inflation of the base fee. And so at some point, the base fee was measured in 4 billion Filecoin. So you can see this in the data, it's all in the chain. And so this was kind of like this crazy explosion. And a lot of us remember that day as a pretty funny day. All right, great. Thank you. Sorry for the extra time, and I'll stop here.
No worries. Thank you so much. What we'll do now is we'll move into our Q&A. So I'll just ask Colin and ZX to kind of turn the cameras on. We'll just kind of ask a handful of questions we've gotten. So we've been combining all the questions from all the multiple channels this is being streamed on. And given sort of the time, I'll ask a few questions. And if we have a lot more that we have to go through, we can just ask all of you to reply to the chat directly and address the questions there. So first question is for ZX. You talked about the ecosystem, and you showed a map of the ecosystem and all the participants in the Filecoin economy. The question is just very general overall, like what's kind of lacking right now in that ecosystem for that to be, I guess, in harmony or equilibrium? And where do you kind of think you can either use help on, or more people can sort of come in and make that one particular piece better?
Maybe I can start and Colin can add a bit more if there's any. So I think Filecoin is live, but a protocol is only on the base layer, right? There are lots of things that can be enabled through like things building on the protocol. So we mentioned a couple, right? There are two broad categories, one on the Web 2 kind of integration and one on like interacting with the Web 3 systems. So in Web 2, I think like financial services could be a big one, because for an average user to interact with like crypto volatility can be pretty daunting, right? For an average user to interact with Filecoin, having that smooth experience matters. And similarly for miners too, like there's token volatility that they have to bear. And the second piece would be like this discovery platforms. I think that's something that's really important for a thriving economy. There's demand, there's supply. How do they meet? And then and can have reputation of that of the supply. And the next layer would be some kind of like data services on top of the base protocol to provide better UX for users. And that's only on Web 2-ish kind of things. And then there's like Web 3 stuff, where cross-chain integration with other like smart contract system. And there's lots of like emerging and lots of new that can be built, like smart contract owning, operating, storage. And then like you have data that posts itself onto another network. And there's lots of creativity that can shine and happen here. I think we'll hear more from like other speakers later today. Anything to add, guys?
Yeah, ZX nailed it. The only thing I would add there is, some incredible developer tooling. I think will completely change the game on how many developers can engage and use Filecoin really, really easily. So one of my favorites include PowerGate and some of the work that Fleek has done. But many other implementations of things like that would allow more and more developers to join the ecosystem and use Filecoin without having to know everything that's under the hood.
Awesome. The next question I have is for Colin. For Filecoin Plus, could you tell us where most clients right now are located and sort of that are going to be participating in the network, and sort of how do you think about that growing over time in terms of it spreading out over a wider geographic area?
As always, ZX is more of the expert in most of these questions than me, so I'm going to pass it on to ZX.
Yeah, sounds good. So right now we are in the beta phase of Filecoin Plus. We start to have notaries, Filecoin Foundation being the first notary distributing like notarizing clients from all over the world. We have some in Europe, we have some in North America, we also have some in China. And then we have notaries applying, we have this running program of new notaries entering into the system, bringing in like data demand in the specific region and use cases. So we see like great traction in the Web3 space from Europe and North America. And we also see like lots of Web2 traction in China, Web3 traction in China as well, or the greater Asia region. So really, it's the principles of the program is diversity. One of the principles is diversity and decentralization. So like this, and also the demand for storage is sort of like distributed more evenly across the globe. And we expect to see this program continue to evolve and adapt. And we want to move fast, but at the same time, we want to establish all the right principles and processes. And feel free to participate and contribute. It's all public. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Moving on to some questions about EIP 1559. The first question is sort of from so far, how have the miners reacted to this? I mean, just to kind of, in the Ethereum ecosystem, there's definitely a bit of contention between the developers and the miners on this. Have you noticed similar things in the Filecoin ecosystem, or what's been the...
Yeah, so the dynamics for Filecoin are pretty different because there's a lot more tokens that are going to miners on Filecoin because they're providing a much greater service than in Ethereum. In Ethereum, they're just doing proof of work to maintain the network and run the transactions live. But in Filecoin, they're also doing all the storage work and so on. So it's a lot more tokens are going towards that. The response has been that big miners are, have learned how to tune it and have figured out their cash flows such that they're actually comfortable paying quite a bit to get their onboarding rate in, and they're kind of fighting each other in the network, getting their growth in the right spots. And we've seen kind of before some like much more spiky environments, now it's actually smoothed out. Now the group that this is really hurting is the small miners. The small miners are getting crushed by this at the moment, not because of EIP 1559, it's just the congestion is brutal. So this is a scaling problem. So as Tim Roughgarden's analysis points out, no gas model is going to deal with scaling. It's going to help you like solve scaling. So the real issue there is we need to scale the proofs, we need to scale the chain itself, and we need to get to sharding. We are putting an enormous amount of snarks into the chain. It's just Filecoin network is the biggest verifiable computation system on the planet at this point. It is producing and verifying an enormous amount of snarks. We need to push the limit now on making those structures more scalable by doing again verifications of chain, or doing batching and so on, or now just going straight to sharding.
Got it. Super interesting. Yeah, no, you're right. The computational piece is a big element here. Another question, which is something you sort of hinted on in your talk, you kind of talked about there may be another metric other than base fee because how spiky it is. Do you sort of have any thoughts on what that will be, or any ideas around expanding that?
Yeah, so it would still be the base fee, but just smoothed out in some way. So, and that's my very naive statement right now. I haven't looked deeply enough into this and to really tell you whether that we actually want the spikiness or not. It just seems to create some certain kind of just kind of like hiccups. Maybe using some smoothing function like a exponentially weighted moving average or something like that might, which is really easy to calculate and gives you some tuning on how smooth you want it. Might fix it. So that plus like some overestimation amount so that it's smoothly goes up and smoothly comes down. It's still the base fee. It's just kind of smoothed potentially. So we might experiment with that. And by the way, I may be saying something totally wrong where if you actually do this, it'll break it. So I haven't looked through this in detail. I'm just pointing out an interesting observation or potential problem.
Makes a lot of sense. And lastly, I'll just have a high level question for Colin, and we'll move on to our next talks. But how do you kind of think about the tooling needed to bring in just the world outside of the crypto audience, or just the Web3 first audience? And how do you think about that sort of partnerships and building the community aside from people who already know what this is and already are aware of all the internal mechanics?
Definitely. I think there's just a huge, immense opportunity there. Like some of the stats that ZX said in his first talk, the amount of data that is being produced by the world and us as humans as a species is tripling in the next 4 years. The percentage of that data that's actually being stored is decreasing. And so there's a tremendous opportunity to impact the Web 2 world. Of course, awareness is a big thing. So trying to get awareness into the hands of developers and folks that have all sorts of data sets and make sure that they're aware of Filecoin. But also, if you think about Filecoin, it's not right to equate it to like Dropbox. It's equated to the infrastructure that Dropbox would run on. And so we need those kind of like seamless applications where you can enter a credit card and you can store your data in an interface that is very familiar to you as an enterprise or consumer, and you don't have to worry about what's under the hood, right? And we're not there yet. That's the kind of developer tooling that we need to track the Web2 space, is to be able to use Filecoin without understanding all the nitty-gritty details that we've explained today. It just works. And so that's a major kind of priority for developer tooling and all sorts of tooling in the first half of next year.
Awesome. So that's super close, and we're looking forward to all of that going mainstream. So with that, we'll move on to the next set of talks. So Juan, Colin, ZX, thank you so much for kicking us off today with 3 amazing deep dives into the Filecoin economy. And moving on, we have our next talk where we'll have 2 people cover the quality metrics and reputation of the Filecoin storage economy. This will be a talk where we're going to play a pre-recorded video for everybody here. So with that, we'll load up the 10-minute video for you to enjoy, and we'll still be able to do Q&A asynchronously through our chat. So let's kick off with the video.
Oops, 1 second.
Efforts in particular on Filecoin. This talk is going to be about visualizing decentralized storage networks. The goal is to inspire and give ideas to product and designers thinking about visualizing storage markets, decentralized storage markets. Differently from other blockchains, the core aspects of Filecoin are its storage services. We will see that in traditional blockchains, we have block explorers, monitoring tools. They are focusing on analyzing the network as a transactions network, while instead in Filecoin, the needs of the users are way more different than that. Users don't really want to know what's inside the content of a block. Users want to know what's the current price of for file storage, how good miners are on storing the files, which miner may be the best miners for their files. And so the first aspect that I want to focus is that Filecoin, beyond block explorers, which are of course very useful, needs storage explorers. And storage explorers should be focusing on storage services. There are several aspects that we will dive into later, which can be visualized of the Filecoin protocol, that can be visualized from the public data that it's on the public blockchain. And so storage explorers should look more like a true explorer for visualizing what's inside the miner storage, what's inside the sector. And similarly, if I'm a user, I want to see where my files are, who is storing them, how well have they been stored so far. The second aspect is less about storage explorer, but more about visualizing the infrastructure of Filecoin as a whole. So we have a lot of monitoring tools showing how fast blocks have propagated, or how healthy is the PubSub network. But here, what I'm trying to push people to think about is that because we have public infrastructure, we can have public monitoring tools. Imagine if you work in a cloud company. In a cloud company, you must have some monitoring tools for your own cloud company. But instead of these tools being private to the company, these tools are, in the Filecoin case, completely public. So it would be great to have tools where anyone can monitor the storage health, can storage the failures the miner are having, how much the network is growing, how much prices are changing, how well specific miners are doing, and in general also how much are these miners being rewarded. So it's not just about storage explorers, it's also about ways to visualize public infrastructure for storage. And the third item is that Filecoin is not just a cloud for storage, but it is a market for storage. So there are a lot of items that we could be visualizing through more traditional UX. So for example, order books. This is how much files you could be storing right now if you wanted to. What is the market depth for storage, and how often deals are being made? And this is a little UX that we made a while ago that you can find the video online, and it was based on an early prototype. But I look forward for having more of these experiments on Filecoin. The one particular UX that I would like to describe is something that was built by several community members, and it's SpaceGap. SpaceGap is all open source, and you can find it at spacegap.github.io. SpaceGap is a website that tries to be a storage explorer more than a block explorer. So the homepage, I took screenshots. We will hopefully you can go and explore the storage blockchain of Filecoin later on. But the first page shows some standard metrics very similar to other block explorers, but this is focusing more on storage. So how much new storage, how many miners, but also more specifically, if a miner wants to add a new sector, what is the pledge? In Filecoin, the pledge is the amount of collateral that they will have to put in order to store a sector. And how much would be the reward for a sector? How much is the reward for how much is the reward in Filecoin per petabyte provided to the network? And also, what is the sector fault fee? If a miner fails to store a file or a sector is this container of several files, that's how much they, for one day, that's how much they would end up paying. And so hopefully with more work, this will be more user friendly, but it provides already some guarantees on how much the miner is willing to put at stake for storing your files. And on the other part, there is a list of miners, how many pre-commits, and pre-commit is the technical term for new storage to be onboarded that each miner has, and what is the available balance of each of these miners. And so with this tooling, what we're showing is that there is enough data on the blockchain for providing a very high level overview of the costs and storage being added through time. If you click on a particular miner, SpaceGap shows you more info about that particular miner. So for example, how much money do they have locked, how much money they're vesting, and how many more pre-commits they're planning to provide, and a lot of other details about how many faulty sectors does this miner have. And generally, you want to stay with a miner that has the least amount of faulty sectors, because faulty sectors means that your file is currently offline. There is more details about the miner, and some of these details are very peculiar, can be found on the blockchain, but you need to spend some more time to understand how to compute them. And there is one in particular here, which is what is the daily reward of the miner, what is the pledge that the miner has put as collateral, and also how many sectors the miner will have to lose in order to lose all the pledge. And that's called faults to debt. How many faults does the miner need to have in order to go in debt? So this miner has a lot of collateral, and so don't want to recommend any particular miner, but in general, a miner that has a lot of collateral is more likely to be thinking and working longer term because they have money at stake. Once you have a miner, you can see once you click on a miner, you can see also some parts of their storage. What you see in deadlines is every miner divides storage of a miner can be divided in 48 deadlines meaning the miner will have to prove storage 48 times per day. And here you can see visualized as 10 terabytes hard disks. Small, every rectangle there is an hard disk, and you can see this is how much storage this particular miner is storing. And what you see in red is sectors in that particular deadline that they're not currently storing, or that they have offline, or that they have not proven. What you can do, you can click on a particular deadline and you can see the history of this deadline. So how healthy was this particular deadline for this particular miner? And a deadline contains several sectors. And in here you can see a very small visualization of all the sectors in this particular deadline by this miner. And in here you can see that some sectors are black, which means they have completely been lost, and some sectors are red, meaning that they are currently not being proven. And what you can do, you can also click on that particular sector to get even more information about the data. And that's the Storage Explorer aspect. And this one, very briefly, I want to touch on the market aspect. SpaceGap does it a little bit poorly. There is more to improve there, but it shows how many deals have been done so far, what is the collateral put to back these deals, but also there is a list of what is the price that miners are offering for their storage. A much better service was done by Codify with the service called Storage, and they list every miner that is offering storage at a particular price and in their reputation. Similarly to SpaceGap, reputation can be can be built in different ways, and I hope that there will be a plethora of services assigning different types of reputation to miners. And all of this data can be taken. The important aspect here is that this data can be taken from the blockchain. And so just by seeing how often a miner has been taking deals, how often the miner has respected the deals being taken, we can craft very interesting scores or reputation system. And how do we go around doing this? SpaceGap and storage from Codify and all the other systems are built from the Filecoin blockchain. And one way to get data from the blockchain is by running the Lotus node, which is the official client for Filecoin. There are many other, several other clients that you can use, but the one I know and use often is Lotus, that has a specific RPC APIs. And so you can query live the node and get data about the state. And then there is a state diff that offers GraphQL APIs, and some people do prefer to use that type of syntax. And also some block explorer are offering these APIs. If you want to learn more about how we built SpaceGap and state diff, there is a full talk by Will and I. And thank you. I hope that this will be at least useful to think about the Filecoin blockchain, not really as a blockchain where there are transactions, but is a blockchain where there are files being stored, miners putting collateral at risk, and users on the other side, they want to make sure that they're storing their file at the cheapest price with the best miners. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Awesome. So that was a super interesting overview on SpaceGap, and to supplement that video and SpaceGap overview, I want to welcome Michael Zargam, who is the CEO and founder of Block Science, and he'll be able to share more comments on the marketplace. Michael, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. So I'm going to probably bring us upstack a little bit. Not only does the Filecoin network store a large amount of data, but it actually produces a large amount of data. And we talked a bit about all of that highly heterogeneous distributed data about operators and markets, et cetera, that's available. And in this talk, we're going to briefly look at how we can put that data to work to make a sort of richer, healthier ecosystem. So With that, we're going to talk about quality metrics and reputation. So just keep in mind that when we go to put data to work to actually make decisions, there's a lot of processes that happen after you get the raw data. So we saw an example of how various tools will actually collect this highly rich, low-level data. And we want to start to think about how we can take it to the level where we can interpret and make actions. And when I say we, I don't mean Filecoin itself. I actually mean the participants in the ecosystem. And what's tricky about this is in your sort of traditional sort of Web 2 or corporate setting, there are highly specialized teams that develop and maintain the data infrastructure, especially when it's the scale of the infrastructure used to monitor data coming off of the Filecoin network. And what I'd like to talk about is how we can actually realize that on this public data, on this maintenance and monitoring problem associated with the Filecoin ecosystem at large. So in particular, we're going to focus on interpret and act, since we got to look already at data being collected, cleaned, joined, and enriched. What we do in order to better understand what's going on is look at the way that the information flows from its sort of low-level data up through more advanced concepts related to the quality metrics, and not just the instantaneous values of those quality metrics, but sort of aggregations and estimations over time. So this particular diagram is a flow created by one of the block science researchers, Danilo. He's been working on a bunch of Filecoin metric research with us. And what we're seeing is the way the individual metrics in the middle, and these are examples, would feed into various use cases or decision-making problems that are related to the operation and consumption of the services on the Filecoin network, whether those are storage clients buying service contracts with miners, or whether these are lenders or insurers in the emerging Filecoin markets to help cover the collateral aspects. So we kind of highlight at least a few different decision-making problems that we're going to be expecting participants in this ecosystem to experience, that we should see being made in a data-driven way. So lenders are making decision about how much to lend based on maybe the deal verification status of miners who they would be lending Filecoin to. We can imagine the emergence of underwriters who actually underwrite those loans to make sure that these lending providers actually have their risk managed properly. I think a standard case would be storage clients deciding which miners to work with and say what they're willing to pay for those services. And we can even look at miners looking to improve their ROI by better understanding how to manage their computational and financial resources. Kind of within this whole environment, we would expect all of these use cases to emerge, and actually to emerge individually. And there's a sort of interesting phenomena where no one party owns the data infrastructure at the data storage level, or even at the sort of data interpretation level. And so what we hope to see is a growing provider basis for these types of analytics. One example is a reputation score. And we put a lot of effort into making sure that reputation isn't sort of a God's eye, this is your credit score, and if you do badly, you're doomed, because that can be a little bit overly deterministic, and it can cause someone who has a bad score maybe to never be able to do anything again. But in this case, we're looking at the scores as something that changes over time, and that which scores matter might depend on the use case. So in this simple example, where Alice is a service provider and Bob is a service consumer, Bob might actually care about different quality metrics depending on what that service is. And so if this is a consumer of basically a client who's going to consume storage, maybe they in that storage is maybe small, they care mostly about the retrieval time and the likelihood of their deal termination and the uptime. So they weight those things accordingly, and we can actually look at a mixture of a set of quality metrics. And part of the reason this is so important is because as an architecture, it's like a little bit more intersubjective. Yeah, okay, we have some low-level facts, but the way that we aggregate them up to make a decision might depend a lot on the context of that decision. This is an inherently more decentralized approach to monitoring analytics. And what we find then is a lot of the important compression of the low-level information happens at the design of quality metrics. And one can use this highly detailed data that comes from the various explorers that people within the ecosystem are building, like this example from SpaceGap. to roll up to these sort of these various quality metrics, such as a reliability measure that might have some nuance into how we aggregate information over space and time. But as long as we have a well-defined and sort of even provable reference for how we built the metric, people can decide for themselves whether or not they want to use that metric as part of the reputation score that they use to make decisions about their operations within the network. And so I want to wrap up by looking at all ways some of these things could fit together. We have these low-level ecosystem operations, data collection, aggregation, and computation of quality metrics. And we can see how that might feed into these reputation scores, which might actually be provided by many different service providers, as well as other kinds of operational performance metrics, which might not be interpretable as reputation, but feed into a wide range of optimization algorithms, discovery platforms, or credit ratings used to actually serve the end users in the Filecoin network, whether they're consuming applications or services. And to kind of connect back to what we've heard earlier, this is really what's going to drive end use by people who don't necessarily need to understand the low-level details about the Filecoin network, but they can still trust it to provide them services. They make decisions to use and participate in that network, and that drives outcomes. New observations are made in the low-level data, and it finds its way back up to the top again. And so we have an inherently iterative system, even when everyone is not trying to fulfill all the parts. So I invite the people in this this summit to really think about where they can best provide or participate in this ecosystem. So thank you very much, and have a good event.
Michael, thank you so much for that talk. We'll have a few opportunities to ask you questions later on after a few other talks, but we'll get back to you with a few questions, and really appreciate you sharing your thoughts on this.
Thank you.
So next up, we have James. James is the co-founder of Dharma Capital, and he will be talking about asset swaps for miners. I'm particularly excited about learning more on this topic, so I'll let James kick it off and tell us everything about this area. Welcome, James.
Hi there. Great to be here. And I just want to share, it's really just more of a quick awareness for miners that what Dharma Capital has done is we've created we reference is basically a Filecoin asset swap, and it enables miners, both large and small, to be able to gain access to the token and really basically avoid some of the very extremely high lending rates and borrowing market. And just a very quick intro, Dharma Capital, digital asset risk management advisors. We are a commodity pool operator and commodity trading advisor, as well as a swap firm. So that means that we're registered with the CFTC and a member of the NFA. And basically what we do within the ecosystem, we obviously have a significant asset management side of the business, but we also look to create different kinds of innovative financial products to help the participants either hedge out their risk or gain access like this to different assets. Just to make sure everybody kind of knows what is a swap, really, all it is a derivative contract that two counterparties enter into, and they'll exchange either cash flows or assets. And it's really just almost a balancing at all times. And as I was saying, today the market has essentially ranged from being able to borrow Filecoin at 1% a day or annual or even 100% annualized. And to help the ecosystem grow, we worked with Protocol Labs, the foundation, just to be able to provide this kind of offering where I would just say it's a below market offering, just to encourage more growth and more capacity. And so what I thought I'd do is really just call it, what are those pertinent terms? What does that swap look like? So that for any of the miners that out there that are interested, this may be an option to help them. And so typically, what that swap looks like is the duration is 6 months. We are looking at extending that out. We understand that there's some issues for miners on being able to carry the assets for a longer term and being able to earn more tokens. And so that over that 6-month period, what we do is we basically use a reference rate to get to what is our dollar value of the swap. Basically, we call that the notional amount. And that notional amount is then the driver for us to figure out how much assets are we putting out there, right? So we may, for instance, we would have a notional, let's say the notional amount is $100,000, fairly small transaction size. And what we do is we offer out, let's say that 5,000 or so Filecoin, and against a certain percentage of other collateral. And that collateral either be USDC, Ether, Bitcoin, just a very hyper liquid asset that we can then take on. And essentially what we do then is we enter into this swap, and every 2 weeks we rebalance. So similar to if somebody's ever done a collateral loan, this is the same idea, right? That we're always making sure that we're in balance, and our collateral ranges are from 100% collateral up to 150% collateral. So again, if it was 150%, it would just be 100,000 in Filecoin versus $150,000 in any of the acceptable collateral side of things. This rebalancing that occurs every 2 weeks, essentially what we do is we take those assets, mark to market them, and we include any of the interest cost of the carry to be able to then have that in balance. The idea of this, obviously crypto assets move a lot more than being able to just rebalance every 2 weeks. We understand that this isn't something that a miner's business is to constantly go through a rebalancing process, and so we're taking on that larger time frame gap to basically just be able to say, okay, here we know that this is more of a facility than a true lending exposure. The interest rates that we charge, again, it ranges by, obviously, if we have more collateral, it's more security, so we have a lower rate. The interest rates are essentially have ranged between 13% and I believe up to 27%. Again, if somebody was posting, 140, 150%, then, we're obviously on that lower end of the facility. We also, just to set up the swap facility, we charge 50 basis points, and that's basically just to put the contract in place, and then have an ongoing cadence for the swaps. All of the swaps, they are basically, the documentation is generated and referenced off of an ISDA master agreement. ISDA stands for the International Swap Dealers Association, and essentially it's a standardized agreement that most institutions in the world use when entering into a swap. So all we're doing is obviously changing some of the terms or the underlying asset. And the requirement for us to participate with a miner is that they're a eligible contract participant. It's referenced as an ECP. And this is, I would basically just say, akin to being an accredited investor. It is a little bit different, but it essentially is to say, here is an understanding of investing assets, as well as then a dollar of net worth. And what we do with all of our swap transactions then is that they go through what's called a swap data repository. We use the CME, which is a very large exchange in the US. They also act as this SDR. And what that means is all of those swaps that we generate go through them, and then those get funneled into our regulator, which is the CFTC. And that kind of gives an umbrella of really what are those specific areas. All of the talks earlier, and I assume that after this, are really going to are parts of what help us support how much Filecoin are we lending out to each of the miners. So as I said, that what we typically do is we enter into 5,000 Filecoin swaps at a time. And we may do that with a counterparty a few times, even just after a couple of days. And the idea is to track what their growth rate is, what their capacity is, what the impact of us giving that little bit of tokens to then continue on to provide them that type of service. And so we're just looking at it as, do we see them acting as a good actor or a bad actor, right? If it's essentially us lending out tokens to a miner, but then they just use that to sell in the open market, that doesn't really help facilitate what our support within the community. And so then we would just pull it back. And obviously on the other end of that, those good actors, that's where we really look to forge a great relationship to figure out how can we help support more. What else can we do? So all of those metrics of tracking and reputation are really, for us, we're looking forward to more and more of those to be able to support our decision making. And then I would also just say that as we've been doing this, it's been great. We've forged a bunch of new relationships with existing miners, and understanding what is their business model, how does this work, and what kinds of risks are out there. I basically had my first in-person meeting in the last 6 months, 2 days ago, with a large miner who basically we started to kick around the idea of how could we hedge out gas risk for them. And so I think it's really more to say that we're just trying to figure out of how do we help at least one eliminate this type of issue for the miners, or at least reduce that, and obviously reducing the volatility of what that cost is helps them run their business. And I also look forward to working with the different groups to really encourage what I would call just a small miner initiative, and supporting larger miners on building their business. So and if any of the miners or people have questions on this, I encourage you to reach out. We can be reached at info@dharma.capital, and happy to go through any of those things for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that, James. It's interesting to see how you do this with all these participants, and also within the regulatory framework. So we'll wait for more questions at the end of this segment. If we are running a little bit behind, so we don't have time, we'll have you be redirected to the chat so you can answer those questions directly over text. So with that, I want to welcome the next talk, and that is Corbin Page and Mike Alonso. They'll be talking about Codify storage and how they're bridging this with DeFi. Corbin leads the product at Codify, and Mike is the lead architect. And they both are at Consensus. And I'll let Corbin and Mike talk about the DeFi bridge and Codify storage. Welcome both.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Kartik. And hi, everyone. Excited to be chatting with you here today. I'm going to start us off and provide some context for the Codify projects that we built out in partnership with Filecoin, and then we'll turn it over to Mike to give a demo. So for those of you that don't know, Consensus is one of the largest blockchain companies in the world. You might have heard of some of our products, Truffle's development tools, Infura's dev infrastructure, MetaMask wallet, and then Mike and I are representing Codify today that builds all the financial applications that Consensus ships out. And so as part of Codify, if you go to the next slide, Mike, we build tools to tokenize assets. We build swaps. Mike, do you mind? There we go. We build tokenization products. We build swaps products. We build all types of data feeds so that you can get access to this new DeFi financial system that's emerging on Ethereum. As part of this initiative, this actually falls under our networks module, where we help new decentralized networks get off the ground, right? We're heavily invested in not only the DeFi space, but also Web3 kind of proliferation. And so Codify specifically built two applications that Mike's going to take you through here. The first is the storage application, which we really want to get to better price discovery for the storage market today. In its infancy, any kind of new market is always kind of struggling to figure out the actual, the best price and how the market segments between Filecoin Plus versus Filecoin, how reputation and miner history plays into that. And so with our storage product, what we're really trying to do is provide a tool to the ecosystem to help push us down to help accelerate that price discovery process. The second one, DeFi Bridge, is all about bridging the Filecoin token itself to the growing financial infrastructure that's being built on Ethereum. There are all types of spot markets, derivatives markets, lending markets that are emerging on the Ethereum mainnet. And we particularly wanted to get Filecoin access to the decentralized lending markets that are happening over there. And Mike's going to show you how we've tokenized Filecoin and how we're going to get it into a lending and borrowing market, likely on Aave later on this year. So take it away, Mike. Let's show them.
Thank you, Corbin. So first, storage. So you've probably seen it around in Slack, in the Protocol Labs channels. But we launched with price discovery, storage provider reputation, deal history, and some top network metrics, and everything's accessible via API. We want to go ahead and expand that to retrieval markets, client bids, have gateway support for clients to use it, and then get a more richer, robust API set through GraphQL. And what you see on the right is an example of it. And I'll click through some of it next. Looks like my slides are delayed. There we go. So one of the big things in storage is reputation. And so they're made up of 4 components, which is storage size or capacity, the number of faults you have, general pricing on storage, and the number of successful deals. And something to note is that reputation is an evolution for us. We are in the Slack channels, we are seeing the comments, we are taking notes, and we're seeing what's going to respond to the community, what you, the storage providers, want. And we're going to evolve reputation iteratively and seeing what responds best for everyone. And so with reputation, here's a breakdown more of how we get it. When we were building this, we wanted to keep in mind that there are smaller players in the space that are providing storage, and the storage is important for the community and for Filecoin. So we want to capture the smaller players as well as the larger players that have a lot of storage capacity. And so with that, we've kind of come up with a robust reputation metric. And so first, it's ask price, which is 15% of the weight out of 100. And basically, you can think of it as tranches of how below are you from the median price. And so, for example, if you're 10% below the price, you'll get some kind of points. And if you're 20% or 100 or 50% from the median, you'll get a maximum of 15 points or so. Next is active deals, and it's just a raw score of number of active deals from 1 through a maximum of 15. This is something that we are going to iterate for sure, and putting more of a weight towards client verified deals. And next is power, and how power we did was we assigned buckets of storage capacity and assigned points to those buckets, because As you know, bytes are very dynamic and they're very large magnitudes between a gigabit, a terabit, and a pepibit. And so we want to reward smaller miners that aren't hitting the threshold to become a miner, but they're still providing storage by giving them easy points that they can hit on the board. And as they ramp up more storage capacity, they can get more of those points. So as you add more storage, it gets more difficult to get the next point in reputation. And finally, faults are the heaviest penalized of them all. It's 50 points for 0 faults and 25 points for 1 fault. And if you have a lot of faults, you're going to get 0 points. So really harping on the idea that having 0 faults is really good for a miner. And so quickly, I'm going to show you what this looks like. And so this is storage. You can come on by storage.codify network. See the total network power and depth and the median price. Depth is a measure of how much storage capacity is within 5 to 10% of the median price. And so right now we have 171 pebibits. And if you scroll through, you can see miners, their reputation. We can see view details. We can see there that this miner has no published deals, but they are committing some amount of terabits to the network. And then clients can come on, make a proposal. This price is already pulled from the miners ask their query price. So you can suggest a lower price, but it's probably not going to get accepted. You can choose your start date of some storage. So I can go ahead here and do some date in the future. Put in my data CID, and then I can go ahead and copy this directly into the Lotus command line. So it's pretty simple, but we're trying to make this a little bit more robust for users with a kind of a gateway portal to actually get storage on Filecoin and retrieve it. So that is storage. Now I want to move on to DeFi Bridge. And so Bridge really is our cross-chain hub for between Filecoin and Ethereum. So you can imagine you can take your Filecoin and convert it to wrapped Filecoin using a Ren VM, which is kind of our partner here. And you can take this wrapped Filecoin on Ethereum and do things with it like lend, borrow, participate in the DeFi marketplace. And this app is open to any user, and you can come check us out at bridge.codify.network. And so it really is easy to use DeFi Bridge. You send fill to a deposit address, wait for confirmations, and then you receive your rent fill. And then vice versa, if you are a storage provider and you're looking for to borrow Filecoin at reasonable rates, the DeFi space allows you to do that. And that's really the big value prop, is that we can go ahead and borrow fill or rent fill on using DeFi on decentralized marketplaces, and then convert it from rent fill back to Filecoin, and you can use it for your storage needs without really putting too much exposure to your capital or having any capital exposure to any of your assets. And so what you can do with it, again, is lend, borrow, participate in liquidity pools, and do some arbitrage if you are a DeFi super user. And so I'm going to show you how this works now. So I am on DeFi Bridge, and for this to work, I have a MetaMask wallet for Ethereum, and you can get one through metamask.io. I know a lot of blockchain people are familiar with this, but to use this, you'll need a MetaMask wallet or a wallet through Wallet Connect. And the other thing you're going to need is a Glyph wallet. So you can get this through Glyph.io. They are really handy tools to help us through this process. So shout out to Glyph.io. So I'm going to go ahead and make a conversion. So I'm going to say I want one fill to convert to rent fill. Here's the conversion fee, and this is the estimated amount that I'll receive. Again, just saying, hey, we're going to confirm these conversion details, one fill, perfect. And so what you see here is a deposit address and a transaction payload. You need both to make this conversion possible. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'm going to go to Glyph. I'm going to go ahead and copy this to address. I'm going to go to send. I'm going to put this right in the recipient. I'm going to hit next. I'm going to do 1.0 fill. And this is where the parameters are necessary. So you can insert them here. So we're going to go back to bridge, copy this. And here are my parameters. Now MJV, and MJV, we got the correct parameters. So I'm going to go ahead and select next. It's going to give us a transaction fee. We're going to say, okay, this looks good for me. I'm going to go ahead and send it. And I can check here on the transaction. And once this gets populated, we'll see it on DeFi Bridge. So right here, what's happening in the background is we have a node that's basically looking for any incoming transactions at this deposit address. And they're specifically looking for this transaction payload, kind of just the parameters that says, hey, this verifies that I sent this fill to this address. And look out for this one. So what's going on is just looking out this specific method of send, and with this payload attached to the send message. And once we start getting a confirmation, we'll see it populating here in the deposit status window. So I'm going to go ahead and check our fill. And there it is. So 1 out of 200 confirmations, and it's received 1 fill, and we're just waiting for confirmations. And so this process will take a while. It'll take about a little over an hour and a half to do, because we need to make sure that all the Filecoin confirmations are completed, and then we can go ahead and mint Renfill. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I've already completed this process already. And here is, I have it on a different browser, but I'm going to go ahead and refresh this so you see what happens. So I came back, let's say I'm a user, I came back after my 200 confirmations, and I see that we're ready to go. It has been confirmed. We're submitting the transaction to Ren, and we're getting a signed object to basically allow us to mint Renfill. So I'm going to go ahead and click confirm on my MetaMask. And we can see the conversion is complete. So if I go to Etherscan, I can see, well, apparently the Ethereum network is doing the Ethereum network thing, and it's going to take forever. But you will see that you'll have your Renfill in your wallet as an ERC20 token. And really, that's as simple as it is. And then you can go ahead and go back from Renfill to Filecoin, and you can enter an amount. I don't have any Renfill currently because I just created it. But you can enter your amount, enter your Fill wallet address, and then do the process in reverse. It's actually much more simpler to go from Renfill to Filecoin, but it takes probably about 20 minutes to do so rather than the hour and a half to create it in the first place. So come check it out. There's currently already markets on DeFi, on Uniswap to as a liquidity pool to transfer between Ether and Renfill, and you can participate in those pools as well. And so that is us. And we really appreciate you coming and checking us out. And please, if you have any feedback or want any features, go ahead and click on that support button on the bottom and just put your name and your email and put an address. Like if you want more memes, put I want more memes, and just add one of your features that whatever you think is best for you. So we're really looking to build out and support more of the features that you want. So we want to listen from you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks all.
Amazing. Mike Corbin, thank you so much for that. That was a really cool demo. It's always fun to see live demos, and this one, especially being on mainnet, just made it even better. So thanks for this. I'll definitely check this out after today. I did not know I could do this thing on mainnet right now, so this is great. Perfect. So with that, we are ready to move on to our next talk. We kind of heard about asset swap markets with James just before this, but on a similar theme, we have Lester Lee, who is the investment director of Huobi, and he'll be talking about collateral loan markets at Huobi. So please welcome Lester, and I'll let you kick off with your talk.
Hello. Yep. So, hi everyone. I'm Lester Lee. So I come from Huobi, and let me start my screen sharing also. So I think you could see my screen, right?
Everything is great.
Great. Let me put it the whole screen. So I'm Lester Lee. So right now I'm responsible for the hobby strategic investment in hobby. And I used to also based in London, used to run the hobby institutional business for the last 2 years in London also. Yeah. And right now, currently, as we just launched, we do the Hobby Filecoin Incubation Center and Investment Fund with Protolab. So I'm also responsible for the investment in the Filecoin. But my talk will basically cover more from the lending side. And I think later tonight, as in at 9 p.m. something, our Chief Investment Officer Sharon Wu will cover the investment side. If you are interested how we will invest in Filecoin, maybe you could later listen to her talk. So here's my agenda, right? So I will first talk about why Hobby good as a company ourselves is will have a good track record to be the good lending provider. Yeah, and then I will talk about how we do the HFIL lending service in the DeFi. We're also doing the similar bridge function for the Filecoin. Yeah, then we will also talk about how in the future we will try to do a Filecoin centralized lending service also. Yeah. Yeah, so easily go over about what is Hobby Good, I think, in case some people don't know. We launched Hobby, we are actually a spot exchange launched in 2013 September. So we are, I think we are the one of the exchange with the longest history in the Asia. Yeah. And then during in the past more than 7 years, we have been continuing operation from a fiat exchange, then come to crypto exchange, and then in 2018 we have the biggest OTC market in the Asia, and then the derivative exchange. And currently we expand our business to not just exchange, we also have wallet, mining pool, investment fund, and a lot of things. I think we are quite big and being in the field for a really long time. Yeah. Yeah, so to give a more concrete number about us, why we are good for that, I think it's like usually right now our exchange daily spot 21 it will be 1 to 3 billion, and daily derivative volume will be 3 to 10 billion. So we are in the coin market cap, I think both sides we are the second biggest in the market. Yeah, and we have also a lot of trust from the community also. I think usually our client asset in our exchange will usually run up to 10 billion. Yeah, and for our user, usually we have a registered user more than I think 50 million, and our daily active user usually have around 150K, and a monthly active user usually go around 500K. Yeah. And some track record I think we can show is like first we have serve client in more than 130 countries. Second, I think we quite have a global office in more than 15 country or area, and you could always find some of our hobby exchange office in different country, and actually reach them or set up meeting physically in different our office. Yeah, we can easily mention in China we have 5 offices, then including Hong Kong, and then we have office in Korea, Japan, Singapore, and London, Gibraltar, San Francisco, yeah, and also Middle East and South America also, yeah. And I think globally our strategy is quite embracing the regulation also. So we are one of the 16 licensing in Japan, yeah, and also in Hong Kong, Singapore we are applying the license. In London, in Europe we have the Gibraltar DLT license also, yeah. In US we have some MSP license and trust license also. And I think we also have the 7-year track record that no matter from exchange side or lending side, we don't have a serious hacker issue. And I think our total trading volume already go beyond $2 trillion dollars. Yeah. Finally, we also usually have for the lending business, we have been running all the crypto lending business for like a few years, and usually right now have outstanding lending usually around $1 billion US dollar. Yeah. So we have super sufficient operation experience in both the retail and institutional lending. Yeah. So then come back, other than the track record, why we are good to be a lending operator, and then we can do what we do in the Filecoin lending. So I think at the beginning, Asia is the biggest miner community for the Filecoin network. Yeah, so we find the problem in the beginning is like a lot of the top miner, they come to us, it's like they lack of Filecoin token to mining. Yeah, and lot of them Filecoin mining machine we may idle because they don't have enough Filecoin token to deposit and collateral. And also we find in the market, in the another side is like a lot of Filecoin token holder, they wish to lend out safely, but they worry about people will use the lending function to shorting it. So come to this few problem. We first at the beginning, I think it's 1 month ago, we are the first one launched the Filecoin bridge, also the Filecoin lending in the DeFi world, I think. Yeah, so we believe that as what the last panel is like, we believe the DeFi lending protocol could create a lending market for Filecoin. So that's why we think we could create a Filecoin ERC20 token each field, and then each field will backed by one Filecoin, right? And so we believe at least that will help the lender and broker safely make a deal in the DeFi protocol. Yeah. So that's how the process, but different from the run field, our process is more exchange based. So usually if you want to have the H field, first it's like you deposit the Filecoin to our exchange, Hobby exchange. And of course you need to have a account in Hobby exchange at the beginning. And then you go to the normally the token withdrawal page for the Filecoin. And then in that withdrawal page, you will have two options. You could either withdraw the normal Filecoin, or another one you can withdraw the H field. Yeah, so when you withdraw the H field, it will automatically mean the ERC20 token H field. So usually you don't need to wait or something. And then after you withdraw your H field to your own wallet address, and then you deposit the H field into the DeFi protocol, then you do the lending or borrowing. And then the market, the player, the people who want to borrow, they can after you depositing DeFi protocol, they could borrow the H field in that protocol with the market rate. And after people have borrow the H field, if they want to turn it back into Filecoin, they just deposit the H field coin into the Hobby exchange and then withdraw field. Then they get back, and then they will use that to collateralize and doing the mining. Yeah, so basically this is the step by step. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I did not do the demo, but I just do the slideshow. So yeah, this is the one of the screenshot. Is like when you see the Filecoin, you have the withdraw function. In the withdraw function, you can withdraw the H file. There are two options, the field and the field. As long as you withdraw the H field and put the address amount you want, you get. Yeah. Then the field is like, for example, if you go to some protocol that supports field, borrow, and lending, like Fortune, and then you can see the how to deposit it and come out also. So currently, the actual data I just screenshot a few hours ago is like, as you can see, right now the API for this HFL landing is like 50%, 50%, and the API is 27%. It means people borrowing the HFL in the annual rate like 27%. Yeah, and there, as you see, the market right now in the 40 itself only, the 40 already have total deposit like one, yeah, 13,000 HFL token there, and already have like almost borrow like 9,000 almost there. Yeah, and still have a 4,000 inventory. So they have a inventory limit. So we can see the huge demand already reaching the 60% maximum LTV. Yeah. So I think the market is still have a huge demand for Filecoin demand in the Asia community. Yeah, we talked to the top player, the top mining machine pool in China, Asia. A lot of them, we still think that at least have a few hundred, almost will be reach like 100 million market size in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I think in the future, we will still in the DeFi landing side, we'll persuade more DeFi protocol to support the Filecoin landing. I think, yeah. And also building on the community, like why people is safe to use Filecoin to doing the landing abroad in the DeFi. Yeah. And we also will continue to be the liquidity provider and how we can make the market have a better rate for no matter the banking and lending and the borrowing also. Yeah, but as we go through the DeFi lending and borrowing, we see there's still one problem they have not solved. It's like in the DeFi field, you could not control those people borrow the Filecoin to shorting the Filecoin token itself, right? So we think about, okay, could we do a lending service that could only allow people to borrow Filecoin that will use for mining? They're not used for trading, right? If for that, then maybe a lot of Filecoin community key player will wish to lend out more, right? Because I don't think the community will wish to see people borrow a lot of Filecoin and then sell it in the chain. So that's why we also come to the idea that we think we should do the centralized lending service for the Filecoin also. Yeah. So right now we are kind of preparing for this new platform, centralized. Yeah. So I think in the future we will provide a centralized lending platform. We will create a system that it will ensure all the Filecoin lend out. We will be locked in the working account that will only use for the Filecoin mining. Yeah, and people can track and see from the on-chain data that all the Filecoin you lend out will be collateralized and used for mining new Filecoin. Yeah, and in the same time, we could be the intermediate that all the lender could choose not to take any risk and could also set up the fixed term or rate with us, yeah, to make all the lending out much easier. Yeah, and our exchange will be running responsible for all the due diligence and risk control. As we mentioned, we have super large balance sheet and we have super large P&L and we have super experience in the past few years. They're running more than 1 billion centralized lending in crypto assets. So I think we already have the team, we already have those risk control experience. So we are confident that we are you could count on us on doing this. Yeah, and also from the compliance side, we will also only work provide this service to those countries that is compliant with the local regulation. I think one key thing is that in most countries we embrace the local regulation. We try to get the license in different country. Yeah. And so I think that we can also solve another problem in the DeFi protocol. We could, rather than the DeFi protocol, we could provide even a larger amount lending or borrowing, no matter it's like which like 100 million or a few million, we still feel quite comfortable about it. Yeah. And we have not yet sold the demo for decentralized lending. Usually will be like OTC lending. So that this service will most basically more case by case service. Yeah, I think in the future come out we will provide more information. We expecting this centralized lending will come out in Q1, just a few months later. Yeah, we are still in the process doing all the paperwork from all the regulation and compliance side, how we decide the paperwork, how we do the due diligence with the local miner in the issue. Yeah, and how we do the due diligence when if the miner is in different area also. Yeah, so I think basically that's the two lending solution within we could help the community to build up the Filecoin network. Yeah, and yeah, and to be honest, it's like as our main business still the trading business. For when we do the lending business, we more think from the strategic perspective. Yeah, because the lending revenue will not be the key revenue for hobby. So we do this is hopefully cool. We think Filecoin will kind of be the key project for the whole blockchain industry. Yeah, it's especially from the storage side. So when we come to think about the financial side of Filecoin ecosystem, we feel there will more potential come out. Yeah, but this more yeah. So in the full perspective, we think in the future, as long as the Filecoin ecosystem become bigger, the financial perspective of it will grow bigger also. So we think I personally think this is will fall on the four perspective, right? First is the trading side, like we believe Filecoin could help make more internet and storage assets could be traded by this system. Like in the future, it's so hard to trade a storage place in the internet. Right? And right now we could trade in a decentralized ways and even token way. Yeah, and also in the lending from our experience, as one ecosystem going up, first the token lending market will become bigger. That's first one. The second one is like in the mining perspective, a lot of mining pool or mining factory, they will also come out to the lending and borrowing of those machines, right? Collateralize their machine to borrow more working capital for the expanding their pool or just paying their electricity fee, something like that. Yeah. And the third more future thing is like in the future, maybe they will come out interest market for Filecoin, something like that. But still, we still think this will be much longer way. And also the derivative side is like we have not yet on we believe kind of as the ecosystem grow bigger, derivative trading will come to also. Even though right now it's still quite early, but I think as it become bigger, that the derivative side will also naturally come up. Yeah. And yeah, and the insurance side thing even longer. It's like just my personal guessing. Right now it's like maybe there will be an insurance service in the Filecoin system in the future also. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe it's too long or too short. So I think basically in the future, if you have interesting, you could reach me in LinkedIn, Lester Howderly, or you could just email us in this file called incubation@hoppy.com. Yeah. And so I think in the Filecoin ecosystem, we both believe in no matter trading. Yeah, we are exchange, right? And then in this lending, we also support, and also we have the 10 million Filecoin ecosystem investment fund also. So I think in the future, no matter you want to do which business, you could reach us, and we are happy to support all the Filecoin ecosystem well. Yeah. And I also appreciate the time that the community gave me to share this info. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, so it's quite early, 6 a.m. in China time. Yeah, thank you.
Lester, thank you so much for doing this talk. There's a super set of interesting predictions that that you kind of made here, and I hope that they come true and the Filecoin ecosystem realizes to its full potential on these markets. So thanks again for not only just going over the whole hobby playing on this, but also being open to doing this thing this early in your time zone. So with that, we are ready to move on to our next talk. And I'm super excited to welcome Matthew, who is going to be talking about the dynamics of Filecoin borrowing markets. Matthew is the head of financial products at CoinList, and please welcome him. And I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say on how CoinList thinks about this.
Thank you very much, Kartik. Hi, everyone. So yeah, my name is Matthew Chobi-Duval. I work at CoinList, and there I look after trading and financial products. So let's waste no time and dive right in. I'm going to share my presentation here. All right. So today I was invited by Protocol Labs to talk about Filecoin borrowing market dynamics, something that Lester just touched upon. And so I'm going to give you a CoinList perspective, really on the US side of the world. So before I dive in, a quick note on CoinList. Maybe not all of you are familiar with the firm. So at a high level, CoinList manages token sales, organizes token distributions and custody, and then allows for secondary trading of such tokens. So how is CoinList involved in the Filecoin ecosystem? It might be obvious for a huge exchange such as Huobi, less so for a smaller company such as us. CoinList organized the fundraise of Filecoin about 3 years ago. So we organize all the fundraise, the investments and the SAFTs. And we also were contracted by Protocol Labs later on to organize the distribution of the Filecoin tokens, which means in practice that on mainnet day, when the SAFTs became Filecoin tokens, a large majority of early investors chose to receive those Filecoin tokens directly in their CoinList wallet. All these investors had already KYC'd and onboarded with CoinList 3 years prior because we ran the sale. So it was extremely simple for them to just come over and receive the Filecoin tokens in their CoinList wallet. So what does this mean in practice? It means that CoinList is going to oversee the distribution of 80 million Filecoin tokens between today and the end of the vesting period 3 years from now. About 80% of the entire Filecoin being distributed are going to be distributed in CoinList wallets directly. It also means in practice that as of today, there is a little more than 2 million Filecoin tokens currently sitting in our users' wallets, vested and fully liquid, either available for trading or for lending or just for safe custody. So that makes CoinList the largest custodian of Filecoin, of course, after Protocol Labs. We had been preparing for such a launch and for such an event for a long time. And we knew that after mainnet day, there would be a huge amount of interest from the borrower community to get access to Filecoin tokens, to borrow those tokens. And so CoinList being such a large holder via our users, of course, of Filecoin, it was our responsibility to make sure that that market demand was met with appropriate supply. So this is for the high-level overview of what CoinList is currently involved in this market. Now let's look a little deeper at the lending borrowing market of Filecoin and who does what. So first of all, who lends Filecoin? So up until today, we have limited the Filecoin lending product to two types of users: accredited investors, i.e. high net worth individuals, rich people, basically, and entities. Those entities are SPVs, family offices, venture capital firms, essentially who invested in Filecoin a while back, who were both lucky and smart 3 years ago, and who are now receiving large amount of Filecoin every single day, block by block. And there is a great news that I'm happy to share with you today, is that we are about to open Filecoin lending to everyone else on the platform. Anyone who holds one Filecoin on CoinList will be able to lend it. So many people are holding Filecoin right now and would like to lend them. Why would they want to lend? It's super simple. They just want to earn yield. More and more, in 2020 has been the year of DeFi, most certainly, and the year of yields. And people now expect to be earning an interest rate on any asset that they possess in crypto. And it's certainly true for Filecoin. However, this infrastructure and those yields do not come magically. It has to be paid by someone. It can either come from a liquidity pool in the DeFi case, or it can also come from a borrower, someone who actually needs the tokens. So let's look into the borrower population now. Who are they? It's a very diverse set of players. First among which, by far, are miners, mostly based in Asia. There is also liquidity providers, and finally, OTC desks. So completely different type of people, types of businesses. So why are these players looking to borrow Filecoin? And something that Lester touched upon just a moment ago. For miners, again, the need is coming from the fact that there is a requirement to collateralize their operation with Filecoin to be able to grow their operation. As Lester said, many machines are sitting idle, not being actually put on the network because there is no Filecoin to collateralize such machines. So for a miner, the requirement to borrow Filecoin is high because it allows him to grow his business. For liquidity providers and OTC desks, it's a little different. They use Filecoin either as working capital or as futures curve arbitrage opportunity. The working capital side of things is fairly easy to grasp. Filecoin is a very hot commodity at the moment. It's brand new. It's trading on a bunch of exchanges. It's one of the top 20 cryptocurrency. As a result, prices among platforms worldwide will vary. Bid-offer spreads will vary. For market makers and arbitrageurs to be able to capture the price differences of Filecoin between China, Australia, France, and the US, they need to have Filecoin working capital to be able to buy and sell at the same time. The futures curve arbitrage is a little more complex. I'm not going to get into it. If you're interested, we can get into that during the Q&A. That's about it for the very high picture of lender and borrower. So as I said, CoinList put together a marketplace about a month and a half ago to satisfy the need that borrowers had to borrow Filecoin and allow our lenders, CoinList users, to earn an interest rate on the Filecoin sitting in their wallets. So what does that marketplace look like? And what have we done so far? So we started, as I said, early November 2020. Up to today, we've transacted a little more than $20 million worth of Filecoin loans, sourced from more than 1,000 lenders. Now, I want you to keep in mind that up until today, these 1,000 lenders are by and large accredited investors. So of course, some entities in there, some family offices, but the lion's share of it is accredited investors. By allowing that population to be open to more retail users, we're going to drastically increase that number and increase the size of the loans that we're going to be able to close. For CoinList, the process is extremely efficient because the Filecoin is already in our custody. We only need to receive the Filecoin holder approval to lend such Filecoin and transfer the tokens around. Unlike other exchanges who need to receive the Filecoin or the user to buy the Filecoin, we are, by definition, the place where the Filecoin gets vested. So we are the #1 place where Filecoin really is being available. This is for the stat in the last, as I said, 60 days, give or take. Now, what does those loans look like? The loans economics are, for now, extremely simple. The loans are either 3 months or 6 months. This is mostly coming from the borrowers who don't necessarily want much shorter than that or much longer than that. For now, things can change and will change. They are fixed terms. Very important to stress that. It's a fixed interest rate on Filecoin. Why is it important for borrowers to have a fixed interest rate? Because they need to project their costs. It's very simple. The borrowing interest rate for a borrower is a cost, right? So either it's a cost of putting on a trade or a cost of collateralizing a rig, but at the end of the day, it's a cost that comes out just like any other cost. So if the interest rate is floating, such as what would be available via a DeFi implementation, it becomes a lot more complicated, because if tomorrow my APY can double, maybe I have no reason to borrow that Filecoin. So for miners especially, it's important to be able to project in the future with some sort of certainty the size and APY at which they will be able to borrow. We have an LTV requirement that is fairly high at 85%, meaning that if you borrow 85 worth of Filecoin, you need to deposit 100 of collateral. We accept Bitcoin, Ether, USDC, and USDT, and of course USD fiat. This number changes depending on the borrower we're facing, but usually 85% is the rough average that we've done so far. And finally, the APY, the interest rate at which the borrower takes the Filecoin, is best bid. What does that mean? So let's get into the details of the bidding process. Every Friday, CoinList offers a certain amount of Filecoin to our onboarded borrowers. So we receive interest from our lenders from Saturday to Friday. Our lenders raise their hand and say, hey, I want to lend my Filecoin for 3 months, for 6 months. And we raise notional, we raise notional and raise notional. And every Friday we put a clip on auction. It might be 100,000 Filecoin, or like today, we closed 400,000 Filecoin just this morning with a number of borrowers. So it depends on the Friday. Sometimes it's big, sometimes it's a little smaller, never less than 100,000 Filecoin though. The loan size, we don't have to lend everything to one borrower. A borrower can borrow just a small amount of Filecoin, but we set that minimum size at 30,000 Filecoin. As I said, the total available size, minimum 100K total, sometimes way more, rarely less. And finally, the process is the following. We ask borrowers to place their firm bids and their size on Friday morning, which is either Friday evening China time, Friday morning US time. So we ask them, how many Filecoin would you like to get for what kind of interest rate? Maybe 50K at 30%, maybe 80K at 45%. So we get an order book that is not transparent. It's fully controlled by CoinList, centralized. The idea here is that the best bid wins. So it's a price priority. So the person bidding the highest will get his size first, and then the second, and then the third. There is no last look. The process is fair. And we're not planning to productize this process because we're only dealing with, a dozen borrowers who anyway do not necessarily want to connect to a UI to run that process. They are happy to just transact directly OTC with us. So that is the rough overview of our product. Again, centralized, every Friday, a reasonable size of Filecoin going for auction. And if a borrower wants to participate, he first has to onboard with us, and then he will be in the process and be involved every Friday into that auction scenario. So finally, I want to talk quickly about the volatility of Filecoin APY. Protocol Labs asked me to touch upon the future for the Filecoin borrowing market, and the Filecoin interest rates has been extremely volatile. Here I graphed the synthetic APY on Filecoin. I extract this data from the futures curve and the spot curve on different derivatives exchanges. So importantly, this is not the historical APY that CoinList has transacted. This is the fair value in derivatives market, assuming you can access spot and futures. And again, something I can touch upon during the Q&A. But as you can see, it went from 250% in the first few weeks of launch to currently between 30 and 60% it's still extremely volatile. When you think that Bitcoin APY collateralized goes between 2 and 4% on any given year, sometimes spikes around 5 or 6, but rarely above that. So, if Bitcoin is the UST bill, then Filecoin would be the triple C bond of an automaker. Extremely volatile. The future, though, points towards stabilization, something that is fairly clear in that graph. Loans will, APY will end up stabilizing around a fair market value. Why should that be the case? Because there is going to be increased supply. Mathematically, every single day there is more vesting happening, more people taking their Filecoin and more people lending those Filecoins. As I said, we lent $20 million of Filecoin in the last 2 months. This is probably going to double in the next couple of weeks because there's just a lot of Filecoin being vested every single day. So that will mean normalization of APY, less stressful for borrowers, of course. The process will be smoother because there is less uncertainty around the volatility from a week to another. And finally, of course, DeFi involvement. We just had a representative from REN come and show us the wrap Filecoin that they have. There's other wrap Filecoin out there. It is very interesting in that it opens Filecoin yield opportunities to the broader market. However, there are two things. As Lester pointed out, it is by nature open and transparent, which means that people can use your Filecoin to speculate. But mostly, DeFi still has not completely sorted out the fixed versus floating interest rate conundrum, which is really not a matter of building a feature, but of fixing the way the smart contracts are built. And not fixing it. It's just the way smart contracts are working now. And you would need a centralized party to take on the fixed versus floating risk. So this is I reached my 15 minutes. So this is the end for me. Thank you very much for listening in, and hopefully I'll be talking to you during the Q&A.
Thank you so much. That's a super interesting overview in how CoinList does all of this behind the scenes. So really excited to kind of learn more. And I think there's a couple of questions already coming in on your talk. So we'll ask some of them right after the last talk for this segment. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Masa Kikuchi, who is working on secured finance. And interestingly, this was a project that came out of Hackafest over this summer from the hackathon ETH Global did. And Masa will be talking about the Filecoin investment opportunities using secured finance. So Masa, please welcome, and we'll let you kick off with your talk.
All right, let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Secured Finance co-founder and CEO Masa, and I go by Senshi online. I used to work in financial industry for more than 15 years, and I became blockchain engineer. Today, I'm going to talk about secured finance protocol and Filecoin investment opportunities. Before going to agenda, let me quickly talk about how we started. We started at Hackafest Hackathon this summer and got prizes from Protocol Labs and Ethereum Foundation. Now we are in Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator Program by Tachyon and aiming to mainnet launch in Q1 2021. Our purpose is to develop interbank-grade protocol for secure peer-to-peer financial transactions and to provide secure decentralized platform complying FATF rules for ML-CFT with DLT. Here's the agenda. I go through 4 topics. First, I'll introduce our finance protocol and show you some demo screen. Second, I'll talk about the limitation of current DeFi and provide solutions to it. And thirdly, I'll explain why Filecoin is an attractive investment. And lastly, I will introduce some of the interesting investment products for investors. Let me talk about secured finance. Our Chinese community member suggested to have this Chinese name. Secured means collateralized, and we develop collateral management and payment system using Ethereum smart contracts. We aim to provide interbank-grade peer-to-peer financial transaction platform. So if you look at the finance, interbank transaction network is already decentralized. So the core idea is to replace middle office and back office operations with smart contracts. So we have these market and collateral and loan smart contracts. And basically, we redesign banking business and manage collaterals and loan payments autonomously. So summary of our platform capabilities. So we are still developing and aim to launch in Q1. And but next, I'll show you how a web UI looks like. So here's the simple version of loan market view. You can select currency and select terms, 6 months, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and you can borrow or lend. And this is currency swap screen. This is interesting because you can do carry trade. You borrow US dollar and pay low interest rate, and you invest in Filecoin, and which is higher interest rates. In this case, you receive 8.1%, you pay 0.1%, and to achieve 7% carry. And more interestingly, swap transaction doesn't require a lot of collaterals because it offsets all the cash flows. Basically, you're on the lending side and you're also borrowing side. So this means we can provide a leverage. Okay, so if you click the swap, then confirmation will show up. And here's the history page to see your loan book and its states. So if you click the schedule, it will show up like when is your next payment, so you can manage the payment and states. Okay, so what I want to talk about decentralized finance. So recap of the DeFi 1.0, there are some limitations. So most tradable assets are Ethereum tokens, and well, unique protocol is great, but it comes with learning costs and also siloed user base. And thirdly, most transactions are spot exchange and short term, so not enough liquidity. And lastly, most projects are led by developers and not fully appreciate financial regulations. And the rise of DeFi 2.0, where we are going, is basically we solve those problems by handling native coins as is. So basically, we are developing interoperable Oracle network to achieve cross-chain operations. And also, we comply with internationally standardized protocol, which is ISDA, Master Agreement, which is widely used among traditional finance field. And also we have yield curve. We build a yield curve to provide a discount factor so that we can achieve a full-scale financial transactions. We can provide all the hedging activities. And also lastly, we are going to talk with Swiss FINMA regulators in order to comply with the financial regulations. And Filecoin as a new asset class. I think Filecoin is a very attractive asset and class. If you look at the history, Filecoin price stays around $30, which is nice. And since Filecoin is utility coin, the price could be more stable than other crypto assets. And let's summarize characteristics of Filecoin. So Filecoin is a utility coin and price is stable. And also, right now, Filecoin miners are paying a high interest rate, so it is a great opportunity for investors. And as you know, so data size we are handling is keep growing. So I think it's a long-term growth can be expected for Filecoin. So I'm going to introduce two kinds of products today. First is currency linked note. This is a very popular structured investment product. I used to lead HSBC derivative structuring, so I sold a lot of products like this. So this is Filecoin linked note. It can achieve higher yield from foreign currency, basically from Filecoin. And this is very, very popular among wealth management field. So if you look at the terms and conditions, this is just 3 months tenor and notes, and US dollar 1 million notional, the coupon, let's say it's at 10% per annum, and the spot rate is here. And just redemption, you receive Filecoin. But optionally, and the user can choose the return currency, whether it's US dollar or Filecoin. So how to make this kind of a product? So this is more like a banking business. So a bank receive a US dollar from investors, and then return coupon and Filecoin at the end. So in this way, Filecoin borrower can borrow Filecoin, and investor will achieve a higher interest rate. And this is very important to match the strong demand from Filecoin miners, and also provide the converting regular investors, general investors, into Filecoin lenders. So the another thing is, I told you before, but it is a Filecoin US dollar cross-currency swap, which is most popular carry trade strategy among hedge funds and wealth management. So basically, client and initially exchange Filecoin and US dollar, basically lending, borrowing USDC and lending Filecoin. Then you can receive a high Filecoin coupon, which is 8%, and then you pay a lower interest rate. And since this kind of transaction can be leveraged, so let's say if we provide 10 times leverage, you can achieve roughly 70% on your capital. So one last thing, we're conducting a short 3-minute survey for Filecoin loan market and also actively finding early test pilot users. So please take a moment and help us to provide the highest quality service. I'll post the link in the chat shortly. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to seeing you on Twitter and Discord channel.
Thank you so much, Masa. This is the end of this segment. So what I'll do is I'll ask everybody to kind of turn their videos on. We'll just go over some questions we've gotten from our audience. Sadly, we are running a little bit over time, so I'll have to cut this a bit short, but we'll just still post the same questions that we don't get to go through on the chat. And if you can answer them over the chat, that'll be great. So with that, I want to ask the first question, which is to Corbin and Mike. The question is, and I guess just before we kind of get into it, if we can sort of go into shorter answers for the time being, we'll prefer that, because then I can ask more questions. We can go over time if we can go through more. So there are a few other bridge projects that are bringing Filecoin to Ethereum. Could you sort of highlight why or what's unique about your DeFi bridge?
Yes, absolutely. And apologize for the lighting here. So I think I know of about 5 different projects, all of them with interesting different approaches. One of the things we prioritized was a decentralized approach, which is why we used Ren protocol for our bridge. So for the wrapped version, for the Huobi version, both of them use a centralized custodian in the middle that facilitates the swap. And so you have that centralization risk, where with Ren protocol, it's a little bit more decentralized. It's a network of different nodes that's signing the transaction to move it across. So we're very much on the decentralized spectrum. Some of the other ones, are different places there. I see the entire ecosystem probably being in their own automated market maker on Ethereum, and hopefully we'll have price parity between them all.
Awesome. Lester, the next question is for you. This is slightly open-ended, but if you have anything specific you want to talk about, that would be awesome. What do most people misjudge or misinterpret about the Chinese Filecoin ecosystem?
Most misinterpret. Yeah. I think it's like right now the current perception, okay, China is like lot of miner, right? And I think one thing maybe people in the West don't know is like there are a lot of retail investor for Filecoin ecosystem also, because all those mining machine, what we hear the rumor is like those people sell hundreds of million US dollar machine to the retail invest community. I think maybe this is like, so maybe that one thing is like we not just have a large miner community in the Asia, in China also we have a large retail investor community in China. So people, when they sell the machine to those retail, they say, okay, if you miss the Bitcoin mining, Bitcoin chain, so then maybe the Filecoin is another Bitcoin this year or something. So I think that's one point. Yeah. What other? What other is like, to be honest, I think that's maybe one thing the West though, in the West community maybe don't know about it. I think for the rest, I think the perception is quite clear, right? We mostly minor community and Asia, a lot of exchange activity. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for that. I'll try to combine this question for James and Matthew, because you are all similarly in this dynamic by being in the U.S. But the quick question from the chat is there a tax disposition on? Let me make sure I say this right. I misplaced the questions. Yes. Let me just read this directly from the chat. Is there a disposition with loans creating a tax event for both of your lending markets and borrowing markets?
So I'll start off with the standard. We do not provide tax advice, nor give tax advice, nor do we even talk about tax advice. Going on from there, so if I just say generally, when we enter into a swap, swaps have a 30+ year history of tax guidance. These are considered non-security swaps. So you have a fairly easy way to be able to look up how do you treat the tax ramifications there. We don't take on, so when we are lending, right, what we're doing is we're just taking in collateral. So the swap is a swap. You have your tax issues there. The collateral is something that we hold and then we return back. Same as the miner, they do the same thing. So so that's an exchange of collateral. That's not an exchange or a sale like when you rehypothecate or if you use a repo market and you sell the asset and come back. You may have different kinds of issues. But so for the way that we specifically structured it was to say, you can understand how a swap gets used, but the assets being changed are just collateral.
And Matthew, I'll let you
Same
add
answer.
anything else.
Yeah, we issue 1099s for the interest earned for such loans, but the withdrawal and redeposit of the asset is not, in our understanding, a tax event.
Awesome. So another question for you, Matthew, which is, are there any specific borrowing use cases that you are particularly excited about for just the Filecoin ecosystem within the US?
I think there is a lot of creativity coming from liquidity providers to, let's say, increase the liquidity of Filecoin. As I said, there is a number of unvested Filecoin out there, that are in the pipeline to become liquid at some point. And yeah, many institutional players are looking for ways to free that value and let it circulate in the network by proxy. That can be done via derivatives instruments and via borrowing as well is a way to hedge such trades. So there is creativity there, but it's extremely satisfying at its core to be able to satisfy corporate demand for an asset. It's very rare in crypto to have a corporate need for something that is not just going to a liquidity pool, going to something to get a reward token. This is real people with real storage in real warehouses who need those Filecoin to grow their business. And we feel like we are helping them grow and be successful. And also they took a lot of risks to get involved in the Filecoin ecosystem. So we're very happy that we're able to help them realize their vision and answer a real demand there.
No, it's a really great point. Yeah, you're satisfying a demand that isn't usually interacting with the crypto world that we are more familiar to. That's awesome. And the last question I want to ask is to Masa. The question is, how do you kind of think about leveraging existing DeFi protocols on Ethereum with secured finance? Like, do you think that's separate, or do you want to include them in and kind of merge your centralized and decentralized approach? How do you see that?
Yeah, so basically we can be together to increase the crypto economy transactions And basically, we're trying to invite institutional like banks and investors into our peer-to-peer transaction network. So the trading volume will be relatively higher, and we welcome the existing DeFi project to be a counterparty of our project, so that we can connect with their. Basically, we can provide more liquidity to the existing DeFi projects, so we can be together.
Awesome. There are a few more questions that we have on our list, but we are short on time. So what I'll do is I'll just ask one last question, which is from Juan. And the question is for Matthew at CoinList. How do you make sure borrowers of Filecoin are miners and not specifically people who are borrowing too short? And do you incorporate any checks or notions of reliability and credit rating for these miners?
Absolutely. So we KYC and check, who we are sending the Filecoin to. It's a prerequisite. We're not just facing, like a DeFi protocol or smart contract. We don't just face a wallet address. We face a real person who has onboarded with us and sent the passport and everything. That's Coinlist brand. Doing KYC and doing AML and doing it really well. That's what we built in the last few years, and we cannot screw this up because that's what we're famous for. So that's number one. In terms of the credit risk, it's a very interesting question. I'm not down in China visiting those companies, so we do back channeling a lot. We check with people on the ground, people that we know. Do you know this person? These people are borrowing millions at a time, so they are usually fairly prominent. I'm in touch with Protocol Labs actively to check on any names that I don't know, because you guys, of course, have built a gigantic miner network. All of the big ones. Who's trustworthy, who's less. So I'm always, if I have any doubts, I don't hesitate to go to Protocol Labs to check what's going on. In terms of the pricing of that credit spread, a miner is more risky than another miner. They're both real. They're both willing to increase their business. But how should we price that? It's really a bit of a trial and error thing. We start with a high collateral requirement, something around 75% LTV, with a name that we don't know, or we know less, or we have less recommendations around. And as time goes by and margin calls are being answered, we slowly reduce that LTV. In practice, so far, we've received a lot of Bitcoin and ETH collateral that has shot up dramatically, while Filecoin has stayed more stable at a great price level, but more stable. So we haven't had any margin calls to do in that sense, because they are borrowing the asset that is not appreciating as fast. So it has been a non-issue so far.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for that answer. And we'll post the rest of the questions on the chat. Thanks, everybody, for staying on and answering a lot of our questions, and for doing your talk in all these different time zones, and sort of being open to this. And we're glad to have you here. So with that, we want to move on to our next segment. We are on the second half of today's summit. And what I'll be doing next is introducing Josh Stark from ETH Global. He's a co-founder of ETH Global as well, and he'll be taking over for me and leading the next few talks from here. So please welcome Josh.
Great. Thanks, Kartik. Thanks, everyone. Really excited to begin the next block of this awesome event today. So the next block we've got up here is ecosystem growth and innovation. And I'm very happy to introduce the next talk from Stephen Lee, who's going to be talking about miner finance, putting Filecoin tokens to work. Stephen, welcome to the chat.
Hello, everyone.
Great. And I'll just let you take over from here, Stephen.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Josh. Okay, yeah, wait a moment. Okay, and hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Lee. I'm from IPF's Force community, based in Shanghai and China. I have been working in this ecosystem for about 3 years, and my company actually are working to providing the mining software and services. So we're doing this. So today, let me share my screen right now. Okay. Yeah, is that okay? This, yeah, can you see my sharing?
Looks great.
Yes, all good.
Okay, yeah. So today, as a miner, I have experienced all the pain of the miner are facing and the challenges and what what miners need. So I want to talk about the miner financing, how to put the Filecoin token to work from miners' point of view. Firstly, let's talk about the challenges miners facing. The Filecoin miners actually they invested a lot into the Filecoin network because they are the Filecoin network maintainer and builders. So we could say that they are all the miners actually have the attributes about the high investment and high outcome. We say the high outcome actually, but all the returns are delayed because of the economics design and about the vesting mechanism. Regarding the capitals the miners have, they have many kinds of capitals. For example, they have the data, they have invested equipment, and they have the storage and also the pledge. They have the pledge, right? The collateral, the token, and they also have unvested block rewards. With all of this, and the return usually had been delayed for about half year or more than half year to 1 year. So I, as a miner and as I talked with many miners in China, I saw that they are currently, and after the mainnet launched, actually they're still investing a lot into their system. Yeah, they also need to continue to invest, I think, at least for a few months. And this is only for the current miners. And if you think about the new miners, actually, they come into the system, they might need more investment to the system. Let's think about another scenario. For example, some data providers, they have huge data in their data center or to be saved into our network. So some data providers, they really want to become miners in Filecoin network. But for them, and actually, there are some barriers, very high barriers. It's because if they only want to save their data into the cloud, or they want to build up their data center using the Web2 technologies. So their investment is only about the equipment or the racks and also the IDC, something like this. But while they want to join the Filecoin network, there are another thing they have to think about is to how to increase their power, right? And how to grow their power and how to get the token to pledge into the network. And while they're doing this, they think about, okay, the risks. For example, the price, the price up and down, the fluctuation, and how to mitigate all of this. So based on this, they need some financing support. And currently, we know talking about many things about the DeFi. We have the DeFi plus Filecoin, put them together. Traditionally, I put this into this picture, because all the miners can get, if they want to get Filecoin, they can go to, for example, directly to purchase, or they could use the BTC or Ethereum token to as as collateral to purchase or to to lend the Filecoin. But from this picture, you could say that many actors, many roles into the picture that you to, for example, go to the centralized exchanger, or they have to go to another a blockchain system, for example, Ethereum, right? And they need to many steps to have the whole system work. So I would think that in the current lending market, there are a few drawbacks. I could put it here. Okay, the first one is that the interest rate is very high. We say that the interest rate from different different organizations, we could say that 20% to 40% by corrupt currency exchange, or about the interest rate. And also the operation, the whole process is complicated. The two things also result in that the market is not so active. We also see a lot of OTC exchange, but it's also very complicated. And it also depends on the personal trust. So it's kind of high risk. If you depend on the part you trade with, and also you need to depend on centralized organization, you have to take the risk. And another thing is that for the miners, as I mentioned, because the miners have a lot of assets, right? Many kinds of assets, but in Filecoin network itself, you can verify this asset very easily. For example, you could verify the pledged collateral, you could verify the power, and also you could verify the unvested block rewards. But across to another system, and also, for example, to go to a person, it's very hard to do that. You could go to the blockchain explorer to say that, but that is not a decentralized way to do this. It's also this one thing. Another thing is that because all of this, we could have, I think we could have many other kind of financial tools. Currently, we only see the lending system, the DeFi, to support miners. But we, because of the delayed return, we could have some other tools. For example, the futures, and also the insurance, and all of this could be developed to support miners in this market. And also, we want to say a bigger thing is about the miner trading. Miner trading is that, so the whole miner, including their machine, their data, and also all the assets, including their collateral, their block rewards, all could be transferred from one owner to another owner. So here I have a proposal to do this. I think it's easy to do this, and it would be very good if we could build in the DeFi into Filecoin itself. We have the contract. We have the contract in Filecoin as actors, and here is only an initial thoughts about this. For example, we have a DeFi actor in the system, and we have any accounts who want to borrow in the system. They could send their Filecoin token to this actor, and the miners can directly send a message to this actor to lend their need. Based on this, we could have a lending out pool to have all the lending money, and to have this pool to only send the miners Filecoin when they are growing their power. For example, when they do the pre-commit or proof commit sectors, and they can get the money from the lending out pool, but others cannot get that. So based on this, we could have the DeFi Filecoin only for the purpose to grow up the power. And also we could have, it's because it's a building actor, so we could have the interest rate automatically calculated based on the capital utilization, and we also could have the unvested block rewards and the miner power as collateral, and we could do the auto liquidation to lower the risk. And all of this, okay, the basic thing is that we have all this in one system, and it will be very easy to develop and implement. And also based on this, all the users to use this one will be very easy, much easier than the current ones. Based on, as I just mentioned, so because it is in one system, so we could have unvested rewards as collateral, and we could have the power and also, and if we change a little bit up about the Filecoin protocol, we could even make it riskless. So there is no risk, for people to borrow in, their Filecoin. While we have lower risk, there are much money into this system. So we could have lower interest rate too, and we could have more liquidity and higher capital utilization. Okay, this is only one example. I could think that if we have this kind of actors in the system, we could build up some other actors too. For example, currently we could have lending, and next one we could have future, and we could have insurance market into the system. And this could also be built at layer 1 or layer 1.5 or layer 2 to do this. As the first one, I would like to say that is as a layer 1. It's very good. And another topic is that I want to mention this. This is the last page I want to show. I'm also thinking about a bigger market, so the miner exchange. So currently, you could say that many people invested a lot to set up a miner. They have the equipment, they have the power, they have the collateral, and also the block rewards. But many people are very concerned about the price of fail the token. We know that the price is up and down. Sometimes you will say that, okay, the price is down, and some people cannot continue, but they have lots of unvested fail, and they have lots of pledged collateral. So they need to somebody to continue, and if they cannot, so we need to have a miner exchange market. So how could we exchange the capitals, all of this? So actually, a question is that how to transfer ownership, okay, including logically and physically. Yeah, the transfer ownership in Filecoin network is very easy logically, right? Yeah, you just change the owner. But all the others, how could do that? We are currently working on this to do some service standardization. So we have the ownership and services, separated. So for example, an IPv4 community is doing this. We provide standard services for many miners. So that the miners, they are the owners, but they don't actually to operate or maintain the network, and we help them to maintain. While we have all this standardized, one miner want to exchange their capital asset to another one, that will be very easy because they can just transfer the ownership, and we will continue to maintain their network. The miner and everything. We could have a service provider to do that. And I would think we will see this, which is a bigger market next. Okay, that's all I think. Thanks everyone.
Great, thanks, Stephen.
And any questions?
So I think we're going to do Q&A as a group after these talks are done. So if you can just stay on the call, we'll bring you back on in a few minutes. We'll do Q&A all together. But if there are any questions, please share them in the chat, and our team will be collecting them so we can ask them all together.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so next up, we have a talk from Michael Zarga. The talk is called Filecoin Network as Data Commons. Michael, welcome to the call, and I'll let you take over from here.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Could you let me have the screen share? Thanks.
All yours.
Thank you. I am going to be talking about Filecoin Network as a data commons. And I think I'd like to sort of start by pointing out that while Filecoin Network is relatively nascent, it offers a lot of opportunities in addition to early challenges. And I think one of the most important aspects of it is the sort of innovation of this sort of shared digital space. And so, in this talk, we're going to have a look at what that means and how this ecosystem can mature and grow, and sort of how we can understand that possibility and sort of work to achieve it together. So with that in mind, I'm going to start by kind of giving a little bit of an overview of what a commons is and sort of see why we're using it as the term in this case. So a commons is essentially, at least as we're using it, as an institution for the management of common pool resources. We can think of it in some cases, people think of it as the common pool resources themselves, but I think it's actually particularly important to look at it at the institutional scale, where it accounts for the people, the shared resources, and the process through which those resources are shared. And this tends to be associated with a more ecological sort of systems thinking way of reasoning about processes and people and resources. And in particular, it allows us to have this massive coordination, and even amongst all of the individual challenges, kind of come together to provide a heterogeneous mix of services, build a mix of relationships across many layers to achieve the sort of net effect of a powerful Web3 based cloud system and enable like real world use cases at the same time. So, practically speaking, though, we're working in the context of a digital commons. And this is generally a commons involving the distribution and communal ownership of information, resources, and technology. They tend to be resources which are designed, developed, maintained by the community that's using them. In this case, this is pretty rich because we actually have a pretty wide distribution of resources. It's not necessarily that the platform owns them so much as we work together to allocate them. And a lot of the economic principles inside of Filecoin can be thought of as tools for spreading information around and facilitating coordination, whether that's the allocation of physical capital or data, or even the decision-making processes around the Filecoin improvement process. So if we take this idea of Filecoin network as a digital commons, we can realize that the community is actually made up of the storage miners, the storage clients, researchers, developers, investors, and actually any of the other types of roles that are emerging as new applications and new workflows are being presented, whether those are lenders or insurers or other providers of like upstack tools that ultimately make this whole ecosystem work better. In this case, we can think of the shared resources as being the hardware, the software, and the data, but also the decision-making processes and infrastructures that are being built on top of this. And they tend to be manifest as software and data, but in some case they're just like patterns, like market patterns and norms, and these types of resources that we're using are expanding at this time. I think, in fact, particularly quickly because of the sort of upstart nature of this. We got the kind of basics down, but the things that are coming in the future are really going to kind of pour fuel on the fire or sort of accelerate the process. But let's take an emphasis for the moment that it's not just about the people or the resources, but the processes that are used to govern them. And here we're addressing that through a mixture of economic coordination mechanisms, which largely aim to align the incentives, not just between participants, but over time, to make sure that there aren't necessarily incentives to sort of act quickly or in a high frequency mode at the cost of the long-term health of the system. And these concepts of sustainability, even economic sustainability, are part of the reason we use this commons framing, because it's not just about the individuals and the entities participating now, but making sure that the thing is growing and maturing and healthy in the future. And that's also part of the important aspect of the Filecoin improvement process, because ultimately no economic mechanisms that are enshrined in code can necessarily be perfect forever. We would imagine any aspect of the Filecoin system being sort of subject to a slow evolution over time in response to the participants in that system itself across the wide range of roles that they fulfill, but in a way that's predictable and not subject to sort of being jerked around. And in the nutshell, this is why we think of Filecoin as a commons, and in particular digital commons. But what's kind of cool about this is that it has the opposite property that is maybe traditionally associated with the tragedy of the commons. Because it's digital in nature, there's a sort of feed forward effect or a positive externality where participating in the Filecoin network creates more value for the other participants. New applications or new workflows being added creates more value. And this comes in the form of the introduction of lenders and insurers, or data applications that actually turn the data of the Filecoin network itself into powerful data streams that will serve the operational automations or the reputation and discovery aspects of the users upstack. So in a nutshell, what makes this so cool is that we don't really have a tragedy of the commons. We have a sort of triumph of the commons thanks to the digital nature. And that doesn't mean that there aren't real physical resources and there aren't constraints, but by working to build governance through economic mechanisms and improvement procedures, we actually allow that system to kind of work for everyone over time. And I think it's a really important application of these sort of institutional frameworks around commons. And that what I like about it the most is that it allows us some insight into what we might be able to do to grow this ecosystem, and we could all benefit from that growth. And so, kind of to the topics brought up earlier, we have these emergence of DeFi primitives, liquidity pools, lending protocols, insurance contracts that can be serviced to mitigate risk or even just reallocate that across time scales. So someone who wants to sort of manage a mining pool might need to offload some risk in the form of insurance contracts, or they might need to borrow tokens. And in doing so, they actually change their own sort of risk reward profile, but they're sort of paying someone else to bear that. And in this sense, the conservation's there. We haven't made anything go away, but we've allowed participants to experience it in a distribution that's more fitting for them. And this sort of concept kind of extends well beyond financial applications to things very data focused. Filecoin Plus and verified data, the integration with data markets, and even sort of data DAOs, and in a sense like sub DAOs, organizations around specific data sets and their collection and maintenance. I'm a particular fan of this Merkle Forest idea, where we're looking at the way that data is linked and interrelated using the power of content addressable DHTs. And I also have some soft spot for being able to verify computation on data and create chains of reference and context. So these are kinds of areas that I'm the most interested in, but that's because I'm a data scientist. Others are interested in building out reputation services and discovery platforms. And I had the pleasure of giving a talk a little bit earlier during the summit about these kinds of reputation systems and quality metrics. And we can probably check out the recording if you're interested. And then finally, some really critical applications in the cross-platform integrations will make it possible for people to experience the file storage from the Filecoin system in a Web 2 compatible way. In particular, sort of having Dropbox or Google Drive-like experiences, but it's going to take some time to build up that infrastructure. And the more that it gets built, the more users will end up using the system, and the sort of growth of our commons will continue in a very reasonable and sustainable way, as opposed to in a way that sort of undermines or takes away from the other users. So, kind of tying it back to the first point, we have the emerging bridges to Web3, things like wrapped Filecoin sort of enable these liquidity pools and lending protocols. So, and these are just some ideas. I think the thing that's most exciting about this is that there's a degree of freedom for ideation, discovery, trial and error, sort of build this this commons together. So with that, I just thank you for having me here, and I look forward to building with all of you.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. And like with the last talk, the Q&A will happen after our next one, and for a chance for everyone to kind of come back together and answer questions. Okay, so next up, and this is the last talk of this block 3, we have Trent McConaughey from Ocean Protocol. Trent, welcome to the stream, and please take it away for your talk.
All right, hello everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I will kick it off here. So let's share my screen. All right, let's get going. So today I'm going to talk about decentralized data markets with Ocean and Filecoin. So to get going, a bit about the Ocean mission. It's very aligned with the mission of Filecoin, going back many years, just like Filecoin's history too. It's really about opening up data while maintaining privacy. And we have this long-term vision towards self-sovereign data for individuals and groups. And the analogy we like to use is right now, there's this massive data economy that exists, but it's a shadow data economy that we can't see. There's the Facebooks and the Googles of the world taking advantage. And it's generally kind of bad for society in many ways. And to give you a feel of the size, it's a $400 billion industry in Europe alone, right? So this thing is massive already, and it's growing a lot every year. What we want to move towards is a transparent, permissionless data economy that is open, et cetera. And this is where complementary tools like Ocean and Filecoin can make a big, big difference. And so generally the idea is to leverage the tools of crypto to open up this economy. So what's Ocean? It's 3 things. It's a community/ecosystem of individuals and organizations driving to the mission. It was kicked off by Ocean Protocol Foundation. 2, it's a set of tools as public infrastructure to facilitate that mission, which is what we work on building every day. And finally, it's a token that has incentives to grow and sustain the ecosystem. So these tools, there's a few pieces. There's data tokens, which is tokenized access control. There's Ocean Market, which is a data exchange web app. I'll give more details in each of these, quite a lot more details. Ocean is now deployed to Ethereum mainnet as of our most recent version, which came out about 6 weeks ago. And it has privacy preserving features via computed data. And I'll talk a bit more about that too. So Ocean data tokens, you can think of them, there was a talk earlier about wrapping with REM, for example, which allows Bitcoin to come into Ethereum as DeFi and out again, or wrapping Filecoin and so on. So Ocean you can view as a technology or set of tools to wrap data services. So you can basically on-ramp them into the Ethereum ecosystem as ERC20 assets. So if you have 1.0 data tokens, then you can access a particular data service. Sort of like Unisocks. If you have 1.0 socks, then you can send those to the Uniswap team and redeem them to get your physical pair of socks. In the case of Ocean, if you send 1.0 data tokens to the publisher of the appropriate data token, then you will receive access to that data service. And so by now having data tokens, we are able to leverage the whole infrastructure that has been built up around DeFi, which is especially in Ethereum. So MetaMask becomes a data wallet. Same thing with Trezor and Ledger as hardware data wallets, et cetera, et cetera. Aragon now becomes a data DAO. Same thing with Colony, DAOstack, Moloch DAO, all of these. Traditional DEXs and centralized exchanges even, things like Balancer now become a data exchange, or even an IDO launchpad. I'll talk more about that, initial data offerings. There's this great desire to have provenance over the data, who has had access when and where and how. Now Etherscan becomes the data provenance tool because you're simply tracking the movement of these data tokens. These data tokens, if I didn't mention already, they're ERC20, so very standard thing, very straightforward. And then you can also get aggregate statistics of the likes of CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko. So, and of course, there will probably be new versions of those arriving just for data, or maybe it'll be part of CoinMarketCap, just like we've seen for DeFi. And you can kind of go crazy too with all the other DeFi tools like data insurance and data baskets and so on. So Ocean is an on-ramp for this. That's where basically you're publishing your data assets as, publishing your data services as data assets, ERC20 data tokens. But then you can also consume them at the tail end. And in between, you can do all sort of things like I'm showing here. The second thing is Ocean Market. So this is basically ad DEX that's tuned for data. It's got a web app, a front end, plus data tokens, making it really easy to publish them and consume them. Plus, it's got Balancer AMMs under the hood. We've got a friendly fork of that to help reduce gas costs. So with it, people can go in and publish data. They can buy data, they can sell data, they can speculate on data then, of course. They can consume data, and they can stake on data, and that plays a role of curation in a way that's hard to game. So the more that someone has staked on it, adding liquidity, then it's a very good signal for the quality of the data asset. Under the hood, I won't go into the detail of this, but this is the Ocean architecture. At the smart contract level, the bottom, it's really very simple. There's a factory to deploy ERC20 data tokens. It's actually using proxy contracts to make this cheap gas costs. Same thing with pools, balancer pools. And then one level above is simply JavaScript and Python libraries to wrap this to make this really easy at those levels. And then one level above that is the web apps, things like Ocean Market and more. But of course, there's third-party tools that can be used here too, such as Trezor and every other ERC20 compatible tool. So I'll keep going here. So let's talk a bit more about Ocean Market to kind of give you guys a tangible feel. So this is the splash page. You just go to market.oceanprotocol.com, and it is it kind of looks like a combination between a traditional Web 2 app and a DEX. So you got the connect to wallet on the top right, and then you can search and so on. Search for data sets, publish, and so on. So when you go to publish, you fill in things like the title, the description, and so on. So it kind of looks in this way, kind of like an NFT art platform. Harkens back to my own days in 2013, 2014 with Ascribe. So here, once you click publish, then what it does is it deploys an ERC20 contract to Ethereum mainnet. Like I said, with a reduced gas fee using proxy contracts. The next thing, so this is an example of publishing. You can set a fixed price for your data asset if you want. And that's an example here. Here's a data set that someone published of 10 million data points from eBay. But you can have dynamic pricing, right? And this is where the AMMs come in, like Balancer. So here, when they published, they put in initial liquidity of some of the data tokens, as well as some of the Ocean tokens with a particular weighting ratio. And this establishes an initial price. But of course, as time goes on, people can buy and sell data tokens, and with that it becomes an authentic price that's derived by the market itself. So that's very much an initial data offering is very much like an initial DEX offering. It's just zoomed in on data. There's even people that have already used Ocean for selling data from data unions. So Swash built a data union using technology from Streamer. And Swash actually has it where there's thousands of people that have browser plugins where they're selling their browser history. And then it goes through Swash. And then what happens here is the Swash team is bundling this all up and selling it as a data file through Ocean. And there's actually a lot of liquidity in this particular one. It's tens of thousands of dollars and stuff. I think there's some pools that have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Ocean liquidity. But we're also seeing creative uses of the data assets. It's not just for AI and otherwise. Here is a platinum selling artist that has published some music samples. So if you're a DJ and you want to make music samples, this is an example. Now, what's happening is we're starting to see an emergence of sort of a microcosm of the crypto economy here, and I'm going to give a few sort of slides that talk about that. First of all, there's tons of Telegram chats to promote crypto assets. Well, there's actually now more than one Telegram chat groups that have popped up just dedicated to data assets. So here's an example from the last few days. Someone is saying, if you scale DU and Atlantis prices, Atlanta should be around 330 to 350 area. And then someone else is talking about, Atlantis. So there's back and forth discussion, and DU and Atlantis are two data sets. So if you monitor this channel, it's basically speculation on these different data assets, as well as people coming in when they publish the assets and so on, right? So this is, quite remarkable. It's for the first time ever, we're seeing speculation around data assets in a very open fashion. We've also seen the emergence of data indexes, which is basically people coming up with quality metrics. And in some cases, they're making them free. For example, someone has created something called rugpullindex.com, and they're having Gini scores that correlate activity to something that can mean, is this person going to do a rug pull or not, as well as other things. Some people are actually making very fancy versions of this and then selling those as data assets themselves on Ocean Market. So it's a very tight feedback loop. And those are actually among the most popular assets because people want to know, what's a quality asset to stake on versus not. So they're using Ocean Market itself, which is, really cool. We're also seeing people going out there to go and basically play the role of data brokers or data hunters. So they're going around and finding really great data assets out there, and then they're making deals with people and publishing them for sale on Ocean Market itself. So this is quite exciting, and they're finding ways to sell their own data sets too, of course. So to give you a feel, Ocean Market's been live for about 6 weeks, and it's the first, market that's based on Ocean protocol that's really public and open and stuff. And so there's been about 30,000 visitors, more than 1 million Ocean pooled, so that's about more than €500,000. 60,000 transactions, 1.5 million page views, nearly 270 data sets published, and 164 data set pools. And every single pool is its own AMM, right? So we're seeing really, a really cool rise of activity here, which we see as quite exciting here. The community also has gone crazy with art. They really love the idea of data farming. And there's memes with pictures of me, with pictures of Bruce, with bulls, all this sort of thing. So this is happening. So once again, it's like a microcosm of the broader crypto economy. And we see this is truly what we see. It's the birth of an open data economy. For the first time ever, we've got a data marketplace that's open to the world on a public utility network substrate. It's a totally new way for data creators to share data and to earn. The data is auto-priced by market mechanisms. It's the first time we've seen AMMs for this. And the protocol itself cast data as an asset. And people went for that. People said, yes, I'm going to treat it as an asset now. So people are launching their data asset as initial data offerings, IDOs. The community came up with that term as well. People are speculating on it. We're actually even seeing pump and dumps and rug pulls. We've actually had to do tactics to help reduce that, and now it's actually much better. But the first couple of weeks, there's a lot of pump and dumping. So like I've mentioned, it's a microcosm of the broader crypto economy. And, we do want, not just Ocean Market being there, but we want thousands of data marketplaces. So the forks have begun. We've seen at least, here's a couple examples of forks that people are doing, one called Poseidon, one called Datapolis. And actually, I know of several others too that are starting to fork Ocean Market and build their own, which is great news. So how does this work under the hood? Very briefly, in terms of data services. One service is simply the public. Ocean offers many services, and it's set up for many. The first one is there's a URI, right? And that URI gets published by the publisher. It's stored encrypted on chain, but then the URI gets decrypted upon consume. via a piece of software run by either the publisher or run by the market itself, if you want. Okay with that. So this is already available in the front end of Ocean Market as well. And of course, it's super flexible being a URI, so it works for static files. It works for dynamically updated files. We have many people doing that, where they update the file every 4 hours, every 12 hours. And then, of course, because of this, it works for IPFS URIs, and therefore data in Filecoin itself, right? So if you're using Filecoin to pin IPFS, data on IPFS, you're good to go, right? And you can even have IPNS, all this too. This also works for Web 2 REST APIs and more, right? It's a URI, so it's super flexible, and we've got that running right now. There's a second data service that Ocean supports. It's in the backend right now, but Ocean Market probably in January. And the idea is, how do you preserve privacy? And the quick answer is, let the data stay on premise and sell access to the data to run some algorithm next to the data itself. And then the data never leaves the premises. It never escapes. While at the same time, the data scientist gets the benefit to build their model or to do their analytics or whatever. But we do envision a lot more data services. And so first of all, we want to see hundreds of specialized data services. There's a bunch of Filecoin services we'd love to see first-class integrations with. I'll mention that in more detail later. Web3 data services like Chainlink, The Graph, Numerai, and more. Streaming data services like Streamer, WebSockets, GraphQL subscriptions, and more. Web2 APIs, especially on things like DeFi, like Coin, Market Cap, or Messari. And a lot more tools related to privacy preserving or off-chain compute, like Secret Network has, ZK Snarks, multi-party compute, etc. So how, this is a Filecoin conference, of course, or more generally, storage markets. And so how, can Filecoin folks benefit from all of this? I'm going to lay it out very specifically. So first of all, I've mentioned, because there's a static IPFS URI that you can use, well, let's use it, right? So you could take that and you can sell your data that's stored in Filecoin right now and sell it on Ocean Market. And of course, you can speculate on that data, or others can speculate on it. You can stake on it, add liquidity, basically, to say, yes, this is a high quality thing. And of course, many people can be, staking in this. You can even do pump and dumping if you really want. You can rug pull if you really want, but please don't. Also now, MetaMask, it's in your C20 wallet, of course. So now you can use it to have custody of these data tokens of Filecoin data, but also to give access of this to others simply by hitting send. That's it. And so you basically got Filecoin is now a data management system for data stored in Filecoin. You can also use, you can also launch your own Filecoin data market, right? Simply fork Ocean Market. It's all open source, Apache 2. So go for it. And on the bottom right, it's on GitHub. It's simply Ocean Protocol/market. You can create your own data DAOs, right? Take Aragon and throw in a bunch of data tokens. And I know Olaf is following up later today with a talk, so let's see what he says. But yeah, let's leverage the off-the-shelf technology that's already there. And like mentioned, Streamer also has technology for this, and Swash has done that already too. So that's quite exciting. You can go crazier. What about take and create a Filecoin data index fund? So Balancer AMM, you can have up to 8 tokens in V1 Balancer. So put 8 data tokens in there. And now you've got an index fund for the top 8 data tokens, or even having more by making it hierarchical. And of course, you can use Set Protocol and others too. And you can go crazy with insurance on data or loans with Aave, et cetera, et cetera. I'm also going to riff on Zargam. He's had 2 talks. He's going to get a bit more airplay. So hi, Zargam. I really liked what you mentioned in your earlier talk about data-driven decision-making in the Filecoin economy, right? Where, for example, lenders need to decide how much file to lend, et cetera, et cetera. So what about having quality metrics to make that detailed data useful? I fully agree, right? That's a great idea. But how do you incentivize these metrics to get created? What about people spending real time? They need to get paid perhaps, right? Especially if they're spending real time at it. So what about creating and selling the quality metrics, right? The highest quality metrics will bubble up. And you know what? I've mentioned already, we're seeing this in Ocean Market already, right? With these Gini scores from rugpullindex.com and more. So we can see this for Filecoin data itself. This thing, people are naturally incentivized because you can make money by selling data. And Ocean Market makes that easy. And I mentioned there's the possibility of more specialized data service integrations from Filecoin. So for example, Textile Buckets has its own built-in access control. So I envision that there can be some really neat integrations with Ocean that way. Filecoin retrieval miners, a more direct connection there, and more. So to conclude, to wrap up, you can publish, buy, stake, and speculate on Filecoin data in Ocean Market right now. So You can go there, take your take your IPFS URIs and put them on there and have fun. But also it generalizes, right? You can say, okay, it's not just Ocean Market, but let's pull all this Filecoin data as assets into DeFi, into data DAOs, into ERC20 wallets for custody, and so on. So this is all possible now. And where this is all towards this broader goal, this broader mission that both Ocean and Filecoin have, towards an open data economy. It's all around self-sovereign data for individuals and for groups. And with that, I am wrapping up. And if you guys are interested in these slides, I'm going to post them at the bottom later, trent.st/content Filecoin 2020. With that, I will stop. And thank you very much for your time. Yeah, that's all.
Awesome. Thanks, Trent. Well, thank you, everybody. So if we can get Stephen and Michael back on the stream, we will jump into some Q&A and cover some of the questions that have been asked over the past few minutes as you've all been giving your talks. All right, we got Michael. Stephen, you there?
I cannot start my video. Can you enable me that?
Okay, well, I'll give you a second to see if you can get that working and ask the question of Michael first. So Michael, one question the community had for you. Having worked in multiple ecosystems in this industry, what do you think Filecoin's community can learn from the others? And vice versa, what can other communities learn from Filecoin?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess I would say that Filecoin, for starters, can probably learn quite a bit about how to do some of the DeFi and lending applications, because that's relatively new to this particular ecosystem. The focus had been on the technical infrastructure. And sort of conversely, I think a lot of other ecosystems could learn from the sort of level of effort and sort of I would say like technical diligence that the Filecoin project undertook. I think a lot of projects try to go maybe a little too fast, because this environment is one where, although you want to be able to sort of follow a trial and error methodology, you do need to do that in a safe space before you try to push it into the real world. And I actually think the Filecoin ecosystem did a really good job in being ready to go, so that when things went live, they were sort of mature enough to sustain the inflows. So.
Thank you. So Stephen, I see you got your video working, so we'll come back to you next. So Stephen, you run a 100-person meetup in China for IPFS and Filecoin. Can you share some of your experiences running that group and how you've seen that community grow and how it will grow in the future?
Okay. I have been working on this for about 2 to 3 years, and while we set up this group, there are only a few people, less than 10, I think. I said, the most important thing for us to grow grow the members of this community is that we insist to do some activities, including the meetups and some events. For example, we have weekly meetups. We call it IPFS Force Open Day every week, every Tuesday evening, and we have many people to join us, and we always to let them know about how the IPFS work and how the Filecoin works, and also how about the storage market, the trend, and what's about the Web3 and what's the opportunity about this. This is one thing, and we also have some some engineers actually in our group, and to support others to set up their system. For example, for the IPFS system, to do some services, and also for the Filecoin, we proactively joined this all of this. So I think in one word, you need to focus on this and continually insist on this, because because time values too, right? if you think this is valuable to do this, and you continue to do this, and you will have more and more people to join us. So right now we have about 100 core members, and we have minimum and others. And also right now we're supporting other, especially for the Filecoin miners, we're doing the services to support other to mine in the whole network, which is very good.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving to Trent next. So one question we had from a viewer was, so how does your talk and maybe Ocean Protocol more generally relate to retrieval markets? Is it complementary, an alternative approach, or competitive in some way?
Well, it's not designed to be competitive. I see that generally it will be simply a wrapper on top, right? Like, so the retrieval miner has to go and serve up the like at the end of the day, someone has to get the URI, right? So, and if there is any overlap right now, then which I don't think there is, but if there is, then let's work together to make sure that that these things dovetail very well. And this is why I referenced that that there is opportunity for much tighter integration there. I also think looking at the Filecoin white paper, there was some really interesting questions about how to create a market around that, right? And I guess that's kind of what you're getting at too. And I do see that there's right now, there's a particular way, but there definitely can be other ways to explore this. And this is where Ocean Market could be interesting as well with the data tokens there. I think once again, like Zargham was riffing on too, there's a lot that can be learned from DeFi. A lot of exploration around ways to price things. AMMs is one way, but also Dutch auctions and channel auctions and order books and all of this. And we're still at the beginning of exploration and of these approaches. I know even for Ocean, we're going to be releasing an updated version of Ocean that actually makes it that much more like that improves upon the pricing yet, right? In an AMM context. So yeah, lots of opportunity for collaboration.
Awesome. Thanks, Trent. Okay, Michael, coming back to you. Another question from the chat. Are there other kinds of crypto networks that have this triumph of the commons property that you described? Or is this something that you think is pretty unique to the Filecoin ecosystem?
So I'm going to sort of invert that by riffing off of Trent and say it's not so much that Filecoin alone has this property, it's that Filecoin is a really powerful example, but it sort of synergizes beyond that. So the idea with the question of like synergy versus cooperation with something like Ocean starts to bleed into this question of, are these networks or these applications competing? And my argument is that for the most part, no, the stack for data is so deep that we need the storage and the retrieval and transport and markets, and like each one of these, we'll call them infrastructure level elements, combined with the application level elements that they allow, is a really, really deep, almost, previously shadow economy. Again, to kind of riff off of Trent, we're actually making that more of a public good. And when I describe it as a commons and I talk about this triumph of the commons, what I'm basically saying is that we have this environment where instead of participating, making things worse or negative externalities, we're getting this feed forward, network effect, the positive externality. At least for the foreseeable future, it's a pretty big open plane where the benefits are for integrating and collaborating. We don't have a lot of direct competition. So I would say Filecoin's a big chunk of that triumph. It has a huge opportunity, but that mostly it extends beyond the boundary to interfaces with other networks.
Awesome, thanks. And rotating again, so Stephen, another question the community had for you. What has your experience been with Filecoin Plus so far?
Okay. Firstly, I would think the Filecoin Plus is very, very important for Filecoin network and for the Filecoin ecosystem, is because we want to have the Filecoin network to really store valuable data and to contribute to the world. And so we we also put a lot of effort to support this. Especially there are different roles here. For example, we need to have verified clients, and we need to have a notary, and all these rules to be more mature. Right now, I have my workmates together to be involved in different parts of this Filecoin Plus. I myself as a already applied the notary, and I hope to be in this system to contribute to all of these things. And I also as an advisor to incubate another team to help them to build up the Filecoin application to save to get real and valuable data, and to be verified clients to work in this in this system. But right now, I would think that we are doing this very carefully, is because it's not like really fully decentralized governance, right? It's because kind of we have a community to governance this whole thing. I think that which is also good, because we used to have on-chain and off-chain governance and bundled together to help the Filecoin network to grow up. And after some time, while we have a solid we have a solid solution, and we think is very good, we could be more decentralized. Okay, I would think that it might take about 1 year to make all the process and all these things to be more mature, and the things could go very smoothly. But from my experience, because I have many contacts in China with many miners, I would think that many miners are very, very interested by this, and they want to get the valuable data to be stored in their storage system. And there are many application developer are willing to involve this, but they need some need to have some guidance. So I would encourage we have some we have some events, and have some training, and to have more marketing activities to support this.
Great, thank you. So we've got time for one more question, and that question is going to be for Trent. So this is another one from the community. How can a rug pull affect the price of a data asset? Does having a proof of storage for some data affect the rug pull index?
Yes. So, I mean, overall, a data asset, it's a token, right? So there might be 100 or 10,000 of those tokens, like a cap of, say, 10,000 tokens. And initially, right now, the data owner, or the data publisher, sorry, he would have all of the tokens. So maybe he initially puts into the pool, at first he has all the supply, so he puts all of those tokens into the pool, and then some people start buying them, of course, to distribute the tokens over time. But then he decides, okay, he's going to sell some of his shares and pull out maybe a lot, right? And by doing that, it decimates the price, right? Because you have more ocean tokens, but compared to data tokens in that particular pool, then, right? It's just like, I think 2017 ICO era, there was people doing exit scams, right? Where they would pump up some, come up with some coin that didn't even exist, and then they would put it out there, and a bunch of people would buy it, and then they would sell their tokens, 1 day later or 1 month later, and disappear, right? So we actually saw stuff like that in the early days of ocean market as well, which is cool. I think it's great. It's a sign of a healthy market, actually, right? And speculation. But so that's kind of that perspective. Like a data token is an access token, right? It doesn't represent it's the ability, so it represents the ability to access a data set, right? It doesn't represent right now, anything like the physical characteristics of the data, like if it's stored 1 time or 10 times or whatever, right? So that's kind of the difference. Yeah, so there are opportunities to actually probably dive deeper into that stack, and have different classes of data tokens that are related to different things, and it actually might dovetail super interestingly with the Filecoin ecosystem, where everything becomes an ERC20 token at all these different layers to the stack, and it goes deep to riff on Zargum, as we like to riff on each other. So yeah, that would be a summary. But at the surface level right now, they're kind of orthogonal to each other.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All the riffing, much appreciated. That's what we love to see. Trent, Michael, Stephen, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being part of this today. Great talks, and it looks like we had a lot of questions, and I'm glad we were able to answer some of them.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay. And with that, I'm actually going to pass the baton along to Colin Everin from Protocol Labs, who's going to take things from here, speak a little bit, and then introduce the next talk as well. So Colin, when you're ready, it looks like you're having a bit of technical challenge, but I think you should be on the call quite shortly. I don't want to spoil the announcement, so I won't announce the next talk for you, Colin. I'll just wait for you to get on here. Okay. All good?
All good.
Great.
Awesome.
Thanks, Colin. I'll let you take it from here.
Thanks, everyone. That was an awesome last panel. Thank you guys so much. That was incredible. All right, so the next section is a set of perspectives from really some of the best investors in the Web3 ecosystem. They're here to discuss various different ways of growing and investing in the broader Filecoin ecosystem and economy. And these speakers are adopting very creative ways to build the future. But before I turn it over to them, I just want to share a few key data points about the ecosystem itself. Of course, Filecoin is a lot more than just software. It's really just a rapidly growing ecosystem of thousands of talented people that are working towards a common goal. And this includes Filecoin miners, hundreds and hundreds of them all over the world that are pulling together really professional, incredible data centers that support the next generation of cloud storage. It also includes a whole bunch of teams that are already integrated with Filecoin that are in many ways betting their futures on the Filecoin protocol and ecosystem. And these stem from applications and clients to token infrastructure to developer tooling to other types of infrastructure. Many of these teams are venture backed and they require some really high quality investors to reach the next stage of growth in their progression. Similarly, there's also a ton of other companies and projects in the IPFS ecosystem that will be consumers of Filecoin as well. Sorry, it's saying, one sec here. All right, that might be better. Similarly, and a little bit differently, there's about 250 teams that are actually entering the Filecoin ecosystem through a number of different programs. And those include hackathons like HackFS, which was run by ETH Global, the same firm that's putting on this incredible summit today. There were 470 hackers, 134 projects submitted, over 50 countries, and 52 public events. And you can see all of those showcases on this website, hack.ethglobal.co/hackfs/showcase. This is just an incredible event, and it just showcases the amount of developer interest looking to develop on Filecoin. Gitcoin Apollo was another program. This was a 6-week program for 200 fellows and 60 developer teams. They received an intense period of mentorship from a whole bunch of different mentors. And demo day actually happened during Filecoin Liftoff Week with some tremendous success. And many of these companies and projects are progressing to the next stage. We have Filecoin Launchpad, which is powered by Tachyon. This is 15 teams that are, I think, in month 2 of a 3-month intense mentorship course. They've received actually $80K in investment between Consensus and Protocol Labs and are gearing up for demo day in early January. and Filecoin Frontier, which is a similar accelerator backed by Fambushi Capital and Long Cash Ventures in Singapore and Shanghai. This will be a program for 10 teams. We're actually just selecting those in the next couple weeks, and this program will kick off in February. And many, many, many more. And so as you can see, there are just a ton of teams entering the Filecoin ecosystem. And so, the investors that will be speaking today in the next set of sessions have a whole bunch of perspectives on how to think about the Filecoin ecosystem and economy from that perspective. Quick disclaimer, as a reminder, nothing in these presentations should be constituted as investment advice in any way whatsoever. Do your own research. Do not invest in things you don't understand. And so without further ado, I'll introduce our first speaker here, Brad Burnham, who is a partner at Union Square Ventures and Placeholder Capital. Brad is a longtime supporter of the decentralized web and has some fantastic perspectives on how Web3 will progress. And so with that, I will turn it over to Brad. Ooh, I think you're on mute, Brad.
That's not going to work. Well, thank you, Colin, and thank you for those nice words. The conversation the short talk that I'm about to give really grew out of a conversation that I had with Colin a week or two ago, and we were kind of just brainstorming on the nature of the value of Filecoin. And the first thing I should say is that I am not an economist and I am not a securities analyst. I'm a venture capitalist. And so my perspective on the value of Filecoin is not informed by any particular experience with valuing assets. It's interesting that my partner at Placeholder, Chris Bernitsky, has spent a lot of time valuing assets and has actually written a book about valuing crypto assets and a series of blog posts. And what I've found in talking pretty much daily with Chris about the value of crypto assets broadly is that it really feels to me as if we're using a framework that was developed for a different set of assets, usually some kind of equity or commodity. And we're trying to sort of shoehorn a phenomenon that is, much more complex in many ways than the existing assets that are being valued with these frameworks. So most of what I've seen, at least, is that people are trying to understand crypto assets as either a capital asset, which is like an equity or a bond or real estate, and it's defined as something that will produce a stream of income, and they try to value the asset based on a discounted cash flow of that future stream of income. It became clear, I think, to everybody pretty quickly that that was insufficient. It didn't really make sense. And so people, including Chris, began to think of them as somewhere between a capital asset and what's called a consumable transformable asset. And so that's more like a commodity, something like oil or wheat or gas. Those commodities are again valued using different techniques than that I'm going to argue again don't completely make sense. And finally, the other mechanism that the other category, the other large mega category that people try and shove assets into are stores of value, and that would be something like gold or art or fiat currency. And so, I have never worked as a securities analyst. I've never actually worked, I'm not much of a mathematician, and so I've never really worked with any of the models that people produce. But when you step back and think about it, these models have existed really since about 1934, and equities themselves have existed since the late 1600s. So it took a long time to begin to build these models, and and they've been refined over the years, and they really work pretty well for the assets that exist today. my thinking in the conversation that I had with Colin is that something about Filecoin and about crypto assets generally is quite different. And I think that one way that I've been thinking about it is that, most equities, as an example, are valued based on this future stream of income, which means that you look at an income statement and you try and figure out what the asset will produce, and you try and figure out what the value of that stream of income will be. I think that these crypto assets actually feel a little bit more like they belong on a balance sheet, and that they represent in some way the total value of a network. And the value of the network is not easily defined by income. And there certainly are going to be crypto assets that don't have an obvious stream of income. So, part of the way I've sort of been thinking about it is that as we think about the way we manage our own financial, our own budget, our own financial lives, we usually organize it into like a checking account where you actually have day-to-day transactions and you move money in and out very quickly. A savings account where you have a longer term, assets that you hope will earn a little bit of a return, and then perhaps you own some equities that are going to be an even longer term hold, and that will perhaps be more volatile, hopefully will appreciate more in the long run. And as I think about something like Filecoin, it actually doesn't really fit into any of those. It's something that you might use every day the way you would use assets in your checking account. It is also something that might appreciate in the way that an equity would appreciate. And so I'm starting to think about these networks in a way that is, I think causing me at least to rethink all of these models of valuation. And so, just as a way of, as kind of a thought exercise to think about where we might be, 10 years in the future, this is kind of a what if. What if all of us are participants in 20, 30, 50 networks, and we are participants in those networks because we have confidence in the code, we have confidence in the community, we have confidence that the protocol will do the thing that it's meant to do. We have confidence that the economics, the crypto economics designed into the protocol actually create the proper incentives to encourage people to participate in constructive ways. And we believe in the values of the network. And so we've chosen to align ourselves to participate in a network for all of those reasons. And our participation will lead to an increase in value in that network. And we will participate in that value as we continue to interact with the network, continue to transact within the network. And if you imagine that that's true, then maybe we're heading into a world where we don't really separate shareholders and consumers, where all of us are both at the same time a shareholder and a consumer, and that we could imagine a world where it's the act of consuming that creates value in the shares that we own as members of these networks. And I just think that that's a world that feels a lot better than the one that we live in today, where the value of a network is separated from the creators and consumers of value, and it's distributed among equity shareholders, and the management of the network finds themselves working for those shareholders, and oftentimes at the expense of the creators and consumers of value and the community that value is created in. And so I'm just excited to see this play out. And I guess the thought that I'd leave you with is that I've always believed as an investor that the best investments are the ones that change the structure of markets. That, sure, there are investments that you can make that just do the same thing better, faster, and cheaper. But those aren't nearly as interesting and usually not nearly as successful as ones that actually fundamentally change the structure of the market. And I think that Filecoin and many in the entire ecosystem of crypto and crypto assets is fundamentally changing the structure of the market. And I think that makes it particularly difficult to value these assets because you can't use existing models, but I think it's a future that I at least look forward to. So thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Brad. It's so interesting. I was just reading an article today that Airbnb gave their hosts, equity in the IPO that they just went through, which is kind of similar to along the lines of some of the themes that you're describing within the Filecoin network. So it feels like other firms are slowly catching up. So that's interesting. Thank you so much for the talk. And I will transition it to introduce Ryan Zur, who's giving a talk on what makes Filecoin special and where we're going next. Ryan is a longtime friend. We actually went to college together in Canada over 20 years ago, or almost 20 years ago. And Ryan is one of the most talented operators, entrepreneurs, investors that I know. He's been involved in Web3 right from the beginning, and I'm sure he has a ton of perspective to share on Filecoin and where we're headed. So I'll pass it off to Ryan.
Thanks so much, Colin, for outing just how old we are. And also thanks so much for everything you do for the Filecoin ecosystem. I'm so proud of the work and leadership that you've demonstrated over the years. So I just want to, I guess, walk through relatively quickly what I find so special about Filecoin and why it's not just another layer one, why I call it the most important project since Bitcoin in our space. And I'm very confident in that statement. This for me started at the Ethereum DevCon 2 conference in Shanghai when Juan Benet gave an incredibly charismatic and passionate speech and offered a demo of Filecoin, pulling video from beyond the Great Firewall of China in a hotel that had terrible internet. And watching the Chinese nationals who had just normally every day dealt with terrible internet and not really pulled streaming video in HD, maybe in their whole lives, go through this emotion of seeing this maybe for the first time and being up on their chairs, like screaming and yelling and carrying on and recognizing that this was a moment, this was a seminal moment for these people, that they saw a technology that solved a really fundamental problem for them. I think that moment has been a catalyst that has led to the unbelievable explosion of Filecoin in China and the popularity that the Protocol Labs projects across the board have enjoyed across Asia. And to be able to witness that and understand that this was a real world use case that really mattered for real people. And it wasn't just sort of, crypto nerds playing around with money Legos and things like that, that this was actually something that people could kind of wrap their hands around and understand in a deep way. As we moved through the early days of Polychain, I noticed that Filecoin was the best example that I could use in fundraising conversations or in general conversations to explain next generation networks, where, as Brad very eloquently put it, the difference between investor and consumer would be blurred. And then today, I'm actually very surprised, but incredibly proud that Filecoin, to my understanding, is the first decentralized network that is offering the same service that a centralized network offers at objectively a dramatically lower price. Today, you can store files on IPFS with Filecoin for less than you can store files on Dropbox or Amazon Web Services. That's huge. This is crossing the Rubicon. And this technology is the first to do it. And I'm incredibly excited what the implications of that are going forward. Filecoin, IPFS, libp2p, and the related technologies that have been produced by the incredible team at Protocol Labs are used by almost every other major technically sophisticated layer one in the entire industry. This is a wide sweeping technology that has implications for a range of different use cases, from DeFi to obviously file storage. And maybe in a bit of hubris in 2017, I was caught many times arguing or predicting that Protocol Labs would be bigger than Google by the end of the next decade. As we look at the success and the implications of the cost effectiveness of Filecoin and where this team is going with related technologies, I actually feel pretty confident about that prediction, that by the end of this decade, Protocol Labs will be a larger company and more important globally than Google. And so we're on this incredibly, what we've seen with Filecoin and the early days of this, the go live moment of this network, is this incredible path and rapid growth in competition among miners. On one side, this should be very encouraging because we're reaching a point of near perfect competition where prices are driving down, and that's better for the consumer. There are at times some questions with respect to just how fast this is industrialized, how fast this is professionalized. But if we draw allegories to other networks over the last, say, 10 or 15 years, say Airbnb and Uber, we actually note that the vast majority of Airbnb operators are professional operators with large numbers of units, rather than just say like one or two people or somebody offering one or two properties in their portfolio. Something else that I find really special about Filecoin that we don't talk enough about in the space generally is the energy efficiency of this ecosystem. We're seeing one of the most energy efficient networks that, again, offers a real world use case that matters to people. I think that's really important going forward, especially as we look at issues around climate change. We need to think very deeply about the energy intensity that our industry consumes. And then I would also note to people that it's going to take a few years to build out all of the layers of apps and tools and wallets and connective tissue and so on necessary to make this really work. And if we look to Ethereum and if we look to Bitcoin, we note that it really took a few years before we started to see use cases that people kind of wrap their arms around. And so I would encourage the community to be patient, but not too patient, to go out and build those things and build those important infrastructure components, because there will be great value unlocked by doing that. And so some businesses that I would love to see and I would love to fund tackle just very pragmatic problems within the Filecoin ecosystem today. Primarily, we see a very significant demand-supply imbalance. We've had wonderful growth on the supply side of storage, led by a lot of the miners from China, inspired by that amazing speech back in 2016 by Juan Benet. And today we've got over an exabyte of storage on the network. On the flip side, we only have a little bit more than a petabyte of storage on being used on the network. And so I want to see mechanisms that drive incentivization to use Filecoin. We're in a world today of negative interest rates. And so I am very open-minded right now to having, say, negative interest rates for storing files. Maybe we should be paying people to store files to help bootstrap the network and help get a certain level of demand going, so that we've got more balance between supply and demand. I'd like to see maybe a decentralized group come together and make a donation and in order to help bootstrap demand and pay people to actually store their files on Filecoin. And whether that's a DAO or something else, who knows? Let's see where that goes. Another thing that I think is really interesting is pinning services. So pinning services we can look at like, kind of white glove services that offer retrieval really quickly, or ensure redundancy at a certain level. And these services really need to look and feel like Google Drive or like Dropbox. And you really should also be able to connect into them, say with a credit card. So you don't have to have Filecoin natively to use IPFS and store files on the network. And so making that as seamless as possible for the non-crypto native, I think is really important. Friends of ours at ChainSafe in Toronto are building up something similar, but we're going to need a lot of experiments in the pinning service area in order to be successful. I would call particular attention to pinning services in China, where Filecoin is particularly popular. And very frankly, crypto is unfolding in China more than anywhere else on the planet. And I'm really excited about what's happening there. And within that, we need to recognize that pinning services may bear a different risk profile in China than they do in other parts of the world. And so having some different experiments that offer additional layers of privacy for the pinning service operators, I think will be really fundamental to having fast retrieval and just a good overall user experience in China, where that's such a fundamental market. Other really similar easy things that I would love to see is, say, like a browser plugin, somewhat like what Evernote has had over the years, where you can just sort of click and save things to a specific content hash, or maybe a specific set of hashes based on topical interests. That would be really cool. And then the last thing that I think we'll see very, very quickly is a range of DeFi applications associated with Filecoin. So we could have futures or derivatives on storage prices, similar to futures and derivatives on gas prices. And generally, I think we'll see a lot of cross-pollination and synergies between the Ethereum network and the Filecoin network. And so all of these are a range of things that I would love to see. I'd love to fund, I'd love to collaborate with. And so to the extent that this is of interest to you, or you're building any of these ideas, reach out, and I'd love to connect and jam on ideas.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ryan. That was incredible. Really appreciate it. In the interest of time, we'll keep moving here. So I am just absolutely delighted to introduce Olaf Carlson-Wee as our next speaker. Olaf started his career at Coinbase as, I believe, their first employee, and later in 2016 founded Polychain Capital, which was one of the first cryptocurrency hedge funds, and today is one of the most prominent. Olaf's been just such a critical member of the Filecoin ecosystem for many, many years, and I'm just super excited to welcome him to talk about data DAOs, especially after that talk that Trent gave from Promotion, talked about data DAOs earlier today. So Olaf, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks, Colin. And thanks for throwing this event and having me. So now that the Filecoin network is live and operational, which was just a massive lift by the entire team, the entire ecosystem, all of the various miners involved. I do think I'm spending a lot of time thinking about what types of businesses will be built on top of Filecoin and what types of services are we excited to invest in and excited to look at that are out there. And there's kind of a convergence here that I think is really interesting between what's happening in the Filecoin ecosystem and what has sort of been the DeFi summer we've seen in Ethereum, where we finally found basically product market fit for DAOs for the first time ever, in my view, with all of these DeFi products and protocols. So for the first time ever, you have this natively on-chain internet-based corporate structure that's supporting these DeFi projects and DeFi protocols, where rather than being operated by sort of a business, these systems like Compound, Uniswap, Yearn are all kind of run by DAOs. And all of the revenues go to those DAOs. Those DAOs manage the treasury, they upgrade the contracts, they pay the open source developers, and yet they're not really located in any specific geography. They're not really subject to any particular jurisdiction. And so I've been excited about this concept of DAOs for a really long time. And I think originally DAOs were sort of viewed as venture funds or investment funds. And while we've seen DAOs like that emerge, we've really seen stronger fit for this on-chain organizational structure with DeFi products. And so one of the limitations of the types of products that DeFi's that DAOs are sponsoring today on Ethereum, though, is that Ethereum is effectively limited to mathematical logic. And this is a lot of just, due to the scaling limitations in the design of Ethereum, you don't really have the ability to serve more complicated data to the end user. In general, these contracts are just doing math. So they lend themselves very well to things like trading, lending, escrow, all of these sort of basic financial primitives. And we're seeing, of course, more advanced, building of those different underlying blocks with things like Yearn, which is sort of like an on-chain hedge fund. So I'm really excited about that whole category, and I love investing in DAOs. I'm really happy to be an investor in many of these DAOs today. And when you look at the market size of a lot of these DAOs, most of them from a market cap perspective are in sort of the hundreds of millions, like most of the sort of blue chip DAOs, as people call them. And I do think that with the expansion of the size of the entire crypto market cap over the next several years by call it 10 times, and the expansion of DeFi, I think, by about 100 times in that same time period, I think you're going to see these DAOs become really, really valuable. And I think they're going to become some of the fastest growing, sort of, you can call them companies, but they're going to become some of the fastest growing things in the world. So I'm very, very excited about, investing in this category. But today, all of the DAOs that are out there are limited to these sort of DeFi or like financial applications, right? They don't really have the ability to do other sorts of things other than these kind of trading, lending, math type of things. And so with the launch of Filecoin, I've spent a lot of time thinking about what types of businesses could a DAO build on top of Filecoin, where the DAO is sort of that native corporate structure that sponsors the underlying product. And so, I've called this data DAOs, right? To just sort of symbolize, I think this is the type of business that I think could get big. And I'm excited to talk to entrepreneurs that are working on this sort of thing on Filecoin. So some ideas here that I've just kind of thought about are, for example, taking very big research sets. So these could be like genomic databases or other sort of research databases where there's just a massive amount of data out there that's maybe disparately held by many different big entities. This is the sort of data sets that I think Filecoin is well positioned to hold and have that sort of secure access to and storage of for a very, very, very long time period with a lot of redundancy. And so you could imagine a lot of different ways that all of that data could be basically owned by and provisioned by a DAO, where the business model is maybe offering the underlying data for research purposes. It could be offering the underlying data for machine learning. So there's lots of different ways people could use, for example, all of the genomic data that we have out there, all of the various historical stock market data that we have out there, very rich data sets there that people want to build machine learning applications around in order to, for example, predict stock prices or come up with a better way to create the next big pharmaceutical drug breakthrough. And so I do think that there's this potential for DAOs to basically own and provision huge data sets. And I think this could potentially be a really viable business model. I think some of these are going to be niche, right? So when you look at things like genomic or medical data being provisioned to drug companies that are searching for like the next drug to solve for some ailment, I think that there's the possibility for the DAO to be the sort of data owner, data provider for those sorts of business use cases. I think many of these will be industry specific. So you could imagine too a data DAO owning a huge swath of say stock market data, very rich, deep data sets that they can provision to people who want to trade on it or build machine learning algorithms on it. So I can imagine a lot of different ways that entrepreneurs could put together specific data sets. And that's sort of like an offline process, right? Of going out and acquiring all the data, storing it, and then actually building a DAO on top of it to basically sell it or use it in some fashion. And so I think this is what I've been able to come up with, just sort of noodling on my own. But I do think this is the tip of the iceberg, like the types of things that people can use Filecoin for to build more expressive applications that go beyond the scope of what DeFi is capable of today. Because DeFi today is very much limited to these financial applications. And the word DeFi even, to me, is sort of just like a rebranding and a narrowing of what we used to talk about in the Ethereum ecosystem, which was dApps, or decentralized applications. And so I think that we've sort of gone through the trough of disillusionment on dApps because frankly, like there wasn't like a social media Web3 thing that really took off or anything like that. But I do think now with the emergence of more flexible expressive systems like Filecoin, whereby people can actually access data through smart contracts in a way that really was just impossible before. There was really no good way to access data sets or access image, databases, or, just all of these big data sets that a lot of machine learning applications, for example, are based on. There was really no good way to embed all of that information in Ethereum and build a smart contract system around it, and thus like a DAO organizational structure around that underlying business logic. And so I'm very excited about the idea for Filecoin to enable kind of these smart contract based applications and sort of expand the universe of what is possible. This isn't, competing with DeFi, it's just expanding the universe of all of the various applications that could be embedded inside a smart contract system by using data storage and data access, and those underlying systems then being sort of monetized through a token DAO-based system that we're now quite familiar with in the Ethereum DeFi ecosystem. And so this is one category that we're really excited to invest in. We would love to talk to entrepreneurs who are working on this. And if you have even more sort of radical out there ideas for how you could use Filecoin to build a business application, I'm very excited to brainstorm those ideas, because I think we are in the very early days of reasoning about how Filecoin could be used to build novel business models. It feels pretty similar to the launch of Ethereum in 2015, where there were a lot of ideas, but nobody really knew what was going to work. Now, fast forward 5 years, it really took until this sort of hockey stick growth curve of DeFi in 2020 for there to be incredible clarity about the ways in which Ethereum was really useful. And that ended up being a lot of different subsets of applications all being combined. The early ones being, things like token issuance and decentralized crowdfunding, mixed with stable coins, mixed with decentralized exchanges, mixed with lending protocols, that all kind of being put together, leading to these more expressive and exciting applications that were actually useful for end consumers. while abstracting away a lot of that underlying complexity. And so I think we are in the very, very early days. I would echo what Ryan said, which is we need to be incredibly ambitious, but at the same time be a bit patient while we watch experimentation in this ecosystem and see what types of business models people can build on top of Filecoin. Because I think it will take a little while before we kind of work through that idea maze. When you're working with these open products, open protocols, where anyone in the world can build anything, and it's sort of infinitely remixable, it's often very hard to predict the future because the rate of change is so rapid. So we're going to be watching this really closely. We're going to be really engaged in this ecosystem. And yeah, I'm very excited to talk to any entrepreneurs or really brainstorm with anyone who has cool ideas for new types of business models, new types of applications that are uniquely enabled by Filecoin. I do think we have sort of a really genuinely new primitive for Web3 that we've never had before. And it is going to lead to novel business applications that are frankly very hard to imagine today. So really excited to be a part of the whole ecosystem. And if you're an entrepreneur, feel free to reach out. We'd be happy to chat.
Awesome, fantastic. Thanks so much, Olaf. This is super relevant and also complementary to a whole other segment that we had earlier today. So I'm so excited for folks watching this to put a few of these speeches together. So thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna do a quick set of questions here. I know it's late on the East Coast and even later in Europe, so I'm gonna keep the Q&A segment really, really short. But I'll ask maybe 3 questions to our panelists here. Maybe I'll start with you, Brad. Some of our viewers have asked, given your experience both within crypto and with more traditional tech companies, do you think that existing tech companies will adapt to the decentralized systems that are being launched, assuming some of these networks take off? For example, is there a world where instead of Twitter being replaced by a decentralized alternative, that Twitter really adapts to a decentralized network, or even itself becomes one? I know you've put a little bit of thought into like the intersection between Web 2 and Web 3. I'm curious how you think about those problems.
Yeah, if that happened, it would be the first time that it ever happened. And one of the great things about being in the venture business is you get to watch the first time a lot of things happen. So maybe it will. But it has never happened historically, and I think that that it's an enormous challenge for an existing business with an existing business model, a culture, an organizational structure to make that transition. And that's why it's so much fun to be in the venture business, is because when you have these moments where you have a significant platform shift, you often see a Cambrian explosion of new innovation that the incumbents have a very difficult time reacting to. So, I mean, you look at somebody like Jack Dorsey, he's, pretty, he's a bit of a Bitcoin maximalist, I guess, but he's at least involved and engaged in crypto. And you see him pick up on something like Mike Masnick's piece, Protocols, Not Platforms, and then follow it up by trying to get something started with Blue Sky. All of that feels like he's trying, but he's working against a lot of organizational momentum. So I think the good news for entrepreneurs is that this is going to be an open field. It also means, as both Ryan and Olaf have said, we have to have a little bit of patience.
Awesome, thank you so much. Olaf, you've clearly had a front row seat in how Ethereum kicked off its development and its ecosystem many, many years ago, and how that kind of progressed for many years in the future. And I'm curious how you think elements of the Filecoin ecosystem are similar or completely different from how you saw the Ethereum ecosystem evolve.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that ecosystem building it's sort of a compounding thing. So it's not necessarily like exponential, but it's accelerating at an accelerating rate. So I think if you were to go back to 2015, 2016 Ethereum, it would feel really quiet. relative to what it is today, where I think we would all agree it's almost impossible at this point to genuinely keep up with everything being built on Ethereum. Like the pace of development is way beyond any mortal's ability to keep up with all the different applications. So I think, you know, I do expect a similar sort of compounding with Filecoin, where it'll be pretty easy for the next year to track like generally like the big projects, you know, what's happening, what businesses are getting funded. And then at some point it'll get out of our hands and we'll have to just sort of hold on as best we can and try to make sense of what'll be, I think, a really dynamic ecosystem. So I think it's also like developers leading the way, right? So where you see developers' interest is where you see the big businesses of tomorrow. And so I think Filecoin has a lot of developer interest today. So that to me has always in crypto been sort of the leading indicator.
Awesome, fantastic. Ryan, you mentioned you know, what you would want to see happen in order to catalyze kind of a consumer vision for the future of Filecoin, where someone can easily switch from Dropbox or Google Drive or something else. I'm curious how you size up, like, what do you think the first opportunities for Filecoin from a storage perspective might be? Is it consumer, is it enterprise? And what would you need to see to have confidence that those will take off from a tooling and an adoption perspective?
Yeah, so the question is whether it's consumer or enterprise. I think the answer is yes, right? It will require from the ecosystem a dedicated group of people chasing after both categories and many subcategories in between. And so I mentioned that, you know, pinning services that allow people to pay with credit card rather than have to have crypto natively or Filecoin natively in order to make payments, I think would be really nice. But then at the same time, you know, a community-led group out there evangelizing and communicating to enterprise how they can lower their overall storage cost and how that's meaningful for their bottom line, I think is a compelling message that will resonate with corporates moving forward. And so I don't think it's one or the other, and I don't think it's necessarily like one for first and then the other. I think it's going to require a range of experiments and attacking from all sides.
Awesome, fantastic. I'll ask one more open-ended question. We'll cycle through folks really quickly here. Let's say this community were to come together 3 years from now, call it FileCon, hopefully not during a pandemic where we can meet in person. What would be the one top thing that you would hope that the community would be celebrating that the Filecoin ecosystem has achieved in those 3 years? And I'll put, let's say I'll put Olaf on the spot first.
So I'm like a sucker for just totally new, unprecedented stuff that sort of boggles your mind. So my hope is that in 3 years, if we were talking, that something has happened that I truly have not thought of and could not imagine today. That would be my number one hope.
Awesome. Brad?
So I'm going to just say ditto, but I'm going to actually frame it a little bit by saying the thing that blew me away about DeFi was composability. That I never anticipated the possibility that somebody over a weekend could put together 2 or 3 different protocols and produce a completely different consumer-facing service. And I am curious about the possibility of what composability looks like on top of Filecoin. And I'm not an engineer, so I can't even begin to understand what the challenges there would be. But if somebody is able to assemble over a weekend multiple protocols to produce something that nobody's ever seen before, that would be the thing that I'd be most excited about.
Awesome.
I would like to see and celebrate that a minimum of 4 of the top 10 smart contract or other blockchain ecosystems store their state on Filecoin or on IPFS, and do away with this very silly narrative that they must store their state within their own chain, otherwise, there's an attack vector and so on and so forth. It's just much more pragmatic and much cheaper and much simpler, and the integrations are available, and there's really no reason not to just outsource storage to Filecoin. Blockchain generally is really the ultimate manifestation of Smithian economics, where there should be specialization among sort of regions or categories, and then trade among them. And it's fairly obvious that Filecoin IPFS is best positioned to lead storage, and other ecosystems and other chains can lead other things, and then they can do trade with one another. And so, Vitalik has spoken in the past about potentially having the Ethereum state on an IPFS hash, and I think that that's totally normal, and we should get back to that being a goal for the general ecosystem.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much to Brad, Ryan, and Olaf for engaging with the community today, especially in this extremely brutal time zone for many of you. We really appreciate it, and we're so excited to continue the journey on the development of this protocol together. So thank you very much. We will take a short 10-minute break and then resume with a whole bunch of different ecosystem funds and accelerators that are also investing in different ways in the Filecoin ecosystem. So we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the talk so far. The last discussion in the Q&A was particularly super exciting for me. We got to see so many different views from so many amazing people in this space who have very much contributed in a big way into making this ecosystem happen. The last segment that we have for today is going to be about the projects, the companies and initiatives that are making it possible for an ecosystem itself to develop within the Filecoin ecosystem. And we have a lot of talks about the incubators that are on. They'll be covering how they operate and how we can help make their efforts a lot bigger. So first up, I'd like to call up Gabriel Anderson, who is leading the Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator from Tachyon. And we've had Gabriel with us at ETH Global for a lot of different events as well. So I'm super excited for him to be coming back here and telling us about the Filecoin Accelerator. So Gabriel, please welcome, and we're looking forward to hearing your talk.
Well, let's try unmuting myself first. Awesome. Thanks, Kartik and ETH Global. Great to see you guys again. Always happy to be a part of the community. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Give me 1 second. Okay, great. Yeah, really excited to be able to have the opportunity to present to the community once again. I'll be talking a little bit about what we've been up to with the Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator, powered by Tachyon. And the centerpiece of my talk is really, working with early stage Web3 companies, the process of going from 0 to 1. Just a real fast intro. I'll talk a little bit about Tachyon for those of you who don't know what Tachyon is. Then we'll jump into kind of more of the meat and potatoes of the presentation, what 0 to 1 looks like for Web3 startups. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about Filecoin Launchpad cohort and the upcoming demo day that we have. So first of all, the Tachyon team, this program is really built by entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs. I wish Simon and Mossy could be here with me because I feel like I never do their, JD justice. But, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Gabriel. I'm the managing director of Tachyon. I'm also a 3-time former founder, 2-time entrepreneur. Where I was building companies and startups inside of a larger holding company. I've built a number of companies that have gone on to scale up to hundreds of millions of MAUs. So my specialties are really in early stage growth, customer acquisition, business development. And I've personally handled growth and go-to-market strategies, not only for my own startups, but for startups who have gone on to successfully raise and or exit in both the Web 2 and Web 3 space. So I really love working with early stage companies in those really early days and trying to figure out the 0 to 1. My partner Simon in the business also has specialties in early stage growth, product-led growth, financial modeling, growth hacking, worked for BetaWorks and a number of other incubators as well. And then Mansi Prakash, our associate, who previously worked in strategy consulting and founded her own social enterprise. Tachyon, for those of you that don't know, we are part of the Consensus Mesh, the tiered venture business, which is incubated and invested in more than 100 projects and companies, including some of the key pillars in the Ethereum ecosystem. Companies like Infura, MetaMask, Truffle Suite, Pegasus, 3box, and many others. Tachyon is our accelerator for early stage Web3 startups. So since 2017, we've launched a total of 4 cohorts. We have 39 active alumni, some that we are very proud of. As I always say, we love all of our children equally, but some great companies that have come out of our program: Nuo, Idle Finance, Transact, Outlet, PiDAO, and a number of others. Again, this is always hard to do because there's so many great companies in the cohort. So the nature of my talk is I'm going to do a very high level version of going from 0 to 1. I think I have 10 minutes here, 8 minutes at this point. So obviously I can't hit on everything. But here's the basic overview. Building a company, building a startup is an extremely daunting process. There are literally tens of thousands of things that you could be doing at any moment in time, or at least it feels that way. And the thing that startup founders always need to think about is what are the 1 or 2 things that I need to be focusing on right now based on what stage in the business I'm in, and really prioritizing those efforts, almost to the detriment of everything else. There are usually 1 or 2 things depending on your stage that really, really matter. And I want to talk about that today. The first thing is even deciding whether or not you have a startup on your hands or not. For a lot of our companies, they came out of all the many successful ETH Global Hackathon events, have been ETH Hackathon winners, or some of the other various hackathon ecosystems out there. And the question that founders often need to ask themselves is this a project, or do I actually have a sustainable, scalable product on my hands? And I think that's a really important question, because as you venture into the startup world, you are essentially saying that for the next 7 years of your life, you are going to spend on this thing. It's very much like marriage, and you need to think of it that way. So there are just some really important questions that you should start thinking about to decide whether or not to make that leap. What market are you playing? What's the size of the market, or the potential size of the market that that you could disrupt? Who are your users? How can you go about building a community, especially in Web3? That's important. What are you building? What's the team composition? Do you have the right skill sets on your team? Are there any skill gaps that are missing? Do the founders have context in the market that you're building in? What are some of the major blockers? Your time commitment, your fundraising map? All these are important questions. Once you decide that you are a startup, or trying to pursue building a startup in this ecosystem, I think there are 3 key phases. And again, I'd love to go a lot deeper into a lot of this, and maybe we will do during Q&A. But the first stage is really evaluating your problem solution market. Are you selling a vitamin, or are you selling an aspirin? Are you solving a real problem for real users in a large and growing market? This is just known as problem solution market. The 3 key points of that are like, is this a valuable problem, a high value problem? Do you have an elegant or nuanced solution? And is there a market that is big and growing, and the potential to be big and growing? Once you prove problem solution market, then you move into the second stage, which is all about proving demand. That's getting traction. A startup is a machine that finds a valuable problem to solve in a large and growing market. A successful startup is a machine that figures out how to predictably solve that problem for customers at scale and profitably. And this is all about traction. Can you prove demand? Can you convert prospects into users or community members? And it doesn't matter if you're B2C, B2D, B2B, but can you move them into conversion within your conversion funnel? The third stage of any startup is you need to start thinking about your fundraising strategy. And there's some very unique and native Web3 fundraising strategies, but you need to lay out what we call your cap map, your cap table map. And there's a lot of ways that you can think about fundraising in Web3. You can go the traditional Web2 venture capital route. You can do receivables financing, especially if you're generating MRR. You can do debt financing. There are grants. There are all kinds of fundraising mechanisms, especially in Web3, that are native. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. There are trade-offs to each. The key is matching your funding sources to your startup in terms of your next milestone as a company. And again, hopefully, maybe we'll get into some of this during Q&A. The big transitions, I think, for founders is, and some of these are unique to Web3. Transition 1 is you really need to go from evolving from building for yourself to building for your customers. I use the word customer, user, and community basically interchangeably, especially in the early stages. There are some distinct differences as you start moving through the product maze. But yeah, the first big transition is, we see a lot of, especially technical founders who come out of, whether they be hackathons or they've been tinkering with something, and a lot of their building was built on intuition. It was kind of what they knew to build into the ecosystem. But now all of a sudden, it's about your customers or your users, developers, and really listening to them and taking feedback back from the marketplace. The second big transition, the importance of leveraging your community, and really in Web3, building in public. I think a lot of us kind of get stuck in that trap of staying in our lane or doing the thing that we're most comfortable with. But I think one of the really high leverage activities, especially in Web3, is the ability to leverage your community for a number of different reasons and purposes. In fact, that's big transition number 3, is as you start to build your community and build in public and build a following, you're taking feedback from your early users and building in public. Now you start moving into coordinating with your key stakeholder communities, create connections with other communities. Web3, at least in some cases, tends to be inside marketplaces. And there are lots of key stakeholders who are your customers, but are also your investors and also, your community. And so you want to lean into this, as a part of, your build map or your go-to-market strategy. I've been recently really into Jesse Walden from Variant has written a great piece around this, around thinking of community building as the new co-op, and I've been thinking about this term of neo co-ops in Web3. But again, it's all about finding your key stakeholder communities, coordinating all those nodes within your ecosystem, and connecting the pathways. Cool. So here's a real life example of some things that we just talked about. So we have the Tachyon has partnered with Protocol Labs, which has been a phenomenal partner in an ecosystem that I personally have been really excited about for a long time. For our fourth cohort, the Filecoin Launchpad Accelerator, we have a total of 13 teams consisting of 32 founders from 11 countries. They've come together in this virtual ecosystem with us over the last 3 months. And their demo day is coming up in January, which we've been actively building days and nights and weekends, alongside of them. It's been really exciting. Really, accelerators are meant to expedite growth of existing companies that have a minimum viable product. That's really where an accelerator is kind of a leverage point or a value add. We really help companies think about getting to market faster, increasing the probability of their success. And these are really the 4 tools that a program like Tachyon or any accelerator, if you're thinking about an accelerator, where it really makes sense. First, in this program, we give our startup founders capital. We invest $80,000 in these companies, giving them essentially their initial seed capital to finish that product, refine that product, and really get traction and growth. We give all of our companies access to our global network. Obviously, the team at Protocol Labs has been phenomenal. We also have a very deep and rich network of advisors, investors, technical expertise, product managers, all who have had experience both in building companies, advising companies, in both Web 2 and Web 3. And I think it's really important, being able to leverage a network, having people to help you see around the corner, but also circumvent any gotchas or traps. We give our companies all the tools. So, again, Consensus has built a lot of the Web3 stack. And so, we want to make sure that we give our startups access to the Web3 builder toolkit, so that they can just hit the ground running fast. And then finally, the program is put on by experienced entrepreneurs, startup veterans. In terms of how we think about de-risking Web3 startups, demo day is coming up. The following are the biggest risks for Web3 companies. Looking at time, I probably need to wrap this up, but really, is this answering the question of, is this the right team, the right founders? Are there any skill gaps? Is there a sustainable moat here? What's the market of these companies? Is it large and growing? How are they thinking about their fundraising? Can the team actually ship product? How are they getting traction in community? So we are excited about all of our children equally. I'd love to talk about who we have in the program a little bit if we have time for Q&A. But to wrap up, I think I'm looking at time here. Our demo day is the week of January 25th. We'd love to see the community come out and support them. You can come say hi to us on Twitter at TachyonXL, or my DMs are open at Gabriel Anderson if you have any questions, if you're a founder or you're interested in demo day, or you can just visit filecoinlaunchpad.co. We quickly spun up a landing page this morning in preparation for today. So if you want to invite to demo day to see these amazing companies that are hacking and building, we'd love to see you. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Gabriel. This was a great talk, and I think we need to get you back for a slightly longer one, so we can cover a lot of these things in the normal pace. Next up, we have. I forgot the screen share. So our next talk is Emma. She's going to be talking about venture building, the Web3 journey. And Emma is the founding partner and CEO of Long Hash Ventures. They've been a great fund that's helping the Web3 ecosystem, and they've been around doing great stuff for the past couple of years. So I'll let Emma talk about their efforts and how they think about building the Web3 journey. So please welcome Emma.
Thank you, Kartik. And great talk, Gabriel. Always a big fan of what Tachyon and Gabriel is building, and super looking forward to see the demo day. So thank you for having me for this summit. Super excited to be here, to be part of the Web3 building, venture building journey. So just a quick introduction of myself. I'm Emma. I'm the CEO and founding partner of Longhash Ventures. So we are a blockchain-focused, Web3-focused accelerator and investor with a focus on bringing Asia network to Web3 startups. So let me just quickly share my screen. Just bear with me for 1 sec. So for us, our thesis is really Web 3.0. We want to bet on a new breed of companies which are more synergistic, more secure, more efficient, that allows for true ownership, trust, and interaction. We also want to help projects that help with that transition from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. So just a little bit of background about ourselves. We're backed by some of the most active blockchain-focused VCs in Asia. So Fenbushi Capital, whom you're going to hear from later, from Roland Sun, and Hash Capital is also one of our seed fund investors, as well as one of the Singapore government entities called Enterprise Singapore. And over the last 2 years, we want to set up a venture building platform to help early stage Web3 startups. And we managed to accelerate 25 portfolio companies, help them to raise funds, more than 20 million VC funds. And we've also managed to build a very comprehensive network with a focus in Asia. So the team, so me and our COO are both from McKinsey before we quit our jobs and joined the Web3 revolution. Prior to McKinsey, I was spending a couple of years and with financial institutions across Singapore, Sydney, Hong Kong. So what really attracted us to this whole Web3 venture building journey is really the promise of a new breed of companies that are more synergistic and more open, that actually allows users to take back controls of their data and assets. So our strategy is actually to work with the Web3 critical infrastructure companies. So back in 2019, July, we partnered up with Polkadot to launch their first accelerator in Asia. And ever since then, we've worked with Zilliqa, Algorand, and most recently partnered up with Filecoin. That's where we're going to launch the Filecoin accelerator in February next year. We're advised by some of the most well-known investors in Asia. Dr. Xiao and Dr. Shen are both founding partners of Fenbushi Capital. And for those of you who are more familiar with the Wanxiang blockchain and Wanxiang group, so Dr. Xiao is also the beacon behind the founding father of Wanxiang Blockchain Lab and also Wanxiang Blockchain Conference in Shanghai. So just to talk more about this Filecoin Frontier Accelerator, over a course of 12 weeks, we want to bring 3 things to the early stage startups. Firstly, we want to work with Filecoin to bring more structured guidance when it comes to technical support, so that projects will get early feedbacks in terms of what kind of tools they can leverage off, where can they go for certain resource, just bounce off ideas on what they can build within a period of 12 weeks. And then the second thing we want to bring to the projects is really the go-to-market strategy. So with our strategical consulting background, we can work with the projects to refine their business pitch, introduce partners both within the crypto community and outside of the crypto community so that they are able to show some early tractions within the 12 weeks. And lastly, and most importantly, is we're able to bring a very comprehensive Asia-focused network, given we're backed by some of the most active and long-term investors in Web3. So we're gonna start the last leg of the 12 weeks is about intensive introduction to mentors, investors, culminate in a demo day. And traditionally we have demo day in both Singapore and Shanghai, but I think this time we're gonna have to do everything virtually, which would actually be good because it allows us to reach a much wider investor network. And of course, we want to use the accelerator to structure a lot of the stakeholders, investors that's already supporting the Filecoin ecosystem. So I think Ryan is already a mentor. Polychain Teching is also a mentor. Charlene, who you're going to hear from Huobi Labs, is also going to be a mentor. So you're going to get a lot of structured support as you go through the 12 weeks acceleration program. And lastly, I want to provide a quick update in terms of the accelerator. So right now, we've closed the whole application process. We're going through the applications and going through interviews. So overall, we've received 162 applications coming from 11 countries, which is quite a coincidence because I think Gabriel also mentioned they've received applications from 11 countries. And over these 162 applications, we've seen emergence of 4 main categories. A lot of people were asking us, what type of projects and use cases are you guys seeing? So I thought this might be a good platform to share. So the first category is, file data storage use cases from real world use cases. And a few projects we've seen, they are either building open core source, and they want to put a lot of those data on Filecoin, IPFS. Second type of data is more healthcare data, which is quite sensitive, needs a lot of privacy, and the data size are quite big. The third type is agriculture satellite data. Which is also a very new and rapidly growing market. The fourth type we're seeing is decentralized video sharing. That one, I think we've seen a few projects that are building on that, and even in the current Tachyon cohort. And the second category is, of course, DeFi, right? So there's been quite a few projects, whether centralized or decentralized, they're building cross-chain bridges between Filecoin to Ethereum ecosystem, or building between Filecoin to Polkadot ecosystem. The third type is more Web3 blockchain native applications. So we've seen very promising NFT projects with MOUs signed with major, publishing houses wanting to put the NFT metadata and relevant information on Filecoin ecosystem. And second type is social tokens, where they can put the identity information, KYC information on Filecoin. The third type, of course, is distributed identity, which would allow and enable a wide range of applications. And lastly, I think a lot of projects are really excited about filling the gaps for critical infrastructure and middleware layers. We've seen projects that want to build a smart contract layer on Filecoin, or occasion layer on Filecoin to make the whole storage retrieval experience a lot more smoother. And lastly, decentralized computing. And this is definitely not a comprehensive list. We're just trying to summarize a few key categories so that you can get a flavor of the type of projects and how vibrant the whole ecosystem is. And I hope that could give some of the builders in the audience inspiration in terms of what are the areas you can look deeper into. So we're extremely excited about this batch of projects, and we're going to kick it off in late January. So definitely, if any of the builders in the audience have new ideas, feel free to come and approach us, because I think this is only the beginning of our Filecoin venture building journey. We would love to provide support, even if it's not in the current batch, but potentially in future batches or other shape and form of support. And I just want to end my talk with some thoughts over the last week, because last week is the Singapore FinTech Festival. And over the duration of FinTech Festival, there's been a slew of news coming out from major financial institutions. There's the news from DBS, which is one of the largest retail bank for Southeast Asia. They are launching their digital asset exchanges next week to accredited investors and institutions. You also have the news coming out from Standard Chartered and ING about their news of their plan to launch a crypto custody service. So I think the theme is that mainstream adoption of digital asset is just around the corner. It is here, I would argue. But for a lot of those people, the narrative is still, can I gain access to Bitcoin, which is the digital gold? but I think as those people gain more exposure to the digital asset space, they're going to realize, hey, there's actually a whole new breed of companies, right? We can look into and gain exposure to and actually be part of the journey. And I think that's where Filecoin as a critical Web3 infrastructure component is going to come in really, really handy. I think kudos to Juan and Colin and the ZX and the bigger, wider Protocol Labs team, and keep building. We're super confident, and we want to be the journey all the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emma. This was a great talk. As a handful of questions that I myself have, and this is great to hear all the traction you've gotten with the applicants. So we'll do a Q&A after the talk after the next one. So I'll just have you stay on the Zoom chat. And with that, I'd like to move on to our next speaker, and that is Charlene Wu, who's going to be talking about the Huobi Filecoin Accelerator or Incubator. Charlene is the Chief Investment Officer at Huobi, and we had another member from her team talk earlier about the swaps, but this is Charlene talking about how they're making it possible to have companies in this ecosystem through their incubator. So please welcome Charlene.
Thank you for having me. Very excited to join this. So a little bit introduction about myself. Sorry, just let me launch the screen. Yeah, okay. So a little bit introduction about myself and Huobi Global first. So I'm Charlene, and I'm the Chief Investment Officer for Huobi Group. So I run investment for Huobi at full spectrum, from financial side and to strategic side. We're very honored to run this Filecoin Incubation Center collectively with Protocol Labs, because we think Filecoin is really the game changer to this Web3 journey, this computer really needs a hard drive, we are very proud to support the team doing work on Filecoin ecosystem and build interesting things. So a little bit introduction on Huobi and what we do, who we are. So Huobi was established in 2013, and we have over 7 years track record by now. Huobi is really the largest crypto exchange worldwide today in terms of asset under management, number of users, and also trading turnover. And this is our management team, and Leon Lee is our leader, and this is really the chief executive teams running the business behind. Yeah, and Huobi has operation over 20 countries now, and we are also licensed in a number of jurisdictions, including the US market and Japanese market. This is a little bit numbers on our operations. So we have over 15 million users, and the trading turnover is like over multiple $1 billion a day. So we have established this Huobi Filecoin Incubation Center collectively with Protocol Labs. And this really serves a number of purposes. And the first is incubation and investment. So Huobi has launched a $10 million fund to support talented developers doing meaningful things in Filecoin ecosystem. And for projects way back, from Huobi's perspective, we're really going to provide them with the best liquidity support and wallet integration, and also interaction with the community in Asia and with our own massive ecosystem. And also the other thing, right, we're actively exploring Filecoin's interaction with DeFi, because Huobi is very active investor in DeFi space. And we have also established similar initiative as Filecoin Incubation Center, as Huobi DeFi Labs. Right? So we do incubation investment, also research and ecosystem building in DeFi. So we do see, Huobi can probably create a lot of synergy for Filecoin with the DeFi space, because there's a massive mining market in Asia, and we see very strong demand for borrowing and lending, and also other, financial products, right? And this is something we work closely with the Filecoin developers and the entire ecosystem. And Huobi is also, actively working with other incubation centers, including Tetsalon and Longhash, to help to back developers across different regions. So not limited to Asia market, right? We want to do this as a global effort. Yeah. So, Filecoin, we think Filecoin is still at its very early stage of development. So that really need a lot of support, right, at all perspective to help to build a healthy ecosystem and make it grow faster. And at current stage, right, the investment opportunities we actually focus on at more infrastructure level. Including like middleware services to developers, like node services, cache services, database, and cross-chain infrastructures. And the other side of the stack is more on the user tool side, right? Like DWeb browsers and also other things can help to make it easier and bring down the barrier for other application developers coming in. Yeah, so given the limited time, so this is a very brief introduction of Huobi and the Filecoin Incubation Center we do, who we are, the purpose why we do this, what we can provide with developers, and what we are looking for. So this is very high level, but if you're building any interesting stuff in the ecosystem, please reach out to us, and we would love to hear from you and to discuss with you how we can best help to drive growth for your business in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlene. And this is really interesting to hear all the efforts that you've put into making the Filecoin ecosystem even bigger. So with that in mind, we have our last talk of today. And I'd like to invite Roland Sun, who is going to be talking about the Fenbushi Ecosystem Fund. And Roland is a partner at Fenbushi Capital. So Roland, please take it away from here. Looks like Roland is just getting set up. So whenever you're all set, feel free to turn the video and unmute yourself. Yeah. Roland, you are still muted. There we go.
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, finally I'm on. Yeah. Thank you for your patience. And today, thank you for inviting me to this online event. And today, on behalf of Fenbushi Capital, I'm so honored to share a great news with you guys about our proposed investment fund in collaboration with Protocol Labs in terms of the investment in the RPFs and Filecoin ecosystem. Yeah, I think we have planned this for a few weeks and have been discussing with Protocol Labs about that initiative. They are quite good partner to work with, and so now finally we reach an agreement that we should proceed with such a dedicated investment fund for the IPF ecosystem. So generally speaking, we will manage this fund together with Protocol Labs. We will manage it financially, while Protocol Labs will be the technical advisor. Actually, Protocol Labs are the guys who make the call technologically. So I think it's a really honor for us to work with the Proto Labs on such a great initiative for IPFS and Filecoin. The mission of this fund is to drive the healthy and organized growth of IPFS ecosystem. So we aim to be a long-term strategic partner to the IPFS system, and rather than merely just a financial investor. Previously, Filecoin Capital invested a significant amount in Filecoin during its public sale in 2017. So we are now also helping some Chinese miners deploy their mining capacities in China by providing them with Filecoins to stake. But now we think those things are just far from enough in our view. So having witnessed the unparalleled growth of Ethereum over the past 5 years, Filecoin Capital, as an early investor of Ethereum, now is similarly eager to participate as a builder in Filecoin system rather than just financial investors. Actually, we look forward to leveraging our deep roots in the crypto space and the Filecoin community in China to help this ecosystem to grow beyond just mining. So that's why we feel so excited to work with Proto Labs on such a great initiative, and which means we find somewhere to contribute our knowledge and expertise in crypto investments. And another background information that you guys may be interested to know is that actually the reality in China is that the Chinese government and some leading companies in China, they're really interested in IPFS ecosystem. Yeah, because they view the distributed storage system as a trend, not just a fad. Therefore, these governments and the leading companies are really willing to have skin in the game. You may be aware of some news in China that some leading companies such as Ali, Huawei, and even Jingdong, they have begun to embrace the IPFS system in their data storage business. And also many, to our knowledge, many local governments in China, they are also welcome distributed storage solution providers to deploy their business operations locally. These governments, they are willing to provide a low-cost internet data centers to those business operators, and also they may provide even some tax incentives to those companies if they're involved in those distributed storage business. And one more thing that is also interesting and maybe somehow a bit ironic is that Filecoin is even more famous and popular than Bitcoin in those tier 3 or tier 4 cities in China, thanks to the publicity in connection with IPFS. Although Proto Labs had never officially been in China, now Filecoin is even more famous than Bitcoin. And let's go down to the details of this investment fund. Actually, the fund, according to our plan, it will be raised. All the funds will be raised exclusively in Filecoin rather than any stablecoin or Bitcoin or something like that. Because initially we planned to raise the funds in stablecoins such as USDC. Now, but later we are convinced by Proto Labs that this fund should be raised in Phil exclusively. And also we will only invest the money in Phil to those portfolio companies. In terms of the size of this fund, we plan to raise 15 to 20 million US dollars worth of Phil. That means we're going to raise about 500,000 Phil. And about ticket size for investors, we definitely think $1 million US worth Phil is the ticket size. And of course, we have as a general partner, Filecoin Capital will also commit this amount as well, together with other limited partners. In terms of the management fee, and we charge normally just 2% per annum, and also we charge a 20% carry interest. And the term of this fund will be 5 + 1 years. So typically it will last 6 years. We need the first 5 years to invest and the last 1 year to exit. So our investments will include both token and equity investments worldwide, not limited to any specific jurisdictions. And I would like to draw attention to the deal sourcing. Actually, we have primarily three sources for locating those investment targets. The first is about the Slingshot program initiated by Protocol Labs itself. So you may be aware that the phase 1 of the Slingshot has just concluded, and there were more than 100 projects submitted who have submitted their applications, and most of them, as per our knowledge, that they are at very early stage. But we do have identified some outstanding ones, and some of them have been awarded the data cap bonus by Protocol Labs. And we will definitely follow them up with a view to the funds further investments in down the road. And second source is about the Singapore-based accelerator, which is co-founded by Langhash and Protocol Labs in Singapore. I think that the campaign is called Filecoin Frontier Accelerator. Actually, Langhash is a world famous, crypto space accelerator. They are based in Singapore, and also we are one of their shareholders. Now, we have been working with them very closely over the last years, and therefore committed. We are also committed to a certain funding of the best projects, which may be identified by this campaign. So far, they have received more than 150 applications from projects worldwide in terms of IPFs and Filecoin, and I believe that they will have around 10 projects on board by January next year. So I think that all of them are supposed to be our investment targets. And also the third source of our deals may come from the Chinese community. The Chinese community, they are not just mining Filecoin, but also they are also have them respective teams developing commercial applications using IPFS. So some of them have approached us in the last 2 months. So they're quite interested to submit their applications to this fund. Now, some of them also have already shown us their prototypes. Actually, definitely we will keep an open eye on them. And finally, I would like to talk about the timetable of this fund. This investment fund, in terms of this fund, we should for closing the fundraising by the end of January next year or early February. So that means in the next few weeks, we'll start fundraising with potential investors. And we scheduled legal paper work to be signed in February next year, and have all the legal structure fully set up before March 2021. So it is planned that the fund will start to launch in March 2021. So far, we have just started the preliminary fundraising discussions with a few investors in the space. So I think we will double our effort in the following months and to have the funds in place as soon as possible. Yeah, that's all I would like to share today. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Roland. This is great. So what I'll do is I'll ask all of our speakers to sort of turn their video back on, and we'll do a collective Q&A for all of us. There's a lot of overlap in what everybody's doing, and some of you are in a different place where you have a little bit more of a head start because you've already started this thing, and kind of from what you just talked about, Roland, you are in the process of figuring this out. So I'd be curious to sort of ask each of you a question here, and just kind of get each of your opinions. But what are some of the trends you've seen for all the applicants that have applied? Are there some obvious themes here? Are there some obvious repetition of ideas or things that they all want to do, but they haven't seen anybody else do it? Like what's kind of been an overarching pattern for all the applicants?
Yeah, in terms of Chinese community, most of the applicants, they are developing some applications that focus on consumers. They can afford the consumers with very low cost or even free of charge storage space on the line. So that means the Chinese consumers or the worldwide consumers, they can get free access to those distributed storage space.
And
China has such a large population there. We actually have more than a billion people here. So even for the internet users, we have at least 500 million. So it's a very large market.
Awesome. Gabriel, Charlene, and Emma, what's kind of been some of the trends that you've noticed?
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that's okay. Okay, so I'll just add a little bit as we laid out in our presentation. I think, at this stage, most of the developers and applicants we have seen is more focused on infrastructure level. It's more around middleware services, off-chain services, and also, around the user tools. I think that's, given the stage of, development of the ecosystem, right? It's more around, the basic stuff for now, right? And I think the infrastructure need to be there, and before the applications can come in at massive scale.
Yeah, I think one of the more exciting things, for those that don't know, Tachyon's third cohort was vertically focused. It was a DeFi cohort. One of the really exciting things when people ask me, about this program with Filecoin and the Protocol Labs team, one of the things that's most exciting for me is I feel I have the tingling feeling, the warm and fuzzies like I had when DeFi was just emerging, where I was like, this is the next thing. It feels like you're looking into the future of Web3, and I can only imagine what this ecosystem is going to look like over the next 12 to 18 months. It's really exciting. The great thing about this stack is horizontally, it has so many applications and different ways that that companies can build on top of it, right? Whether it's dev tooling and software deployment services, whether it's more of the middleware, and I get really excited, obviously, thinking about the bridges between Ethereum and Filecoin when distributed storage and smart contracts and DeFi start interacting and playing together, and new business models that can be built on top of that, all the way to consumer-facing applications, so video storage, teleconferencing, kind of building decentralized, video conferencing solutions in emerging marketplaces where lag or latency, et cetera, are real issues, especially in this COVID context world that we're living in. So, yeah, it's just, again, it feels like we're looking into the future of Web3, and we're kind of just at the early emerging stages. But I am so excited to see what this ecosystem blossoms into over the next 12 to 18 months.
Amazing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think I've just kind of shared the major categories of use cases we've seen in the applications, right? But in our view, Filecoin is really a critical path for projects to go more Web3 and more decentralized, right? So it's really, projects might pick and choose to say whether they do that now or later, but I feel it's kind of like a passage, right? If you want to have more resilient infrastructure, if you want to stay true to all the properties that Web3 companies is going to offer, then you kind of have to look into how do you adopt Filecoin into your ecosystem, into your infrastructure. So that's why we're so excited, like Gabriel was saying, right? But it is a multi-year journey. Well, right now, at the very, very beginning, right? We might just see some of the very natural use cases, but a lot of things are, I think the native use cases are still many years down the line that we can't really think of. So we just kind of have to stay open-minded to that.
No, that's a great perspective. And what can I do? There's a handful of questions that came in, and luckily they all apply to all four of you. So I'll just kind of go round robin this again. That's a really good point, Emma. And maybe the question I want to follow up with here is that, is there, obviously this is a multi-year and a very long sort of process in understanding how things compound and grow. From kind of what you've seen so far, is there an obvious limiting factor that you notice? Like, is it that people just don't know how Web3 works, or people haven't realized how decentralized storage may work and we just don't have enough developers? Or is there any specific thing that's missing from your perspective? Or is it just that people are going to soon realize it, but we don't have like a shortage of any specific key element here?
I wouldn't say it's something we're lacking, because it's always a journey, right? And I think we've done amazing we just launched mainnet and we already have the size of storage that's comparable to other cloud provider. That's like amazing. But right now you have this oversupply of storage, right? So it's just kind of like chicken and egg. You got to start from somewhere. So now you have the ample, abundant supply of storage there. So I guess the next critical step is to get actually useful data, useful use cases to get onto this platform, but to convince them, you're really up against of the, billion-dollar companies that has been in operation for many years. They have the customers' mind share. So I think there's a lot of challenge we need to overcome to persuade them, hey, this is cheaper, this is more resilient, but the adoption is going to be a journey. So I don't think we're lacking that, but we're just kind of at the beginning of that journey. And hopefully with the effort of more builders, more funds, more investors coming to this space, we can speed up that journey.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback there. I think not necessarily missing, but while the storage market seems to be really getting a lot of momentum and traction, which makes a ton of sense, I'm really excited about seeing the retrieval aspect start to blossom a little bit more, right? And really, realizing the vision of a decentralized, CDN on the retrieval side of things. These are things we have some companies in our cohort that are working on that, thinking through ways to think about how to bootstrap that ecosystem. But I think that will be really exciting to Emma's point, right? Like fully realizing the vision of decentralized, a fully decentralized AWS. I think is really cool to think about.
I just add a little bit. Agree with Emma's comments. It's a journey, and I think it's a long journey to Web3 and to digital freedom. And for anything like this, right? And it takes long-term vision and long-term commitment, right? And it starts with a group of people with that long-term vision and commitment, right? And that's what we see, in Filecoin, in Protocol Labs leadership here, it's very clear, right, where we are heading to, and we just need to, keep building. The reason we are super, confident and excited about Filecoin, because this actually, is easier to relate to average consumers, right? And, compared to DeFi, I think, the storage and CDN market and, the massive, potential applications, kick in over the next, few years, right? And that's, I easily go to, every person's, average consumers, everyday life. So, we're super confident, we're happy to be part of this, right? And then let's build it together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe I would like to share some of my views in terms of the Web3. Actually, I think that first of the point is that the people here now, I mean today, people today, they still don't know what Web3 ecosystem would it be. Actually, it's just a evolutionary process. So we are just at a very early stage, and now we know, even for IPFs, there are just a very limited data that are stored in IPFs. Still, most of the people are still using HTTPS. So I think Web3 will start from here, and it needs a couple of years for people to store enough sufficient amount of data in IPFs, and there will be a separate ecosystem to grow on top of IPFS with all the data stored there. That means actually nobody knows how the Web3 ecosystem will evolve, and also just like DeFi. I think 5 years ago, nobody knows about DeFi. It just I think the earliest DeFi project is called Ambitious, which is developed by by master Daniel Laram. So at that time, only a few people they know Bitcoin, but nobody knows about the Ambitious and how it's a revolutionary vision. So I think it's just in terms of DeFi, I think the distributed storage story is just like the DeFi 5 years ago. So that means we still need 5 years to know what it is going to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, can I add one point? Because I think what Roland was talking about is DeFi, right? Because I think what we're really hoping for is to see a breed of a type of companies that can only exist on Filecoin, right? And meaning DeFi is only amplified when there's smart contract, right? Code only exists in smart contract enabled world, right? It doesn't work in Web3, Web2 world. So I believe there will be this type of companies, right? That's completely enabled by Filecoin ecosystem, and it just doesn't work in a centralized infrastructure, and that's where the breakout will happen.
That's a great point. Another kind of question, and this is a bit self-serving, but I'm curious to hear sort of what do you think about the role that hackathons or summits like these would play in sort of getting not only just the Filecoin ecosystem, but just accelerators that are helping the Web3 vision sort of become broader, just making that possible. Like, do you think that's like a great thing, or what kind of role do you see how you can collaborate with them and just make that easy for developers to get in and build companies?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll go here. I can think of many of some of our top performing projects that have come out of hackathons. I will shout out the ETH Global team and the quality of the hackathons that you guys put on. I mean, we're at our 4th cohort at this point. Even if I didn't look at this cohort and I looked at previous cohorts, Idle Finance, in the DeFi ecosystem, recently hit 100 million AUM, came out of one of your guys' events. Same with PyDAO, same with Transact, I believe. In this cohort, a number of companies that have, really high quality projects that have come out of hackathons. I think the importance of really supporting early entrepreneurs, especially that are building startups in Web3, the importance of creating an ecosystem for them, a place for them to hack, a place for them to meet some of the top technologists and thought leaders in this space. It's such an early and emerging space. So the importance of like nurturing these entrepreneurs and nurturing these companies that are tinkering in just this emerging technology, it's just so massively important, providing them the capital and network and know-how and assistance and help. And it's just this whole space is just so incredible, right? Like everybody that I meet, they are truly missionaries. They are not mercenaries. They're not here, because they think they're going to create $1 billion company that's going to IPO, in the next 5 or 6 years. Like they're creating something because they think the world actually needs it, and they want to see the world be a better place. And they believe that Web3 is a technology that can enable that and create a more self-sufficient, self-sustaining, internet. And as somebody who came into this ecosystem to wash away my sins because I was, a growth hacker, growth engineer, hacking over in Web2, that really resonates with me. And I think, so yeah, it's really important to have these nurturing ecosystems for these young budding projects and companies to support them and help them along.
Yeah, I totally agree. If I can add on to that, I think right now, I think over the last couple of years, right, how do you venture build for Web3 ecosystem? I think there's a couple of kind of essential ecosystem infrastructure that needs to be in place. The first is like hackathon. Hackathon is a great place for like-minded, developers to meet people, of the same thinking and to test out their skills. And it's really the playground of these talented people, right? And for us, we make it a habit to just kind of scouring through all the, different type of hackathons around the world. We reach out to them to say, hey, what you're building, love to hear what bounce off ideas. So that's for one. That's for early stage, companies ideas that came out, right? Then once they mature to a certain stage, they would need more capital, more investors, right? A more fully formed team. That's where accelerators come in, can bring in the first VC check and can bring in, give them some more go-to-market access, more structured support so that they can go a long way, more hopefully independently, right? Not just always getting support from the whole ecosystem. So I think those things kind of address different needs of developers and teams along their journey. And of course, Idle Finance is a great company because we've recently invested in them as well. Love Mattel and what the team is building. So keep it up, Gabriel.
That's amazing. And I kind of one question I want to ask again is just You kind of shared a really interesting perspective on what's happening in Asia and in China specifically. I guess we're just curious to understand a bit more about like, what do you think would help build a larger developer community in China? Is it just the events, or is it just more hackathons or more grants? Like what matters to the audience there, and how do we actually help build that up even more?
Yeah, I think, we definitely would like to see more promotion of Filecoin. I think both from the Protocol Labs and also from other, ecosystem partners, in Asian market, right? And that's where, like Huobi, Langhash, can all come in to help. I think more hackathon is definitely, very important. As, Gabriel, pointed out, it's very important for, to nurture, the future creators of Web3, right? That's, the place you plant seeds, right? And harvest, right? And, we love to see more of these actually organized, through different kind of, form, right? And, collectively with, Protocol Labs, I think that's super important, because the technical advisory role, right? And I think it's still the most important piece at this stage of the the ecosystem building.
Yeah. My view is that the most important things for IPFs or other its ecosystem to grow in China is that Proto Labs should have some organize some local event in China in terms of such a hackathon or something like that, or bootcamp or something like that. I think Filecoin or IPFs has something different from other crypto coins. Because the distributed storage system is actually welcomed and supported by the Chinese government. So I think that there will be no policy or legal risk in terms of such kind of hackathon. So I think most of the local governments they welcome the organizers of a distributed storage system to be there, whether in terms of to have their local incorporation, or just organize a temporary event there. So many Chinese developers they are also they're committed to do some contributions to IPFS, and they also they didn't have any chance to see the official representatives from Proto Labs in China. So probably because of the pandemic in the last year. So that's why they felt certain discouraged. But now I think the pandemic will anyway end in probably in next year. So I think there will be some more official events to be organized by Protocol Labs in China.
Nope, that makes a lot of sense. To kind of just the last question, I'm going to end off on a good note here. So I'm going to put all of you on the spot, and I'll kind of ask, what advice would you give everybody who's applying to your incubators or accelerators and just people who are building in this ecosystem? So I'll just have each of you say something that you want to tell the founders, and we can end from there.
I think, anything meaningful to the ecosystem actually starts with a problem, to be solved, right? Just articulate, what the problem you're going to solve. And, that's actually, tick the box, the most important part of that box checklist.
Yeah, I would agree with Charlene there. I think start with the problem and always, that problem might change over time, right? But start with something that people want a solution for.
Yeah, actually, my top advice to those developers is that they should do something unique and distinguishable. So because we have found so many applications, they are just doing the same thing. That they try to tap into the consumer market. But anyway, I think IPFS is much more than that. So I believe that there will be some new ideas, very innovative ideas that can deliver something new to me.
Oh, sorry, I had to unmute there. Yeah, I would have two pieces of advice, I guess. One, your ability to have, as a founder, your ability to have grit, persistence, resourcefulness, stick-to-itness, like some of those more qualitative attributes, I think are extremely important. And then the other day I saw Sam Altman tweet this, and I can't say it better, so I'm just going to steal from him. The compounding returns of a rapid iteration and learning feedback loop is the closest thing you can get to guaranteed success. I think the qualitative and then that statement linked together is the killer recipe. I have been a founder. I know how hard that journey is. It is extremely, extremely freaking difficult. And for those who decide to step into the pantheon, I love entrepreneurs. I love founders. And so I think if you can stick to it, you'll succeed.
It's an amazing last sentence to end on. So Charlene, Emma, Gabriel, and Roland, thank you so much for giving us your time and being open to doing this thing in all the different time zones everybody's in. We really appreciate this, and hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. And with that, we are coming to an end. So what I'd like to do is call up Juan again, and I want to just sort of, with the day over, get his thoughts on sort of how he thinks the day went. We got an amazing set of talks that went through, felt like a breeze, but I'm glad that we're at the closing piece here, and would love to kind of hear your summary of this.
Yeah, this was quite an incredible day, an amazing day with just lots of activity going on across the ecosystem. It was phenomenal to hear from all these different corners across the stack. So everything from deep technical parts of the protocol to areas around what's going on with the DeFi markets and the loans and swaps and so on, to new kinds of DeFi constructions that might be kind of around the corner once we can do more structured contracts or through bridges and so on. And then how to think about growing the ecosystem, thinking about clients and onboarding, use cases, applications, how to invest in the ecosystem, what's value, how to think about value in the long term. Yeah, it was a really, really full and amazing day. What about you, Kartik? What did you learn?
Yeah, I was super impressed with everything that we saw today. This was a good hack that I put in, which is I end up learning about all the things as we're doing this. So it was a 6-hour crash course into everything that's happening, and kind of I mentioned this a few hours ago as well, but I think the density of the content here, that the new insights we kind of learned from how everything works down to the lowest level was just absolutely unparalleled, that I don't think that exists online anywhere else. So I'm glad that now it's finally on video, and we can use this for telling everybody else about it too. And on top of that, I mean, not just how Filecoin works from an ecosystem side, but also just the efforts and all the initiatives that are happening on growing this ecosystem have been amazing. Like Roland just announced a fund for the first time on this call. And this is great. Like, this is already spreading to parts of the world. And we're only a couple months in from mainnet. So this is only going to go bigger and broader from here. So this has been incredible to get all that down, packed into the last 6 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's going to be a really, really exciting time for a lot of different startups right now, right? So there's funds being started to invest in companies building on Filecoin. There's accelerators that startups can go and participate in that are kicking off. And there's a bunch of ideas that floated around today of things that are in the near future that are just like really good possibilities for applications to build on, right? So for all the hackers out there watching this and thinking about this, now's a great moment to start paddling and be part, catch this really the next wave of Web3 that's forming up now.
Absolutely. And with that, I want to thank everybody who spent and took out their day today to watch all of our talks. There's a few hundred of you that joined. So many of you engaged on the chat and asked questions, and a bunch of you also gave us bug reports on the live platform. So we'll get them fixed for the next one as well. And with that, I want to just thank the Protocol Labs team for working with us and making this possible, for helping us arrange all of the talks here. And before I end this thing, you only saw a couple of us on screen, but I want to give a big shout out to the actual global team that made all this possible behind the scenes. And without their help, this would not be possible. It takes it's a whole team to put this through and do this thing live and be flexible with making sure everything happens despite some minor things going out of order. So I want to thank all of you on the global team, the Protocol Labs team, and all the people from our speakers to all of the attendees that made all of this possible. With that, we'd love to kind of say goodbye here and hope you have a great rest of your weekend. And thank you so much for tuning in.
And thank you, Kartik, and the entire ETH Global team. It was a phenomenal day.